The story opens with a view of space. On a spaceship, someone suddenly cries out in alarm, "Huh, what's going on here?" The girl with the hot body, arms crossed over her chest, asks suspiciously, "Is this really the place? Did we go to the wrong location?" On the other side, the petite blonde girl is busy checking the landing equipment. It is planet number 1774, 652.225 B/C 423. She grips the controls tightly and with certainty emphasizes again, "We landed in the right spot." Below the spaceship lies a planet called Earth. Inside, an urging voice rings out, "Hey Robert, get over here now, that damn food thief." He quickly presses his face to the window, looking out with astonishment and exclaiming, "Huh, strange, it really is this place. But why?" Suryoung leans against the ship, puzzled. A place saturated with radiation, with no trace of oxygen, yet a wanted criminal with a huge bounty is hiding out here. The two stand watching the dazzling light. She mutters in disbelief, and he's even a high-ranking member of the Black Blood Guild. Robert looks over with a blank face and says nothing. "Yeah," Suryoung angrily curses the damn thing. He waves his hand to explain. "No way, it's real. This info came from Hao Moon when he hacked the beggar's main system." Suryoung asks in a raised tone, "Sunya, what do you think?" She folds her face down and slowly analyzes. "If he came here, it'd be nothing short of suicide." According to her knowledge, she reports oxygen levels at 23.76% and radiation at 87 C. Perfect for someone looking to die. Suryoung questions, "Is it possible for people to live here?" Sunya stands and answers that with a top-tier radiation shield installed and a high-voltage internal power source capable of running multiple cycles. She sighs and says they could probably survive for about 6 hours. That information leaves the other two speechless and pondering. Suryoung turns with a blank face and asks, "All right, Robert, what will we do if there's no one down there? Will you risk your life?" He replies in shock, "Huh, my life, that's it." Inside the ship, her voice echoes across the universe. "In short, if he's not down there, consider him dead and buried. Oh, and Sunya also mentioned there's a human life signal beneath the surface. In a certain city, everything around is desolate and ruined, at the coordinates 1170-73625. In the past, this place was once called Mount Tai." Suryoung and Robert quickly stand before the gate of a mountain. She frowns and looks up at it skeptically. "Mount Tai, you mean that Mount Tai?" Sunya sits back on the ship and firmly confirms, "Yes, that old place the old masters from the Martial Alliance call the legendary sanctuary. It's the origin of the Mount Tai star system." Suryoung glances at the debris scattered on the ground and, curious, asks, "Is this the sacrificial ground?" Her voice rings clearly across the mountain. She scolds, "Why won't those old men clean up? What do they earn money for? Isn't this their sacred land?" Robert stands behind with his hands in his pockets and says, "Those old bastards just talk big. Without money, they won't do anything." The comm device in Suryoung's ear announces, "We've arrived." She looks around and asks again, "Here, but there's nothing here, are you sure?" Sunya replies, "Yes, right beneath your feet." Hearing that, she looks down, then drops to her knees and sits up on her heels, saying, Then let's put it around here." Robert asks in astonishment, "What are you planning to do?" Her voice turns serious as she confirms, "The thing down there is still alive, right?" The glowing device at her side suddenly displays a message activating internal energy restraint. Suryoung lightly presses her hand to the ground and remarks, "If I were buried here, I'd have suffocated long ago." At that moment, a surge of blue power is released. Her eyes widen as she commands, "Dig up." No sooner are the words out than an earth-shattering explosion occurs. Robert is caught in the blast, dirt covering his entire body. Only 2 tufts of hair remain visible. Robert, shaking with anger, warns, "Next time count to 3 before doing that so I can run away." Suryoung pays him no mind. Her gaze is fixed on something else. A gigantic, super-deep pit has opened after the explosion. She speaks into the comm, "Sunya, any signs of life?" Sunya, expressionless on the other end, replies, "Weak, but still alive." She glances at the readouts for the 2 teammates and reports there's also a very large area down there. Robert naively turns and says, "Captain, bring out the electric torch guy." But before he can do anything, he sees Suryoung leap down into the pit alone, leaving him speechless, standing there with an embarrassed smile. "Ah, why are you in such a hurry?" As she nears the bottom, his worried voice still drifts down, "Let's go together, okay?" Quickly, the two go deeper inside. She urges him on, "Come on." Before them is a small stream. On the far side stands a large gate. Above the gate are inscrutable words, "The world feared me and imprisoned me with the great arts of secret teachings. If you dare try to awaken me, death will greet you. Mokshin. Robert looks up at it and asks curiously, what do these lines mean? Seryung orders Sunya translate them. Sunya works quickly, typing across the screens, and replies that the inscription is in an ancient tongue used about 2,000 years ago. Basically, don't open it unless you want to die. Hearing that, Robert gets excited and shouts, a warning, see, I told you that bastard is hiding in here. Is Seryung the only calm one, analyzing an ancient warning nobody understands? He eagerly explains that it's possible, isn't it? She says nothing more and steps inside. Whatever, it's a good sign anyway if they forbid us entry. She boldly pushes at the door. There must be something valuable hidden inside. The door opens and the two stare in amazement, eyes wide as O's. In front of them is a head with long, disheveled hair, looking extremely bizarre. From a distance you only see hair that completely covers the other's face. Robert asks in astonishment, what is that? It looks human. But Seryung furrows her brow and falls into thought. She shows no fear, taking long strides up the steps. Seryung comes face to face with that grotesque human. He sits cross-legged, beard and hair covering his body, with only a small patch of pale skin peeking out. Robert, impatient, calls out, so, is it alive? Is it human? How could it still be alive after being locked up here for 2,000 years? She remains completely silent, saying nothing. She stares intently at the patch of exposed flesh on him. Seryung curiously extends a finger forward. She reaches out and touches the part that's poking out. She stays like that for a long while, waiting half a day with nothing happening. Then tilts her head and asks, puzzled. Suddenly, a violent power erupts from the point of contact, lightning crackling nonstop. Seryung's eyes widen in terror. The figure begins to transform. Two blood-red eyes appear and fierce purple bolts surge out. A blinding light forms before her hand. She panics. What is this? The power forms a circle that binds her hand, preventing her from pulling away. She frowns, her face growing tense. The opponent suddenly emits a ferocious burst of power, illuminating the whole area. The light shoots up through the tiger's mouth straight into the sky, forming an ever-growing pillar of light. Blasting straight off the earth, even Sunya aboard the ship sees it. Not stopping there, the light pillar pierces space and grows stronger. Sunya's eyes go O-shaped, mouth forming an A. What on earth is happening? She taps at the system screen, calling repeatedly, Captain, what's going on? What was that? What did you do? Inside the dust-filled pit, Sunya's voice crackles over the comm. Seryung, Robert, answer me. Why is no one replying? Answer me, Captain Seryung, Seryung. In the hazy smoke, an image of Seryung appears. She looks dazed, still unsure what happened, a little blood on her mouth. Her eyes stare wide in one direction. At this time, Robert lies unconscious, face down over there. In her gaze, the ugly bearded man gradually emerges. He stands arrogantly before her and slowly asks, who are you? He angrily demands, who dares wake me? Seryung is still in shock, staring at him speechless. The atmosphere is extremely tense. She remains silent for a long moment while he thinks, is this a challenger? Finally, a martial artist worthy of challenging me. The two face each other like that for a long time. Seryung, frightened, presses against the wall. He continues urging, go. He asks confusedly, why did you wake me? She wrinkles her brow, not understanding his babble. What are you saying? I don't understand. She quickly activates direct translate mode. The opponent, now enraged, raises his hand threateningly. If you don't answer, I'll kill you. Seryung hears this and panics. Kill who? What? His hand stays raised as he says, I will kill. At that moment, a burst of power suddenly attacks her. Luckily, she nimbly dodges. What the heck? What kind of monster is this? A fierce blaze erupts. She counters using her own strength. A fireball gathers in Seryung's palm, and she screams in anger, die. The clash of the two great powers creates a massive explosion. She screams wildly, die, 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 die. At that moment, the two forces collide, causing a horrific blast. The door trembles and the earth collapses. Seryung stands there looking badass, surrounded by a veil of blue smoke. She's sweating bullets. The system warns of overload. Drive -1.2, 2 rings of a total 1.14 used. It stresses, recharge your internal energy. Meanwhile, the opponent standing across from her shows no damage at all. He still stands there unbowed. She frowns in astonishment and asks, why wasn't he affected? He speaks up, it's the Pinnacle Kim Guan Yin Divine Skill and the Red Bone Divine Chief. Although it's a Mei-style martial art, it seems mixed with many impurities, so perhaps it was learned by theft. His eyes flash blood red as he says, in other words, you're just a tomb raider. No sooner said than his body emits a purple power. He hovers up in the air. She watches with wide eyes. He, brimming with terrifying strength, angrily demands, why would a common thief like you dare disturb my eternal slumber? Her pupils dilate at his declaration, die. Seryung drops to the ground stunned, speechless. Suddenly, he goes to meet his ancestors, even though she hasn't done anything yet. Seeing the opponent toppled, she blinks in shock and asks, what was that just now? Robert's voice rings out, making her glance over. He's probably dead. He holds his injured arm, slowly stands, and says, direct exposure to radiation without shielding is 100% fatal. Looking at that weird fellow sprawled on the ground, he compliments, though he did hold out for quite a while. Suddenly, Sunya warns over the comm, he's still alive, his breathing and heartbeat are normal. Hearing that, the two are shocked. Then why? Sunya is operating the system console and replies, it seems he fainted from energy depletion. She adds that the body is fine, but the energy in his stomach is exhausted. Hearing this, Robert gapes in horror. Seryung repeats with wide eyes, his stomach. The two stare at him intently, bewildered. So he fainted from hunger, he's starving to death. Very quickly, everyone is safely back on the ship. Robert asks incoherently, no way, Captain. He yells excitedly, why did you bring him along? You should have left him behind. He objects angrily, didn't he just go berserk? Worse than a cockroach exposed to radiation. He glares at the creature still sparkling like a toasted rice cake and questions, at least a radioactive insect's worth a few coins. This electric monster, what value does it have? Why did you take it? Seryung replies flatly, unimpressed, because it's worth money. The other two look at her with puzzled expressions. She folds her arms across her chest, asserting it's worth a lot of money. This ship isn't a rescue station for lonely olds. She brought him because she senses he's very valuable, extremely valuable. At first, the two didn't understand Seryung's meaning, but very quickly she points out the issue. Currently, the most valuable cultural heritage is ancient martial arts, and the closer a martial art is to its original form, the more valuable it is. That also means the furry fighter they just captured is essentially a fossil at least 2,000 years old. And 2,000 years ago was the legendary era when martial arts flourished. Even low-grade techniques from then score at least 10,000 credibility points. As Seryung spoke, she watched him carefully. That clump of fur is no joke. He's a Grand Master, at least S-rank or higher. If he really is S-rank, we hit the jackpot. Robert realized the implication too. But what if he wakes up like that? Don't worry, those are repair silk threads for the spacecraft. Even the head of Shaolin couldn't cut them. Seryung relaxed and sat tapping her thigh. But no sooner had she finished speaking than a snapping sound rang out. The furry fighter had cut through all the silk bindings holding him and now stood arrogantly before them. How dare you lowly tomb raiders defile me? I'll tear you to pieces. The murderous aura he emitted terrified Robert. He and Seryung immediately steeled themselves, ready to fight, even knowing they probably couldn't win. Only Sunya took a different approach. She presented all the sausages on the ship to the ancient fighter. The smell of sausages calmed his fury a bit. Then he began to eat like a starving ghost. Which made sense, this guy had been sealed away for 2,000 years after all. For a hungry monster, the best solution is to shove food in its mouth. After he finished the whole platter of sausages, his mental state also stabilized. The three, Seryung, Robert, and Sunya, then took the chance to explain that they weren't tomb raiders but hunters who had accidentally awakened his endless sleep. They also filled the jungle man in on the world 2,000 years later. After humans hurt each other so much they destroyed the world, they chose to live in the sky. 2,000 years later, things settled. Humanity decided to ban all weapons except martial arts, even nuclear arms. The current era is called the 1105th galaxy year. The 1105th galaxy year. So you people live in the sky too? The furry fighter asked back. Now you understand, right? Yes, since we woke you after 2,000 years, you should feel grateful. The anger he had just struggled to suppress flared up again. Ridiculous, what do you think you're saying? Do you know who I am? You're just third-rate tomb robbers, yet you dare spout such nonsense to fool me. Do you really want to die? All three, Seryung, Robert, and Sunya, pointed to the window in unison. The living fossil looked in the direction they indicated, and was genuinely astonished. Beyond the transparent glass, the huge Earth filled the view. The planet's surface was now a dull radioactive red, utterly lifeless. With the understanding of someone from ancient times, the furry fellow couldn't believe that the round planet was the place he once lived. Robert's group also knew that explaining these scientific theories to an ancient man wasn't something that could be done in a day. But now they have a more pressing problem to consider. The guy emits such an intoxicating scent that just smelling it could suffocate you. Hey, we'll explain everything in a bit, but first can you take a bath and cut off that tuft of hair too? We're going to be living together for a long time, Seryung said while pinching her nose. He cooperated and stepped into the bathroom. The three, Soo-young and the others, waited anxiously outside. And Robert seemed the most worried. He feared that under that fur was a mummy. But when the furry guy stepped out, all three of them gaped in astonishment. Hidden beneath the wide coat of fur like Robinson's was a muscular body, broad shoulders, narrow waist, every muscle defined. And importantly, a very handsome face to boot. "What about that meal I had earlier?" the fossilized fellow said. But Soo-young's group was still dazed. Just a haircut can change someone 180 degrees like this. After bathing and getting clean, his mind began to clear. He went to the viewing window, stared solemnly at the space outside, and accepted that it really was the sky. Before, he had always complained about how small the world was. But after a 2,000-year sleep, he now had the chance to see such a vast, strange world. While he was lost in thought, the fossil fighter was suddenly pinched on the cheek by Soo-young, wearing a look full of skepticism. "So how old are you, excluding those years in stasis?" That cheek pinch made the atmosphere oddly awkward. It really made Robert and Sunya feel something was off. Soo-young does take appearances seriously, after all. Before long, their spacecraft docked at a constellation in the galaxy. Their destination was the asteroid tavern, and the Wild Crane Inn. No sooner had they tied up than the fellow started eating like a battleship. The three of them were truly surprised by his appetite. Robert even had a crazy thought. Don't tell me he's trying to make up for 2,000 years worth of food intake. While Robert and Sunya took the fossil fighter out to eat, Soo-young took on another important task. She went to find the Wild Crane innkeeper, Wang the 18th, with the aim of finding a broker. That person needed to be extremely rich and tough, because what Soo-young wanted to sell was very expensive and valuable. "How valuable are we talking?" Wang asked in a tone of contempt. "How much is a set of martial arts manuals from 2,000 years ago worth? What if they're all original techniques and all S-rank?" Those words truly stunned Wang the 18th. After Soo-young left, he sat and thought for a long time, until a subordinate spoke up. "Are you sure it's real? If it's S-rank and an original from 2,000 years ago, its value would be unimaginable." Wang took a drag from his pipe, then slowly said, "No credibility score. If something like that truly exists, a single book would be enough to buy an entire planet. And she claims she has a pile of them, relying on just a mid-tier bounty hunter like Fire Demon." As a result, Soo-young was suavely shown the door. Of course, Wang said he'd contact her once he found a buyer for the manuals. But in reality, he didn't intend to. Yet Soo-young believed his words. She returned to the asteroid tavern to find the fossilized fellow had polished off countless plates of sausages. With an appetite like that, they'll go bankrupt long before they can sell his martial arts manual. At that moment, the tavern fell abruptly silent. All eyes turned to the entrance. Soo-young followed their gaze and realized they were members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. But why would Heavenly Demon Sect people swarm into this tavern? Soo-young recognized the one leading the pack. He was Sanjin Wyu, leader of the Red Wolf faction, a search and seizure captain from the Heavenly Demon Sect. As soon as they saw this group enter the tavern, everyone ducked for cover immediately. Although no one knew their exact purpose, they looked like they were searching for someone. "You said Heavenly Demon Sect." The living fossil suddenly sat up and asked. Soo-young seemed surprised that, despite sleeping for 2,000 years, he still knew the name Heavenly Demon Sect. "So your era had Heavenly Demon Sect too? Why isn't everyone running away?" He didn't answer, instead asking Soo-young back, "If they really are Heavenly Demon Sect, shouldn't people panic and flee? Why, although not truly benevolent, they proudly call themselves an original orthodox cult across the universe. Besides, they're really top-tier fearsome." He kept mulling over the words original orthodox Soo-young had just said. In that moment, he felt the dream he once thought distant and hopeless might actually be coming true. Wherever Sanjin Wyu went, the tavern's patrons trembled all the way there. He strode straight to the last table, where a man with a hat was hunched low over the surface. By interrogating him, Sanjin Wyu saw he was a criminal with 52.7 rounds of inner power, wanted for second-degree robbery and murder. But today that man was not Sanjin Wyu's target. "Turn yourself in to the Martial Alliance right now, or else." Before Sanjin Wyu could finish, he suddenly froze and the tavern's atmosphere went rigid. For reasons no one could explain, the fossilized fellow suddenly lunged forward and patted the man's head. "Well done. The dream I once thought impossible. Yet you young people have turned it into reality. Well done. Young man, what did you endure to achieve such a muscular body?" Perhaps Sanjin Wyu never expected anyone in the world would dare to pat his provocative head and speak to him in the tone of an old man. He could only explain the situation by assuming the boy hugging him was mentally deficient. Although Robert very much wanted to avoid Sanjin Wyu, he had to step in to cover for him. the fellow wasn't actually mentally deficient, just painfully lacking in social skills. Sanjin Wyu, furious but unwilling to kill a mindless fool, helplessly pried the man's hands off while muttering, "You're lucky today. If he sensed even a trace of your inner power, he would have torn you to pieces." But the next instant, Sanjin Wyu felt something very strange. At first, he gently tried to pull his hands away, but the man held on tightly. Then Sanjin Wyu had to use all his strength. The muscles along his back tensed, yet the kid clinging to him didn't budge an inch. Robert and Seryung also had no idea what was happening, only to see Sanjin Wyu gnash his teeth, desperate to pry the fossilized fellow off. He even had to activate his drive system, the Blood Wolf internal force, and push the drive output to its maximum. The asteroid tavern nearly had its roof blown off by Sanjin Wyu's massive energy discharge. Don't you dare take him lightly. Afterwards, Sanjin Wyu truly could no longer sense the kid clinging to his back. He assumed the fellow had been blown to bits. But when he calmed down, the entire inn was staring at him with baffled expressions, and the other guy was standing beside Seryung's group, looking completely unscathed. "Does he have something wrong with his head?" Seryung whispered into Robert's ear. "I give up." Sanjin Wyu was utterly alarmed and hurriedly activated his probing ability to scan the stranger. But facing this odd fellow, he couldn't detect anything. No data on name, age, gender, internal force, or martial arts, yet clearly he hadn't sensed any internal force earlier. And how could an ordinary person with no internal force survive that technique? "Is it Blood Wolf Magic Fist?" someone asked, the lower-tier martial art of the celestial demon body technique, but still commendable for being preserved until now. The man suddenly spoke up, nodding that the boy's internal energy and breath weren't well harmonized. His training method seemed flawed. He then stepped a few paces closer to Sanjin Wyu, saying that meeting him today was his lifelong blessing, and he was willing to teach Sanjin the authentic Blood Wolf Magic Fist. However, Sanjin Wyu only regarded the kid as a lunatic, and being insulted about his martial art in front of everyone sent him into a rage. "You fool, come die!" Sanjin Wyu shouted as he launched his attack. Unfortunately, the fossilized fellow could read every one of his moves. First came the Red Wolf Demon Claw, the opening strike, and of course he easily dodged it. Next was the Red Wolf Bind, which he still lightly evaded. Then came Red Wolf Stabilizer and Red Wolf Soul Claw. Sanjin Wyu had almost unleashed all his skills, but none could affect his opponent. Finally, when he executed his prized move, the ancient fighter felt the stance was perfect, well-timed and with just the right internal power. But that dancing around was more than enough. Before Sanjin Wyu could even strike, he grabbed the provocateur's head with one hand and slammed it hard onto the ground. A scrawny, unknown kid grabbing Sanjin Wyu's head and smashing it straight into the floor shocked the entire tavern, even Seryung's group. Those who already knew he was an ancient martial arts master, sleeping for 2,000 years, could not help but be astonished. Sanjin Wyu's body gouged into the tiled floor, utterly pathetic. And the fellow continued criticizing in a voice far older than his appearance. "Your study's fine, but it's rote learning. Pure martial arts isn't imitation, you must adapt and make it your own. If you understand, stand up and try again. I truly want to teach juniors, but Sanjin Wyu getting up now seems impossible." Only then did his subordinates realize what had just happened, and they all lunged forward at once to avenge their squad leader. There were 4 or 5 of them, each carrying a weapon, yet he seemed not the least bit worried. As a result, the entire Heavenly Demon Sect crew that day was taken down by him. And this calamity was witnessed by Jong Ritak, commander of District 32 of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Although subordinates reported that Sanjin only suffered external injuries and was not in mortal danger, Ridak still could not believe what he had just seen. Could facing an unknown have reduced our Red Wolf squad to this state? "You say he's not registered in the Martial Alliance database?" "Yes, however his teammates are registered." The respondent was Joe Chunrock, a senior elder of District 32 of the Heavenly Demon Sect. They are a bounty hunter group called S-Devil. They specialize in handling common B-rank criminals or below. Joe Chunrock thoroughly investigated all information about S-Devil after the incident. Leading that group was the Fire Devil Seryung. She is a well-known bounty hunter who operates between the orthodox and unorthodox worlds. After the recent incident, the 4 of them quickly left the Ziu Hong Inn, but agents of the Heavenly Demon Sect were still able to track them. Originally, Chunrock wanted to send a team to capture them, but this time Ridak wanted to take action personally. That meant he judged the young man who defeated Wyu as no ordinary person. Chunrock couldn't hide his surprise, but in the end, he obeyed Jong Ritak's orders. Some time later, Jong Ritak approached the large screen before him and pressed the green button on the console. A face appeared on the screen, of a man wearing glasses seeming to be a cleric. "Oh, long time no see, Commander Jong Ritak. What do you request from our Greenwood Corporation this time?" Suryoung had already hauled her teammates onto a spaceship and taken off. If they stayed there any longer, they would certainly face the full chill of the Heavenly Demon Sect's pursuit. Meanwhile, the ringleader causing the trouble, the fossilized fellow, was pretending to be innocent while waiting for more sausages. Both Suryoung and Robert stared at him. They had known he wasn't ordinary from their first meeting on Earth, but the havoc he just caused was truly terrifying. Sanjin Wyu and the Red Wolf members were all A-rank fighters, yet that famished needed only a single slap to fell them all. Suryoung reassured herself that maybe those Sanjin Wyus were truly A-rank but the weakest among A, so with proper effort she could beat them. But the truth was that the fossil fighter they had unearthed had smashed the Red Wolf group like flies. That made Suryoung determined to get to the bottom of his identity today. She strode angrily to the dining table and slammed both hands down. "Speak up." The man shot back a bullet-like look, clearly showing no sign of compromise. "Food speaks first, words come later." "Food speaks first, words come later." Suryoung relaxed into the chair opposite. "What's your name?" Seeing both of them tense, Robert wanted to step in to calm things, but his words were completely ineffective in this situation. On one side was Suryoung insisting on clarifying the other's identity. On the other was the fossil guy, hungry and about to faint. Sanya then brought up a tray of fragrant sausages, and Suryoung was dead certain she wouldn't give him a single one. Not until he said what she wanted. "I'll ask one last time, what's your name?" "Lee Mokjin," he snapped back irritably. "So what was your former identity? Like, what did you do before?" Lee Mokjin was silent for a moment, then spoke 2 words. "Heavenly Demon Sect, what do you think?" He added, "Heavenly Demon Sect." Suryoung widened her eyes. She even thought Lee Mokjin had lost his mind or that the food they'd given him was bad, hence his outrageous words. But before they could clarify this, suddenly, their spacecraft issued a red alert. Sunya immediately sat at the control cabin. She discovered someone was targeting their ship and were already very close. In this situation, Suryoung could only think of the Heavenly Demon Sect. After all, Lee Mokjin had just dismantled the Red Wolf, surely they wouldn't leave them alone. But after looking at the enemy's flag, Sunya shook her head. It wasn't the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was Greenwood. Greenwood had dispatched many large warships to hunt down S-Devil's small vessel, and leading them was the cleric who had spoken with Jong Ritak earlier. He was the division commander of Greenwood's Galaxy Division 72 Stronghold, nicknamed the Black Tiger of the Crescent, real name Kim Sungbum. Suryoung looked fairly surprised to see the enemy bring so many ships. She wasn't sure what their intent was, only guessing they might be pirates here to seize S-Devil's ship. Although Robert pointed out the reality that they were dirt poor. That didn't matter much to Suryoung. She didn't care who they were. If they blocked her, she'd just step outside and beat them up. "Not that simple," Sunya, after carefully checking the enemy, spoke up. "They're Greenwood's Galaxy Division of Stronghold 72. It seems their entire regiment has been deployed here." Mention Greenwood's Galaxy Division and Suryoung felt a bit of recognition. At least she remembered their commander Kim. And crucially, if the opponent is Kim Sungbum, Suryoung is completely outmatched. Robert was the most practical of the crew, so he felt that at times like this surrendering to stay alive was wiser. But unfortunately Suryoung was stubborn and never backed down, and among the 3 of them, she was the captain. "All right, now follow my orders. First they'll fire an EMP barrage, I'll handle that. They'll board our ship fully armed, I'll handle that too. We'll let them scout the ship and sacrifice what's expendable to survive if they want." Robert felt his mind sink after hearing it. Suryoung's orders sounded grand, but boiled down it was just surrender. "Do it and act like I said," Suryoung shouted embarrassedly. She then made a point of comforting Lee Mokjin, but the fossil guy paid no attention. He was too busy admiring the enemy's warships. After all, he's a man from 2,000 years ago. What was happening before them exceeded their understanding, so it wasn't strange to want a closer look. Suryoung remained completely calm, because being hit by an EMP would only make the ship rock a little. Space law forbids humanity from using weapons on board, so she was certain Kim Sungbum couldn't destroy their spacecraft. But then Sunya reported bad news. Oh heavens, it was a photon cannon. A photon cannon meant to obliterate a ship. They were trying to kill them. At the words photon cannon, Suryoung's face finally went pale. On Greenwood's ship, Kim Sungbum's subordinates were advising him to stop using the photon cannon, since doing so would break spatial rules and could get them into trouble. Instead, they suggested capturing the entire S-Devil team alive, and then quietly eliminating them. But Kim Sungbum remained firm in his choice because he had a bad feeling after approaching the S-Devil craft. That urged him to wipe them out quickly and then complicate matters by blaming the client, the heavenly demon sect, and then slink away from the incident. Suryoung's crew was burning up with anxiety. She wanted to teleport the ship to avoid the barrel, but unfortunately they were surrounded on all sides. The ship's shield wasn't functional, or more accurately, it was gone. Not long ago they had sold it to cover living expenses. S-Devil's options were precisely zero. Meanwhile, Greenwood's photon cannon was fully charged and ready to fire. "Fire," Kim Sungbum ordered. Immediately, a massive energy beam was launched from the opposing mothership, hurtling straight toward their tiny vessel. The three S-Devil members wore different expressions, but all were in utter panic. Only Lee Mokjin seemed not to understand what was happening. A great explosion occurred in space. Kim Sungbum watched the whole scene intently, as if admiring a work of art. And what amazed him greatly was that after the smoke and fire cleared, the little ship was still standing proudly there. Of course, it wasn't a miracle happening, but someone had appeared and scattered that barrage. It was the 8-foot war demon Elena. Lee Mokjin, Robert, and Suryoung pressed their faces to the window to get a clearer view of Elena. She appeared like a goddess, and just now, by using a terrain-level shield, Elena had stopped the barrage from Greenwood's warship. Kim Sungbum's subordinate reported that they could pierce this shield if they maximized the photon cannon's output. "Should we fully charge the cannon again? Do you think we're trying to start a space war just to deal with a bug? He won't be that easy. Activate instant teleport." Kim Sungbum chose to withdraw, proving the newcomer wasn't an ordinary identity. And indeed, that's true. Elena was famed as a monster. Because she was an S-rank bounty hunter with terrifying power, Elena was so unpredictable that even sect leaders avoided her. This made Robert even more puzzled. Why would someone of that caliber appear here and rescue them? Kim Sungbum was instant teleported right in front of Elena. Unlike his murderous demeanor a moment ago, the moment he met her, he put on an excessively cheerful act. "It's been a long time, Sister Elena. Surely you haven't forgot me, right? I'm your 55th younger brother, Kim Sungbum. I greeted you at Mother's birthday 2 years ago." "Get lost," Elena replied coldly. Those 2 words hit Kim Sungbum like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. But he stubbornly stood there and reintroduced himself. This time not as Elena's brother, but as the division commander of Greenwood's Galaxy Division 72. Elena telling him to get lost was effectively telling the whole Greenwood Corporation to get lost, and he wouldn't accept that. The more Kim Sungbum spoke, the more he irritated Elena. A stream of red, murderous light emanated from her body. Robert, standing some distance away, also realized they were about to scrap. But Suryoung thought that was unlikely. Even if it was Greenwood, messing with the 8-form war demon Elena wasn't easy. Taking her out would be hard enough. If they were unlucky, her lioness mother might jump out from behind as well. Her lioness mother? What do you mean? Suryoung didn't explain because she was busy gawking. Seeing his sister tense up over there, Kim Sungbum surrendered. After all, this was just a small commission, and he knew full well he couldn't beat Elena. Still, he wanted to know why she appeared and saved S-Devil. "Are they your target? If you share a target with us, we'll withdraw." Elena repeated it once more, then turned away. That attitude almost served as the answer Kim Sungbum wanted. But he still couldn't understand why Elena would show up here just because a low-rank bounty hunter team brought it out, otherwise we'd all be dead. Elena spoke, her voice cutting straight into Suryoung's ship. Robert panicked at the thought that even an 8-form war demon wanted to come loot their ship. But the problem was they had nothing to loot. At first he thought Suryoung was secretly hiding something valuable. But at that moment her gaze fell entirely on Lee Mokjin standing beside them. "You know that woman? Or did you fight her before, or date her and then dump her so she flew into a rage?" Lee Mokjin, awkwardly singled out, was clearly not pleased. "It's not because of me." Saying that, he turned his head back and stared into empty space, probably because of that child. Suryoung and Robert followed Lee Mokjin's gaze, but saw absolutely nothing. While they were thinking Lee Mokjin had gone sausage crazy, a young girl gradually appeared from the middle of the ship's hull. The scene was nothing short of photogenic, leaving Suryoung and Robert gaping in astonishment. Only Lee Mokjin recognized that the girl had followed them from the Wild Crane Inn. Because she didn't exist in any form, he had ignored her. But now it seemed the opponent's cloaking technology was quite advanced, capable of hiding even a breath. "It's not cloaking tech. Sunya always pipes up to correct things at critical moments. She's wearing an invisibility ring. It's quantum technology, very expensive." Suryoung didn't care about any of that. A strange girl showing up on the ship and drawing Greenwood and Elena's attention truly infuriated her. The girl introduced herself as Yang Hua Rin. "Who cares what her name is, right? They're chasing her, aren't they?" "Target," Suryoung continued shouting. "Maybe so. As long as I'm alive, they won't stop." Suryoung was about to keep venting. But this time Robert yelled, "Yang Hua-rin." She just said her name is Yang Hua-rin. "You know her?" Suryoung asked, half in doubt. "How could I not know? She's the lead singer in Pronosian." Robert nearly lost his mind. "That's right, Yang Hua-rin is a Galaxy idol. She's the lead vocalist of the band that made the hit Dynamite Doojado." Whenever Robert plays that song, Suryoung bounces along. She just didn't know who sang it. Conversely, Robert was a hardcore fan of Yang Hua-rin. He knew everything: height, weight, blood type, hobbies, allergies about her. But that's not the point. The point is Alina is demanding the return of someone. She gave the novices 10 minutes. If they don't hand over Yang Hua-rin, they'll all end up selling salt together. Robert looked troubled. He desperately wanted to know why Yang Hua-rin was being pursued. But Suryoung, as the captain, didn't care about that. Because Yang Hua-rin was an uninvited passenger, totally unrelated to S-Devil. Of course, she didn't know Kim Sungbum had come for Lee Mokjin, so she assumed Yang Hua-rin's appearance was why Greenwood and Alina were targeting them. How could she swallow that anger? So even if Yang Hua-rin was a space idol, Suryoung intended to kick her off the ship, better yet, toss her out entirely. Looking at Yang Hua-rin's pitiful appearance, Suryoung still felt very irritated inside. But she felt the young woman's fate couldn't be changed. Whereas theirs could, because if they didn't hand her over, they'd be the ones Alina minced. Yang Hua-rin dazedly walked to the ship's airlock. But just as the door was about to open, Lee Mokjin appeared at her side. "Don't worry," he said. Lee Mokjin was surprised, and Suryoung and Robert were equally dumbfounded. How the heck did he appear outside just then? Suryoung, frantic, wanted to close the door to keep the crazy guy out. But the door had already opened. Even Sunya couldn't shut it in time. Lee Mokjin and Yang Hua-rin moved out into space. Not to mention how harsh the environment was out there, Alina was a super strong opponent. Suryoung felt that if Lee Mokjin picked a fight with her, they'd all be done for. Lee Mokjin's hand remained on Yang Hua-rin's shoulder to reassure her. Although she didn't know why he was helping, she still felt compelled to warn him. "Thanks, but they're really strong, be careful." Before Lee Mokjin could finish hearing her, his eyes went wide and red. He was out of air and hurried back into the cabin, much to Yang Hua-rin's astonishment. "What the? Don't tell me you went out there without a shield, did you?" Watching Lee Mokjin messing about in open space, both Kim Sungbum, Alina and Yang Hua-rin were all utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Suryoung inside the ship could only howl miserably. "It's minus 300 degrees C out there, and the pressure is enough to cook your innards in 10 seconds. Why the hell did you go out without a shield, you idiot?" Lee Mokjin flailed in midair. His body nearly crushed flat. His pupils looked like they were about to pop out. Suryoung quickly lunged out into space and grabbed Lee Mokjin, then activated the nano shield. But by then he had already fainted, while Suryoung was panicking. Frantically slapping Lee Mokjin's cheek, he suddenly opened his eyes. "What are you doing?" The four of them stared at each other, and the mood instantly shifted from panic to awkward silence. Suryoung immediately let go of Lee Mokjin. "Ha, you're alive. I thought you were goners. That bastard." Contrary to Suryoung's fear, Lee Mokjin, who had been teetering between life and death, seemed utterly calm. "No need to worry. I'm a supernormal entity of the heavenly order and earth. Nothing in this world can threaten my life." Suryoung shot him a skeptical look. Although Lee Mokjin's words sounded rock solid, they didn't quite explain his recent gasping for air appearance. On S-Devil's ship, Robert also breathed a sigh of relief, endlessly thanking the gods that Suryoung had arrived in time. Only Sunya saw through what had happened. In fact, Suryoung arrived late because even the greatest being couldn't survive a minute in open space without a shield. But Lee Mokjin was different. He had withstood 6 minutes and 13 seconds out there. Crucially, his internal organs were perfectly normal. Although Lee Mokjin's endurance wasn't limitless, the living fossil from 2,000 years ago had already exceeded all limits of modern humans. The two of them brought Yang Hua-rin before Alina. This was Suryoung's first close encounter with an 8-form war demon. She had always heard Alina was a berserker warrior, but up close her aura was no joke. Especially since Greenwood's Kim Sungbum had shown up here, the tension thickened even more. Suryoung told Lee Mokjin to stand still and not cause trouble while she handled the situation. Then she took a deep breath and bounded toward the two. "Hey, nice to meet you. No bad stuff happening, right? You two okay?" "I've heard so much about you two, but meeting you in person is amazing. You know me, right? I'm Suryoung Fire Demon, leader of S-Devil." She thought about how to handle it. Turns out flattery works since they were in the superior position. Both Alina and Kim Sungbum seemed not to spare Seryung a glance. If I were her, I'd want to crawl into a hole to save face. As for Yang Hua-rin, she unconsciously gripped Lee Mokjin's hand from nervousness, and her beautiful face clearly showed her bewilderment. Although Lee Mokjin was ancient, he wasn't stupid, so he spoke up to reassure them, "Don't worry, I'm right here." But that woman, she's not a woman. That line was clearly about Alina. Yang Hua-rin recounted her with a trembling voice. She's a demon, a war demon. Since youth she wandered the world seeking opponents. To date, no one has survived a fight with her. According to Yang Hua-rin, Alina even built a spaceship as an arena and cruises around looking for people to fight. It sounds fearsome, but to Lee Mokjin, Alina was just an astonishing youngster, a young person who devoted heart and soul to martial arts and a rare talent. On this side, Seryung kept up a feigned dumb act, trying to negotiate peace with the two, but before she could finish her speech, Alina suddenly swung her sword. "Talk to my blade," she said. The sword swing looked effortless, but in reality it produced a terrifying effect. Anyone hit by that move would be lucky not to be split in two. Yet Seryung managed to dodge it, albeit with difficulty. After landing safely, she shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" I said, "Let's talk. Why are you suddenly using a weapon?" Kim Sungbum stood aside, quietly watching. It was his first time meeting fire demon Seryung, and that one move showed her ability wasn't bad. Although Alina hadn't used full force, it wasn't an easy attack to dodge. But managing to dodge wasn't necessarily good news, because her opponent was a mad scorpion whose sting grows deadlier the angrier it gets. That mad scorpion was Alina right now. Yet something else caught Kim Sungbum's attention more. It was Lee Mokjin and Yang Hua-rin behind them. Lee Mokjin looked utterly relaxed. He hadn't even bothered to dodge the move. And now he was patting Yang Hua-rin's shoulder to comfort her like an indulgent old father. She's scared of such small things, it's just child's play. Kim Sungbum was astonished. Given Lee Mokjin's position, he should have taken the brunt of the attack, yet he appeared completely unharmed. Alina seemed to notice this too. Her target shifted quickly from Seryung to Lee Mokjin. Seeing Seryung and Yang Hua-rin struggling, Lee Mokjin no longer intended to stand idly by. "Kid," he spoke slowly, "that pronoun isn't very fitting," clearly addressing Alina. "What exactly is your problem? If you have something to say to this child, say it to me. This child is now under my protection, so anyone picking on her picks a fight with me." Lee Mokjin posed reliably in front of Yang Hua-rin. Kim Sungbum immediately searched his info, but what he got were incomplete numbers. Unable to verify identity, no data, no internal power system equipment. He was stunned. Where on earth did this person who didn't even bother to dodge Alina come from? "If there's nothing else, go on." Lee Mokjin adopted a sleepy pose, waving his hand as he said. No sooner had he finished speaking than the space was blinded by a dazzling golden light. Seryung, Kim Sungbum, and Yang Hua-rin were all terrified stiff. When the golden light subsided and their vision returned, they could finally see clearly what had happened. Alina had lunged with her long spear suddenly, and Lee Mokjin had caught it barehanded. The spearhead was sharp and the thrust was powerful, but it didn't cause him the slightest injury. Lee Mokjin didn't even bother to break a sweat or change his expression. Kim Sungbum grew even more astonished. This was the first time in his life he'd heard of anyone catching a blow from the 8-form war demon Alina with bare hands. Moreover, this person had no internal power system equipped. As for Lee Mokjin, he also found something odd about this woman named Alina. That she could use Diankang's sword-light techniques with just a staff was one thing, but harnessing the great Brahma holy arts of the Shaolin to produce internal power was another. Besides, Alina looked quite young, yet her internal power had already surpassed 3 tiers. He wondered if she'd had some fateful encounter with a major figure. Opposite them, Alina increased her power again, shifting from internal power to the red yang holy art of her martial school. Kim Sungbum could only hold his breath and watch. Though he knew Alina wasn't to be underestimated, he still couldn't believe she could be this strong. Lee Mokjin felt as if she had laid all her strength on the line this time, so he couldn't keep toying around any longer. However, as Alina prepared to strike, she suddenly heard a warning chime from the ring on her right finger. That ring had been placed on her when Alina was young, by her mother as Alina was about to leave home to seek opponents across the world. Her mother had said there were fewer than 10 fighters in the world who could harm her. Her mother had said there were fewer than 10 fighters in the world who could harm her. But to keep her daughter safe, her mother put that ring on Alina and warned her that, if it sounded an alarm, she must run away at all costs. Because that would mean she'd met an opponent beyond her reach, and if she deliberately ignored the warning, death would await. The alarm made Alina's hair stand on end. Yet she did not run, and terrifying childhood memories washed over her. Alina's mother had many children, and her siblings were all maternal half-siblings. As a child, Alina wasn't even memorable enough for her mother to recall her name. That was why she hated her family, wanted to leave at a young age, and yearned to prove herself. Just like now, even though the ring had warned her, Alina kept charging her internal power until her strength exceeded her limits. Watching the whole scene, Lee Mokjin couldn't help but admire her. Truly a rare talent, surpassing through transformation. Time passes and martial arts evolve. But this was a bit much. No sooner had he finished speaking than Alina lunged forward. This time she unleashed the Amasek's chaotic wind sword technique, followed by Kunlun's dual rotation Yang Moon strike, then the sun-piercing spear technique and the Luyang sword art of the Dianking sect. Alina's power surged faster and faster, and she employed an ever wider variety of sect masterpieces. But Lee Mokjin had only dodged from the start and never struck back, until he lost all patience. He launched an attack. In return, Alina managed to dodge this time. Lee Mokjin's counterstrike caused a massive shockwave, its force no less than an atomic bomb. The three left at the scene could only gape in astonishment, and they were even more surprised to see Alina utterly unscathed. Even counterattacking, she dove down from above, at breakneck speed. Yet in Lee Mokjin's eyes there was no fear, only pity. Alina's talent was truly admirable, but he saw that she had crossed the bounds of morality. Her awakening, her power showed wounds that were the product of an excessive craving that had inadvertently made Alina consume herself. A blinding light appeared in Lee Mokjin's hand. He hadn't wanted to act, but if his opponent had gone too far, he had no choice but to end it to stop her. After all, he had promised to protect Yang Hua-rin. Both Suryoung and Kim Sungbum realized Lee Mokjin had used a mind sword. "I told you to stop already." In the dazzling light of the mind sword, they only saw Lee Mokjin shell like that, and then swing his sword in one stroke. The vast spaceship was split in two by that blow. The terrifying shockwave made Kim Sungbum's subordinates, standing aboard the Greenwood spaceship, quite far away, flinch. Moments later, he saw his division commander return in a disheveled state, clearly badly wounded. Even so, Kim Sungbum didn't dare complain or curse the heavens, because if his instantaneous teleport had been 0.1 seconds slower, he'd have been blown to bits. Alina's spaceship had been chopped to pieces by Lee Mokjin. Even he, Suryoung and Yang Hua-rin, now could only stand on a fragment drifting in space. Suryoung was about to give Lee Mokjin a proper scolding, but when she saw blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, her nagging words were swallowed back down. "Are you hurt? I faced a power far greater than I expected." Lee Mokjin replied slowly, his gaze fixed on the entity ahead. Suryoung followed his look and saw Alina floating in space, among the wreckage of her armor. At first she thought Alina was dead, but Lee Mokjin shook his head, not dead yet, because a stronger force protected her. At that moment, a cloaked woman appeared and reached out to catch Alina. Her eyes were cold as ice. The sight of her made both Suryoung and Kim Sungbum feel as if they couldn't breathe, because it was Lady Zishan's sword. This was Alina's mother and Kim Sungbum. Then Alina was taken aboard Lady Zishan's sword's spaceship to be treated. Lee Mokjin also boarded the ship. "I didn't know you would come, mother. Please punish me for my disloyalty and filial failure." Kim Sungbum knelt on one knee before Lady Zishan's sword, too terrified to raise his head. But she didn't even glance at him. "This is not a matter you can interfere in. Act as if I do not exist." Saying that, Lady Zishan's sword stepped around him and moved before Lee Mokjin. She folded her hands. "I am called Lady Zishan's sword." Kim Sungbum was stunned. It was the first time he had seen his mother show reverence to someone else. Even Suryoung couldn't hide her surprise at that attitude, and was even more astonished when the woman then said, "I violated the duel rules by rudely intervening out of family feeling. If you wish, I will cut off one of my arms as an apology." "No arm is needed," Lee Mokjin replied immediately. "Is she your daughter?" Suryoung had to remind Lee Mokjin to speak with more respect, since the other was Lady Zishan's sword, named by the hall as one of the 5 saints and possessed of extraordinary power. But Lee Mokjin ignored her. Whether Suryoung would admit he was a prodigious martial talent or not, the fact remained, and he felt no fear before the woman. "Yes," Lady Zishan's sword answered. "Then fine, family should take precedence over duel rules." Suryoung felt her heart about to leap from her chest. She was only afraid that, if Lady Zishan's sword lost her temper, they'd be cleaved in two. What startled her even more was that the woman, recognized as one of the 5 saints, then knelt and sincerely thanked Lee Mokjin for sparing Alina's life. After that, she had a private conversation with him. Because Alina had not yet regained consciousness, even Lady Zishan's sword did not know exactly what had happened to her earlier. She only knew that Alina had most recently passed through Mount Hua and taken a mission there. Lee Mokjin didn't answer. He simply stared silently into the vastness of space. Lady Zishan's sword timidly asked again. The The martial art the master displayed seemed to be the Su family's heart demon sword technique. Tell me, do you have any connection to the heavenly demon sect? I don't know, Li Mokjin answered honestly. I used to be closely connected, but it's been too long. It can erode even the strongest bonds, breaking ties more precious than life itself. This time, Lady Zishan's sword fell silent, not because Li Mokjin's answer was grand, but because she was busy observing and assessing him. By her experience, she could only use two special words to describe the man before her. Though young in appearance, his energy, internal power, and martial skill were flawless, with no trace of artificial enhancement. Clearly, this state is only reached at the pinnacle of martial art long ago. And yet this young man possesses it. May I presumptuously ask one thing of you? You want to have a serious match with me? Li Mokjin immediately called her bluff, making Lady Zishan's sword startle. Though she was polite, every word carried killing intent, like a blade being sharpened, growing ever keener. In truth, Li Mokjin had never refused a fight, but he knew that if he dueled Lady Zishan's sword, one of them would fall and the other be grievously wounded. And most importantly, Li Mokjin had no reason to fight her. If there's a reason in the future, we'll fight then. For now, I'd rather keep admiring this world. Lady Zishan's sword stood dazed for a long moment. Li Mokjin had refused her, but his refusal was utterly convincing. As someone with a sportsman-like spirit, she couldn't unreasonably force him into a winner-takes-all duel when there was a good reason not to. And so Lady Zishan's sword let them leave. After the S-Devil ship disappeared, Kim Sungbum went to report to his mother that he had accepted an assignment from the Heavenly Demon Sect to take Li Mokjin's life. Lady Zishan's sword listened and understood, yet the more she heard the less sense it made. Clearly Li Mokjin possessed an extraordinarily terrifying power tied to the Heavenly Demon Sect. So why would the Heavenly Demon Sect want him dead? And why hire Greenwood to do it? The more she heard, the more absurd it sounded. Mother, recently there were reports that the Red Wolf faction of the Heavenly Demon Sect was wiped out. Could they be involved? Kim Sungbum asked cautiously. No need to overthink it, because whatever it is, you couldn't have imagined it. This dismissive remark made Kim Sungbum's eyes widen. He felt offended but could do nothing. Lady Zishan's sword strode away, having specially instructed Kim Sungbum to thoroughly track the whereabouts of Li Mokjin's group and report back. Kim Sungbum was confident he could do this since he belonged to Greenwood, the best surveillance organization in the world. Looking at Kim Sungbum's bent back, Lady Zishan's sword suddenly asked, I will trust you, but watch them, do not interfere much. I don't want my child getting hurt. A very simple sentence, yet it deeply moved Kim Sungbum. Perhaps because Lady Zishan's sword had many children, each child wanted attention and to compete for their mother's regard. Both Kim Sungbum and Alina were like that, though Kim Sungbum hadn't even 2 seconds to feel touched before Lady Zishan's sword doused him with a cold shower. What was your name again? As for Suryoung's group, Yang Hua Rin of course returned with them, but she didn't look particularly happy, because that idol kept clinging to Li Mokjin quite a bit. The important thing was Suryoung was crazily curious how someone like Yang Hua Rin could be connected to Greenwood, the 8-foot war demon Alina, and her mother Lady Zishan's sword. What on earth had she done? Suryoung shouted. I'm sorry, Yang Hua Rin bowed, looking deeply remorseful for dragging everyone into this. But to be honest, I don't know either. After finishing the tour, I returned home to Mount Hua and everything had changed. Yang Hua Rin was deeply distressed because outwardly things appeared the same upon her return, yet people were trying to kill her. So Yang Hua Rin ran until she reached the Asteroid Inn and managed to follow their group. While she told the story, Li Mokjin was only busy stuffing sausages into his mouth. Suryoung and Sunya didn't understand what she was saying. Only Robert reacted very strongly. What, you said Mount Hua? Your hometown is on the planet Mount Hua. At the same time, Alina regained consciousness, and what Lady Zishan's sword most wanted to hear from her now were the events that had happened on Mount Hua. Meanwhile, instead of continuing to yell at Yang Hua Rin, Suryoung found something else to do. She took the recording of the battle between Li Mokjin and the 8-foot war demon to show the innkeeper Wild Crane and Wang the 18th. Those who not long ago thought Suryoung was only good at casting charms were now forced to eat their words. She truly possessed an original set of martial arts manuals from 2,000 years ago, all ranked S or above, and moreover they weren't books, but living people, flesh and blood. Not only the innkeeper Wild Crane, but Zhang Ritak had also rewatched the footage of Li Mokjin's fight. The one who brought this to him was Lady Zishan's sword herself. You also find these techniques familiar, don't you? She suddenly asked while Zhang Ritak gaped at the screen with his mouth wide open. I admit it's a level of martial skill I've never seen or heard of before, but I don't quite understand why you say they're familiar, madam, Zhang Ritak replied. As he spoke those words, Lady Zishan's sword watched him intently, and Zhang Ritak's face showed absolutely no unusual expression. This proved he truly had no prior knowledge of Li Mokjin. Thus, Lady Zishan's sword grew even more puzzled about why he had been assigned to monitor Li Mokjin, and why Greenwood had to be involved. But this time, Zhang Ritak refused to answer. Even facing Lady Zishan's sword, he was determined to protect the heavenly demon sect's inner secrets. Zhang Ritak's gaze was fiercely resolute, until the other drew her sword. Lady Zishan's sword's blade moved so fast he couldn't follow it with the naked eye. Only when the wound on his neck began to gush fresh blood and the pain hit did Rita realize he'd just been attacked. The wound wasn't life-threatening, but it signified that Lady Zishan's sword had declared war on the heavenly demon sect. "You think I'm afraid of bloodshed?" the West Heaven Sword Lady said coldly. Zhang Ritak couldn't help trembling, for he knew the woman before him was so obsessed with martial arts she'd swallow her own child. She wasn't the type to act based on reason. The sword in her hand was the clearest proof. "Answer me or give your life," the West Heaven Sword Lady asked again about Li Mokjin, then lunged forward. "Isn't the choice obvious? Even if all 1,076 martial artists of District 32 attacked at once, how could they overcome the West Heaven Sword Lady? Start then. If you want to subdue all 1,076, you'd better strike fast." Zhang Ritak's attitude was clear. Though he was outmatched, he was ready to fight to the end to protect internal secrets. This move was not beyond the West Heaven Sword Lady's expectations. They said the Heavenly Demon Sect had been getting more troublesome. Zhang Ritak's stance today was proof, but she still didn't strike. Instead, she said, "It's the Sura Mind Sword technique. The thing that defeated my daughter is the second sword technique in the Heavenly Demon Sect's Mind Sword set." Zhang Ritak was astonished. He thought what she said was baseless, since the Heavenly Demon Sect's Sura Mind Sword technique had been lost for 1,000 years. He himself believed it existed only in legend and that no one in the sect could relearn it. "That's not my problem, it's your shallow knowledge," the West Heaven Sword Lady said coldly. "I've told you what I know, now I'll ask one last time. Why were you following this person?" At last Zhang Ritak opened his mouth. He said the person he'd been tailing wasn't Li Mokjin, but Yang Hua Rin. At the same time, on the planet Mount Hua, in the Talavatra galaxy, the S-Devil ship had returned Yang Hua Rin to her homeland. But it was completely empty. Totally empty. There wasn't a soul in sight. Young even wondered if it was some holiday. But Robert didn't think so. All the shops were open. The town once had over 10,000 residents, but now there was no sign of life. Something terrible must have happened on Mount Hua. Robert was impatient to land and check it out. Contrary to that agitation, another child of Mount Hua, Yang Hua Rin, was silent. Instead, she quietly shed tears. Li Mokjin had seen the whole expression. "What's going on? If you know something, just say it." Li Mokjin was about to speak when Sunya intervened. She said she just detected a life signal. The signal came from Mount Hua's headquarters, Jaha Hall. That's also where the Mount Hua sect leader resides. The life signal was strong but came from only one person. Yang Hua Rin became even more pensive after hearing that. They immediately headed for Jaha Hall. After landing the ship, Robert even armed himself, very cautiously. "That combat suit of yours still works. Didn't you store it in a warehouse right after you left the military? I thought you sold it." Young was a bit surprised seeing what Robert had on. "Once a commando, always a commando. I maintain this suit every day," Robert boasted, patting his chest proudly. Zan checked again. The life signal still came from only one person, and it was growing stronger. Young suggested launching a recon drone first because they needed to identify exactly what that life form was. But Robert, impatient, charged inside. He was so anxious because Mount Hua was his hometown. The other three had no choice but to follow him. The entrance into Jaha Hall was narrow and dark. They hadn't even stepped into that tunnel when something happened. A powerful burst of fire from inside Jaha Hall shot out through that tunnel. By the time Young and Yang Hua Rin, they found themselves being clutched by Li Mokjin like a tied ham. Thanks to him, the two of them hadn't just become overcooked kebabs. After regaining their senses, their main concern was Robert, who had rushed into the tunnel first. Young and the other two stepped forward a few paces and saw him standing with his arms crossed in an X in front of him. "Robert, if you're alive, say something." Silence, answered Young. She couldn't believe her companion would faint so embarrassingly, so she signaled Sunya over the radio. "He's okay." The reply on the other end made the three breathe a sigh of relief. Robert had been saved by the suit working effectively, but he didn't answer because he was so scared that he had fainted in that position. Lee Mokjin moved deeper into Jaha Hall. A plum blossom fell from the air, touching his hair, and instantly turning into a shower of plum blossoms. And Lee Mokjin quickly discovered the source of this strange phenomenon. At the center of Jaha Hall sat a man with his eyes tightly closed, who was the source of the life signal. And according to what Sunya gathered, this man was the head of the Mount Hua sect. The flourishing flower sword Emperor Yang Jioxin. Suryung was extremely shocked by this information. She hadn't expected the man before them to have reached the Sword Emperor realm. Lee Mokjin also carefully examined the flowers before him. When the plum blossoms emit heat like this, it means Yang Jioxin has reached the highest level of the plum flower heart scripture. But those flowers were purple, indicating the plum flower heart scripture had merged with the purple river true scripture. Although the Mount Hua sect leader was the source of the life signal, something was clearly wrong. Yang Hua Rin seemed to sense it too. Tears streamed down her face. Banshan called out once, "Father, what's wrong?" "What's the matter?" Suryung asked, seeing Lee Mokjin's expression was off. He explained that the plum flower heart scripture embodies utmost yang, while the purple river true scripture embodies utmost yin. These two oppose each other, and even Mount Hua's elders can only choose one to cultivate. Yet now Lee could sense both in Yang Jioxin. Every martial artist yearns to grow stronger. But when that desire becomes too great and surpasses one's limits, a demonic heart emerges within them and they soon stop being human. He sent the others fleeing. He's not a trivial opponent, Lee Mokjin said. Since meeting him on Earth, this was the first time Suryung had seen Lee so seriously tense. Even I can't protect her, Lee Mokjin continued. But Yang Hua Rin broke through their circle and rushed straight for the pedestal, calling out for her father. Suryung panicked and wanted to dart after her to stop her, but Lee Mokjin only sighed, because it was already too late. Sunya, watching from the ship, was also extremely tense. She had never felt such an endlessly long moment. They all thought that when Yang Hua Rin touched her father, her life would end. Yet a miracle occurred. When the little girl embraced Yang Jioxin, his energy stabilized, and the sect leader reached out to hold his daughter like any other father. After that, Sunya announced that Mount Hua had become stable. Contrary to their earlier worry, she began to notice people appearing on the streets. To be precise, those who had vanished earlier had all returned at once. The immediate danger had been resolved. That night, Suryung's group decided to go into town, partly to decompress and partly to observe the situation. Sunya confirmed that both earlier and now, their bioscanners had been functioning properly. The sudden disappearance and reappearance of Mount Hua's residents was completely beyond her understanding. But there was one unsettling thing Sunya could detect. The internal energy of Mount Hua's people had been drained. Regardless of adult or child, everyone's internal energy read 0. Yet they appeared fine, so Robert could temporarily be reassured about his hometown's safety. After that, he started ordering dishes to celebrate the happy day. But another strange thing happened. The waiter completely ignored Robert. At first he thought it was because the place was crowded, but it kept happening repeatedly, as if that waiter couldn't see them at all. And not just that girl, but everyone sitting in that tavern didn't acknowledge their existence. Suryung had a bad feeling about this, so she didn't want to get more deeply involved in Mount Hua's affairs. On the other hand, after calming Yang Jioxin, started making tea and sipped it alone like a gentleman at leisure. Lee Mokjin and Yang Hua Rin stayed in Jaha Hall. Like Suryung's group, they quickly noticed something odd. Yang Hua Rin said her father wouldn't be so rude as to ignore others' presence and sit drinking tea alone. There was only one explanation: he simply couldn't see the two of them. But the strange thing was he carried out other tasks completely normally. Drinking tea, inspecting things, eating, tending the garden. Those routines were so perfectly regular that Yang Hua Rin felt her father was like a puppet. Lee Mokjin tested a few times, but Yang Jioxin didn't acknowledge his presence at all. However, when Lee Mokjin snatched the teacup from the Mount Hua sect leader's hand, thereby interrupting his routine, he reacted immediately. And that reaction was extremely violent. If Lee Mokjin weren't also a martial arts master, his body would have been severed under the opponent's blade. Yang Jioxin's striking speed was very fast, but Lee Mokjin's dodging was even quicker. The two continued like that, one attacking while the other avoided. The more Yang Jioxin struck, the more dangerous his attacks became. Only when Lee Mokjin felt the opponent's blows were truly threatening did he counterattack. The moment their two forces collided, a huge shockwave erupted. The whole Jaha Hall trembled, making Yang Hua Rin unable to contain her terror. After being countered by Lee Mokjin, Yang Jioxin's body began reacting again like it did when they first entered Jaha Hall. The fusion of utmost yang and utmost yin in him caused him to gradually lose control. "Give him the teacup back," Yang Hua Rin shouted, "or he'll get angrier." Lee Mokjin did not hurry. Even though Yang Hua-rin was frantic, he remained focused on observing. When someone tries to surpass a goal far beyond them, the body can't endure it. Normally, they'd fall into a demonic madness. Their bodies would explode like an overinflated balloon and shatter into pieces. That was certainly unavoidable. Yang Jiaxin now seemed to be entering that process. Waves of deep purple power covered him, and a giant plum blossom began to bloom atop Yang Jiaxin's head. This abnormal plum blossom grew larger and larger, then lunged straight at Li Mokjin. The 5 petals looked as if they wanted to devour him. At that moment, Li Mokjin hurled the teacup forcefully. The teacup shot straight through the blossom's pistil and flew toward Yang Jiaxin. He managed to catch it successfully. The abnormal power gradually dissipated, and the image of the gentleman relaxing and sipping tea as if nothing had happened returned at once. It turned out Yang Hua-rin had noticed these anomalies since returning home half a month ago after finishing a performance tour. That's why she said Mount Hua was still Mount Hua, but everyone was a bit off. People were the same as before, yet all seemed like wind-up dolls. Their actions repeated in exact sync at the same moments, and if that repetition was interrupted, they would stop and then vanish. At the same time, Yang Hua-rin told that story to Li Mokjin while out on the street. Robert had just stopped a passerby who was talking on the phone, and after he did that, the person indeed froze like a wind-up puppet, and then gradually vanished. What is going on? Is it teleportation? Robert asked in astonishment. I don't know, Sunya answered, looking perfectly calm but actually very unsettled. You don't know, Sunya? If you don't know, then who could possibly know? After what happened earlier, Sunya felt like tearing her hair out. Judging by particle waves, it does seem like instantaneous teleportation, only the scale is far too large. At Sunya's words, Suryung and Robert both turned their heads. And then they discovered the street that had been bustling a moment ago was now as empty as a deserted temple. And it all happened in an instant. All signs of life had disappeared from this planet, and then something else occurred. After the people on the street vanished, another thing appeared. It was an army of construction robots, looking like a batch of unfinished, faulty models. After scanning them, Sunya realized these were models created for simple labor tasks. Because they were first-generation models equipped with low-power AI, their recognition abilities were fairly basic. Hearing this, both Suryung and Robert breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, so they're just construction robots. Looks like I panicked for nothing. Don't worry, by the 3 laws of robotics, they can never harm humans, Suryung said, patting Robert's shoulder to reassure him. Then she stepped forward a few paces. But Robert felt something was off. Why do these construction robots all carry swords? At that moment, Suryung had already advanced several steps, intending to disperse the army of construction robots. But before she finished speaking, one raised its sword and charged at her. Suryung's strength meant she couldn't be hit by such a low-capacity entity. But after dodging, surprise was unavoidable on Suryung's face. What the hell are you doing? Are you malfunctioning? But the truth proved that this robot wasn't the only one with problems. For immediately after, the whole army of construction robots pointed their swords at Suryung in unison. Although they weren't very strong individually, an entire army attacking at once posed a great threat. A huge explosion occurred such that in Jaha Hall, Yang Hua-rin could see it too. Seeing the situation was bad, Robert and Suryung grabbed Sunya and ran. 2 weeks before returning here, Yang Hua-rin had also been pursued by this army. According to her, once they appear, they attack everything they see, just like they're attacking Suryung's group now. At that time, had she not made it back to the hall in time, Yang Hua-rin might not have survived. For some unknown reason, that robot army never dared approach this area. And when everyone else disappeared, Yang Jiaxin remained there, repeating his actions. Now he returned to the sect leader's seat, turned, and began emitting the abnormal power Li Mokjin had seen when he first stepped into this place. He's trying to endure it. You suddenly said what? He's trying to endure it by burning up all the energy inside along with his soul, ready to face the demon within if he must. It must be because there's something he absolutely has to protect. Saying that, Li Mokjin instinctively reached out and stroked Yang Hua-rin's head, and she immediately understood that the priceless thing Yang Jiaxin wanted to protect was her. All right, I'll handle this. Let's go. I want to get a good look at the face of the bastard responsible. With that, Li Mokjin turned and left the main hall. Meanwhile, Suryung's group were still being chased and attacked by the robot squad. According to Sunya, robots attacking humans was completely impossible, because their AI systems still couldn't violate the 3 laws of robotics, which include not harming humans. So why are they like this? Are they malfunctioning? Suryung asked anxiously. Or do they simply not regard us as human? They had no time to find the answer, because the construction robots regrouped and launched another attack. Suryung drew her sword to shield Sunya, who had no combat ability at all. But before she could move, A large fireball was hurled from behind, knocking the robots back. Robert had somehow suited up in his armor, and that fireball had been fired by him. They're not robots, he realized the crux of the matter. They're steel guards. As Team S-Devil faced the construction robot swarm on a nearby flying vessel, some figures were quietly observing them, and the leader was a masked man called Count Richel. He seemed very interested in Robert after his subordinate reported that Robert was a former first sergeant of the Northern Galaxy Tactical Task Force. When Lee Mok-jin and Young Hyo-rin arrived, the robot swarm had been thoroughly beaten apart, and the culprit behind the mess was none other than Robert. He looked very pleased that his armor had finally proven useful. All those days Robert diligently polished and tended his armor paid off. Today was the battle he'd been waiting for. If I'd listened to someone and sold off the old gear, we'd be toast today, Robert hinted. Seryung knew who he was hinting at herself, but she couldn't argue. Back then, because they had no money for materials, she had forced Robert to actually sell his old armor. But he had stubbornly kept it, and it finally paid off today. Otherwise, they'd have had to rely on Lee Mok-jin to save them, and imagining the outcome without Lee Mok-jin was not pleasant. However, while Robert was basking in victory, Sunya pointed out a problem. Actually, Robert hadn't wiped out the robots, they had withdrawn on their own. If they'd continued their assault, even with 2 suits of armor, Robert couldn't have single-handedly handled them. Lee Mok-jin didn't pay much attention to that. While surveying the scene, he curiously lifted up a robot arm. With the knowledge of someone from 2,000 years ago, robots were a distant concept to him, and he had imagined people in this era fighting encased in solid hunks of heavy metal. Seryung entrusted the explanation to Sunya. After all, even if she explained, Lee Mok-jin might not understand. That's not armor, it's an android, a robot. As expected, Lee Mok-jin looked puzzled. He had no idea what this so-called robot was. You can think of it as a machine made to think and act like a human, Sunya continued. But Lee Mok-jin still found it utterly implausible. No matter how the world had changed, the idea of a lump of metal walking and imitating people felt absurd to him. To give him a visual example, Sunya used both hands to lift her head off her neck. Her action turned the haze on Lee Mok-jin's face into outright horror. It was the first time they'd seen him so scared. In simple terms, it's like this, Sunya said matter-of-factly. Apparently no one had explained this to Lee Mok-jin before, but actually Sunya was also a robot, different from the others only because she had higher intelligence. Lee Mok-jin's high-pitched scream echoed down the street. He immediately grabbed Young Hyo-rin and put her in front of him. Seryung, lazily lying beside them, finally sat up. Oh, I never told him about this, I've been too busy. Sunya shrugged and replied nonchalantly. While they were talking, the Eye of One robot was quietly recording. The footage was transmitted directly to Count Richel's ship. Like everyone else who had scanned Lee Mok-jin, they couldn't retrieve any data from him, nor could they detect inner energy in him as they did in ordinary people. Moreover, unlike his real strength, Lee Mok-jin looked rather goofy, so Count Richel immediately categorized him as not worth worrying about. Instead, the Count took a special interest in Robert. Members of the Northern Galaxy Tactical Task Force were elite soldiers, few exceptions after all. Besides, Robert had once held the rank of first sergeant, so he was likely among the best. Richel didn't know why they had come to Mount Hua, but there had to be a purpose. This made him wary, and he ordered his subordinates to investigate the group thoroughly. At the same time, Jong Ridak and Jo Chun-rok in District 32 were also receiving a special visitor. It was a level 1 manager of the Central Disaster Prevention and Safety Directorate and the Central Safety of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Cho Dian. Only this guy looked like a kid. Jong Ritak led Cho Dian to see Sanjin Wyu to inspect the wound Lee Mok-jin had inflicted. At that time he had to be in a wheelchair, and Lee Mok-jin's handprint dent was still clearly impressed on the top of his head. Sanjin Wyu was no longer in severe pain, but he still felt warmth on his head. Cho Dian examined him carefully for a while, then suddenly delivered another palm strike to the top of Sanjin Wyu's head. A piercing scream echoed through the room, and another handprint quickly appeared on his head. Jong Ritak looked at the 2 overlapping handprints and felt they didn't match. While the handprint made by Lee Mok-jin was swelling, the one Cho Dian left was indented. Seems they're not the same martial art, right, manager? He observed. No, they're the same, and these are both marks of the 9-yin palm. Cho Dian said, and Jong Ritak's face went from green to ashen because the 9-yin palm Cho Dian mentioned is the most basic technique taught to all new disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He himself had been taught it since he was 7, but the problem is, the basic 9-yin palm is cold in nature, yet Sanjin Wyu felt warm. That means the attacker had reached a level able to completely remove the chill of the 9-yin palm. leaving only the heat from the strike. It also means the person deliberately avoided inflicting lethal harm on their opponent. Is that even possible? Zhang Ritak asked in astonishment. Revering the principle of the 9-yin palm is like making fire from ice. In theory, it is possible, but only in theory. As for Suryung's group, they left Mount Hua and returned to their ship. Lee Mokjin was ravenous, so as usual Sunya prepared a table full of sausages. The others helped themselves and listened as Robert talked about those so-called steel guards. In fact, he hadn't encountered them before. He only heard about them while serving in the military, when the army was developing a new combat robot so absurd it could attack humans. Suryung protested loudly. The android's cognitive circuit was designed around the 3 laws of robotics. They couldn't harm humans. While the two argued, Lee Mokjin focused only on Sunya beside him. He seemed very curious about this human-like creature called a robot. Of course, they couldn't violate the 3 laws, but to circumvent them, they replaced the usual cognitive circuit with the brains of the deceased. So that project was called Iron Gangshi. Suryung was stunned. If Robert was telling the truth, the project was disgusting and inhumane. "You're really not human," Lee Mokjin blurted out a non sequitur, of course addressing Sunya. "Want me to take my head off again for you to inspect? I can pull off an arm or a leg too, if you like." No, don't," Lee Mokjin muttered, thinking this truly was a strange world. Then he returned to the main topic, eating sausages. But unfortunately, in their passionate debate, Robert and Suryung had eaten them all. They were still discussing the steel guards. After a while, the two finally realized Lee Mokjin looked off. Suryung looked from him to the table. Realizing they'd eaten Lee Mokjin's share, she told Sunya to grill some more sausages. "They're gone," Sunya announced. "Then oh well, we'll have to make do and assess the situation first. It seems we're stuck in an unfortunate situation." Suryung stood up, intending to leave, when she heard a roar that shook Lee Mokjin's ship. "How rude, the era of martial arts is over. And yet you dare steal my food." Lee Mokjin's fury flared up, while Suryung and Robert still hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation. "Even if you don't know my true identity, I am the supreme heavenly demon. How dare you?" Lee Mokjin's expression looked as if he intended to cleanse the entire galaxy, with a humorous hint of homicidal snack rage. But from worrying too much or having grown closer to him, Suryung was no longer afraid. She turned and headed to another cabin to take care of her business first. Robert and Sunya hurried after her. The entire cabin was left with only Lee Mokjin. His anger gradually subsided, replaced by a feeling of resignation. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Having shown off yet earned no fear, Lee Mokjin could only pick up a few sausage crumbs from the tray to tide him over until the next meal. Suryung and Robert returned to Mount Hua once more. They meticulously examined each robot, more precisely each robot fragment strewn across the ground. "Terrible workmanship," the robots sneered. Not only were the alloy materials weak, but their joints also had issues, because they're just prototypes, not the finished model. Sunya replied, then began to cautiously scan the head of one robot. Their neural networks were simple, the cognitive circuit equipped with a primitive M207 chip. At this level, it's embarrassing to call this pile of scrap artificial intelligence. Sunya showed disgust and dropped the robot head to the ground. The M207 chip she mentioned was optimized to receive commands. Therefore, these robots completely lacked autonomous will. And that also means they were remotely controlled. More specifically, they were controlled by individual units. In the recent battle, the total number of robots that attacked them was 9,817. And that also means, at least 9,817, human brains were linked to those robots. As Sunya said this, a wild and horrifying idea popped into Suryung's head. What is the total population of Mount Hua? 9,818, Sunya answered coldly, with only one person missing. The picture became clear as day. Some force had slaughtered the entire population of Mount Hua to use them to build this army of steel guards. Meanwhile, at Jungridek's place, Cho Dian had just finished his afternoon meal. After filling his stomach, he made a decision to lock down and restrict movement throughout District 32 of the Heavenly Demon Sect and immediately summon all deployed personnel. But why, Jungridek wondered. This is a time of great upheaval. 2,000 years of peace is far too long. The prestige of the martial alliance formed by merging the major sects has long since faded. Do you know what happens when the fangs of the tiger that rules the mountain fall out? Cho Dian finished answering and then asked back. The wolves will take over the mountain, he replied. Wrong, the wolves will try to become tigers. They will form packs in the name of the tiger. When that tiger disappears and they begin imposing the tiger's standards on the species, the fellow wolves will start to seem weak because they are far weaker than tigers. By Cho Dian's reasoning, the first target in such times would be the strongest wolf. And with pack hunting instincts, the remaining wolves will gather to eliminate it. In the current martial world, the heavenly demon sect holds the position of that strongest wolf and thus serves as the common target for all other forces. Therefore, Cho Dian believed they must act with extreme caution. Do you mean that the nameless man using our sex techniques is involved in this? Zhang Ritak pressed on. He was clearly referring to Li Mokjin. Cho Dian wasn't sure about that either, but to him, it wasn't a major concern. I received an emergency alert just before coming to you that the nameless man is heading toward Mount Hua. Zhang Ritak paled once more, but Cho Dian quickly returned to his ship and left District 32 without offering any further explanation. Before departing, he only reminded Zhang Ritak of one thing, which was that in the current circumstances, everything must be handled with utmost caution. In another development, Suryung's group returned to Jaha Palace. The head of Mount Hua sect seemed to show no further change, and Yang Huaren remained constantly at his side. How long until dusk? Suryung suddenly asked. On the planet Mount Hua, day and night alternate every 6 hours. According to Sunya's estimate, dusk would arrive in the next second. She had barely finished speaking when Yang Hua-rin flung herself into her father's arms. Although unconscious, he still patted her head, then sipped tea and read in the garden. These actions were the same as before she left on her final tour last year. For some reason, V kept repeating these comforting routines every evening at dusk. And the others did the same. They kept replaying a specific day over and over. However, today wasn't quite like the day they first landed on Mount Hua, although the Mount Hua sect leader had begun his loop. Robert, who was observing the streets, reported that no one else appeared anymore. What's going on, Sunya? Suryung asked. Even as a highly intelligent robot, Sunya couldn't find an explanation for this. But there was another matter. The people of Mount Hua still hadn't appeared. While Suryung was fatting away, as she said this, Suryung suddenly looked down and realized both her hands had vanished. Her body was also dissolving, even though her consciousness remained intact. The captain's life sign has disappeared. No sooner had Sunya finished speaking than Suryung's form had completely evaporated. Kim Sungbum was still dazed and thinking. On his ship, his subordinate dashed over like a ghost to report that an instantaneous teleportation had just been recorded at the center of planet Mount Hua. And the subject was precisely the fire demon recruit they had been watching. The destination to which she had been teleported was the planet Genta, the second satellite of Mount Hua. She had arrived on Genta in a state of extreme panic. Unable to sense her body and surrounded by darkness, she thought she had died and become a ghost. At that thought, Suryung sprang to her feet and let out a heartrending scream. But at that moment, she suddenly began to see her two hands again. Then her body gradually became whole again, and the surrounding space grew a bit brighter. And then, Suryung saw someone sitting in front of her. It was Count Richel, along with his subordinate, a robot resembling the Steel Guard robots they had encountered not long before. As for Kim Sungbum's subordinate, he had also noticed and reported the puzzling details he'd found about this teleportation. It was carried out without the subject's consent. In other words, Suryung had been forcibly teleported from Mount Hua to its satellite planet Genta. Crucially, this is forbidden by universal law, and it is an extremely serious matter. Perhaps we should report this to our superiors. Sir Commander. Kim Sungbum fell silent for a moment, then asked in return if there was anyone with higher authority than him. His voice was so soft it betrayed no emotion, but the subordinate broke into a sweat and immediately knelt. Yes, sir, only you have supreme command. The universe has been in chaos lately, and the recent events have given Kim Sungbum a headache. So he had no mind to punish that subordinate. He only felt that if whoever was behind this dared to use forbidden universal technology on Suryung, that meant they were being protected by a force with greater authority. Therefore, they couldn't act recklessly now and had to observe everything carefully. See whether messing with those hiding on that satellite planet will ultimately help or harm Greenwood. Meanwhile, Elena had woken and told Lady Westheaven's sword about meeting a man on Mount Hua, and recounted it to her. The appearance of this man greatly astonished her, because that man not only defeated Elena but also claimed to be her father. Although Lady Westheaven has many children, each of whom has a different father, this one seemed far more special. After Elena mentioned him, Lady Westheaven's demeanor was anything but normal. On the other hand, Robert was extremely anxious after Seryung disappeared, although he didn't know who was behind this. He wanted to set off immediately to rescue his captain. Contrary to that panic, Sunya was busy investigating the phenomenon that had just occurred. Aside from the two other S-Devil members, one person who was also extremely tense was Yang Hua-rin, because she felt the way Seryung was taken seemed related to the events happening on this planet. Sunya quickly investigated and found that Seryung had been kidnapped via forced teleportation without the subject's consent, and this phenomenon matched the mass disappearance of Mount Hua's inhabitants. This case is highly likely a one-way teleportation forbidden by universal regulations, she added. Hearing this, Robert became even more frantic, because the missing included not only the captain but nearly 10,000 people from his homeland. Robert was certain all Mount Hua's citizens had been captured and detained somewhere. Normally, he feared Lee Mokjin, but now he was so agitated he grabbed Lee's collar and lifted him up unconsciously. "What's wrong with him, Sunya?" Lee Mokjin cast a pleading look at the robot woman. "He's suffered psychological trauma from the military, what you'd call post-traumatic stress disorder," Sunya explained. "That explains why Robert always seems to have a harder time controlling his anger than others. And like now." Lee Mokjin only caught bits and pieces and didn't understand the syndrome Sunya mentioned. He just felt uncomfortable being grabbed by the collar. "Let go," he said. "It's no use. Once he's riled up, no one can calm him down." Sunya clicked her tongue. "Let go," Lee Mokjin growled, releasing just that one word. Surprisingly, Robert actually let go and then bowed his head to apologize. Sunya showed no expression, but she was clearly surprised. It seemed that after Lee Mokjin arrived, many unusual things had begun to happen. Putting that aside, they began their main mission now, to find Seryung. According to Sunya, if she was taken by that forced teleportation method, the destination would be limited. The technology used doesn't support long-distance transfers, so assuming the target was moved to some distant planet is unreasonable. With that knowledge, Sunya quickly narrowed the search to somewhere on Mount Hua or one of its two nearby satellites. But since Mount Hua showed no signs of life, they excluded that option. That left the two satellites, Genta and Cicerus, not far away. Notably, both satellites registered clear biological reactions. Yet because they're so close to each other, precise localization was difficult. Lee Mokjin came up with an idea. He would land on Cicerus, while Sunya and Robert would search Genta. At that time, Seryung was facing an extremely dire situation. She had just regained consciousness and was confronted by a strange man. Although she didn't know who he was, one look told her he wasn't a good person. "Who are you?" she asked, but the man ignored her. As for Count Men, the AI at his side scanned Seryung, checking her inner energy drive and any weapons she carried. The scan revealed that besides an external inner energy drive of 1.4 GB, she had a highly secure hidden inner energy drive of 3.3 GB implanted in her body. Besides that, her only weapon was an electro sword mounted on her back. A 3.3 GB inner energy drive, for a mere backwater bounty hunter, was something she had no need for. Count Richel assessed her while leisurely sipping a cup of tea. His attitude made Seryung extremely irritated. "I asked you who you are, got it, are you deaf?" On the other hand, Cho Dian, after leaving District 32, went to see his master to report on the situation at Mount Hua. He also brought up the unexpected figure he had encountered, as well as the strange martial art that could even alter the heavenly demon sect's 9 yin palm. It even knew the sect's secret Tu La sword technique and used it with great proficiency. The person he was referring to was none other than Lee Mokjin. And the biggest problem was that despite knowing all this, he was not a member of the sect at all. After hearing the report, Cho Dian's master pondered for a long moment, then slowly uttered 3 words: "Kill him." Yes, Cho Dian thought he must have misheard. Corrupted, find him and take his life. We must kill him." His master almost roared, his face losing all composure, looking more like a monster than a human. Back on the satellite Genta with the fearless Seryung, who, despite knowing the man before her was dangerous, bluntly cursed him a deaf fellow. Count Richel feigned indifference and ordered the robot at his side to scan the subject. Instantly, the robot vanished, or to be precise, sliced from its position and reappeared behind Seryung. By reflex, she spun around to strike, but the AI's speed was exponentially faster. The moment Seryung turned, it had already looped behind her again and viciously clamped her throat. Accept it, resistance is useless. Count Ritual said coldly, from now on I will ask you some questions. If you answer correctly, I will grant you a life free of pain forever. How could Suryung submit like that? Shut your mouth, she shouted. The more she struggled, the tighter the robot squeezed. But in fact, Suryung managed to break free. She then drew her weapon, attacking continuously in a spiraling motion, both striking and forming a defensive shield. However, Suryung only held the advantage for the first few seconds. Then the AI began to dominate the fight. It's useless, this is a data vessel containing every technique in the world. Count Ritual continued, seeming very proud of this robot. Suryung refused to give in, but she was indeed tiring, especially since the opponent could read all her moves. Suryung tried to muster more strength, but it seemed to have no effect at all. She was struck by the robot. That blow packed tremendous power, enough to send Suryung flying, and crash headlong dozens of meters away. But this little fire devil was stubborn. She bounced up using all her strength the moment her face hit the ground. Suryung then assumed a stance that Ritual had never seen before. She prepared slowly, long enough for the robot once more to phase in and out behind her. But this time, everything was entirely part of Suryung's plan. Ritual's robot struck a blow from the back of her neck, launching Suryung into the air. The moment she began to fall, she used gravity to hurl the sword in her hand straight downward. But at the same time, the robot lunged up as well, aiming to follow up on Suryung. The sword missed its mark, but it was a flexible blade, able to bend and twist to its owner's will. At the moment, the robot's hand had not yet touched Suryung. The sword had already coiled around its arm, like a silk ribbon. First, it wrapped the robot's right arm. Then the blade began to slither upward like a snake at astonishing speed. Finally, it transformed back into its sturdy original form, piercing straight through the robot's head. The glass in Ritual's hand shattered when he saw this, because what Suryung had just used was the dark sky blood dragon blade of the Sichuan Tang clan. The robot he'd been so proud of came crashing down and exploded into useless scrap metal. Suryung also landed then. Though wounded, she was overall still okay. Ritual looked at her bewildered. Who exactly are you? His voice was ice cold. Suryung knew she was in trouble. The Sichuan Tang clan had been wiped out 10 years ago, leaving no trace, yet a young woman like her somehow knew of it. Seeing there was no turning back, Suryung bet everything. She activated her hidden Rai inner energy, bringing out a martial art she'd never used before, the Xuanwu divine skill with its activation level at maximum. Ritual grew even more astonished. Xuanwu divine skill is the secret art of the Sichuan Tang clan, taught only to the clan leader. His curiosity about the young woman before him deepened. But Suryung had no intention of making small talk with him, just as Ritual predicted. Suryung then shot upward like an arrow, claiming the sky and beginning to strike from every direction. Her counterattacks exploded like a popping firecracker, then fell with the speed of a lightning strike. This technique was called the 10,000 Sky Harmonious Dance. As for Alina, she was then meticulously reporting to her mother about the encounter with that man. Alina had gone to Manhwa to take a mission, but for some unknown reason she suddenly fainted. And when she came to, she was standing before that man. And the man Alina was telling about was Count Ritual. She kept emphasizing that she didn't know why she suddenly appeared before this man. But Lady West Heaven's sword recognized immediately that he had used a one-way teleportation forbidden by the laws of the universe. Nothing to be surprised about. I summoned you only to fulfill your wish. That was the first thing Ritual said to Alina. Before she could reply, he continued, don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to put the world under your control? What Ritual said wasn't wrong. It explained why, even after earning the title of 8-foot war demon, Alina still wandered fighting, trying to turn the universe into her arena. However, that path had grown increasingly bleak. It left her falling into dead ends and crying every night. Ritual said that was why he'd summoned her, to grant Alina the power to look down upon all the world. Though this man read Alina like an open book, she clearly had no impression of him, and that irritated her greatly. Who are you? What exactly are you talking about? She demanded. Ritual slowly rose from his leather chair and answered with a remark that seemed unrelated. Indeed, only by facing it can one understand it. Then they fought, but even though Alina showed all her tricks, she still couldn't win. And that's also Suryung's situation right now, as that count was squeezing her neck tight, almost to the point where she couldn't breathe. At that time, Ritual displayed his power and promised to make Alina as strong as he was. For one simple reason, she was his daughter. Unlike that situation, Suryung received no such promise, because she was not Ritual's daughter. Instead, he wanted her to answer his questions. If you answer, I can make that weak body of yours strong. In return, throw away that useless mind of yours. Meanwhile, Alina finished telling her story. As a result, she compromised at that time. And that's why Alina's fragile body could suddenly stand up strong as if nothing had happened. To the astonishment and panic of Lady West Heaven's sword. That's how it was, and then I was granted power for many days. And at that moment, Sunya on the spaceship with Robert also detected something unusual. Another ship suddenly appeared in front of the S-Devil's vessel. Robert told Sunya to quickly warn the other ship to move or they'd crush it. But she just shook her head, explaining that although the other ship looked small, it was in a grade celestial warship. Their old ship couldn't compare. Moreover, she recognized the vessel as belonging to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Speaking of the Heavenly Demon Sect, even the most reckless, like Suryung, would be afraid. So of course Robert and Sunya wouldn't dare engage. They had no choice but to drop their weapons and surrender before a fight even began. Then they brought the owner of the opposing ship, Cho Dian, aboard their vessel. Cho Dian was fairly polite, first properly introducing his name and rank, then explaining why he was here, to speak with Lee Mokjin. Hearing the other claim to be a high officer of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Robert seemed skeptical. Understandably so, Cho Dian looked like a child. Even so, he wasn't someone Robert took seriously. In Cho Dian's eyes, there was only one target, the slow-looking guy sitting and eating a sausage. I have an urgent request, which is why I arranged this meeting. But please don't interfere in this matter. The mastermind behind it all is a man named Richel. He is a leading scientist who directed military weapon development for a defense contractor under the human government's supervision. The information Cho Dian brought was genuinely new to Robert's group. Although they had vaguely guessed, they were still shocked to learn Richel headed the Steel Guard project. However, because the development process was inhumane, he was expelled by the government and then disappeared without a trace. After some time, he reappeared here, continuously accumulating experience for a larger development. In other words, Richel wasn't just expelled, he even received more secret funding. The Heavenly Demon Sect suspects his backers are factions within the human government's military. Sunya, bring me a glass of water. Lee Mokjin suddenly cut in while Cho Dian was enthusiastically telling the story. Feeling slightly irritated that Lee showed no reaction after hearing all the classified info he'd brought. At first glance, Lee Mokjin looked very young. Cho Dian didn't know who he was or how he could remain so calm. In contrast, Robert reacted like a normal person. After digesting that mountain of information, he mumbled, "You said the military faction? Do you mean this was done by the human government's military?" Exactly, so this is beyond the capability of civilians. Don't interfere. But what about our leader? She's been kidnapped, Robert pressed on. At that, Cho Dian sighed and irresponsibly declared they could do nothing in this situation, except pray. Earlier, Robert had been deferential upon learning this kid was a senior officer of the Heavenly Demon Sect. But after hearing him say that, Robert couldn't hold back his anger. Stop with the meaningless talk, shut up and get lost, we'll rescue our leader ourselves. If you stop us, we don't care who you are, we won't let it go. He slammed the table in fury. Lee Mokjin was calmer but also bluntly stated his view. They wouldn't intervene, yet they also wouldn't follow Cho Dian's advice. Instead, he was curious why Cho Dian had come all this way to hand over such valuable information. Of course, I can interpret that as you wanting to use us as tools and shirk responsibility, can't I? Lee Mokjin said indifferently, inwardly mocking the kid who hadn't even grown a proper head of hair yet thinking he could manipulate him. His attitude was calm throughout, which made Cho Dian wary. After a silence, he suddenly asked Lee Mokjin's name. But instead of answering, Lee twisted the question back. Is this your real reason for coming here? Cho Dian was stunned into silence. Seeing that, Lee Mokjin added, if not, then you don't need to know. There's nothing left for you and me to discuss. Firm, he stood up. Cho Dian hurriedly sprang to his feet as well. This time he asked whether Lee Mokjin had any ties to the Heavenly Demon Sect, but Lee denied it without hesitation. Yet Cho Dian remained skeptical, since Lee's martial style clearly originated from the Heavenly Demon Sect. In any case, Lee Mokjin had no interest in continuing the conversation with Cho Dian. Seeing the talk reach an impasse, Cho Dian returned to his ship. Lee Mokjin watched him leave in silence, and for some reason suddenly felt relieved. Because the Heavenly Demon Sect still had geniuses like that, even if they were still inexperienced. With the Heavenly Demon Sect people sent away, Robert hurried back to the main issue, rescuing Suryung. Sunya also reported that Suryung's location had changed. Instead of the Cicerus moon, as previously identified, it had now shifted to the Genta moon. Their team leader had now been completely subdued by Richel. She hadn't willingly submitted, the bastard had simply knocked her unconscious. Ritual then dragged her to his laboratory. Before he could haul Suryung onto the operating table, she woke up. "What do you think you're doing? I can't believe you woke up so soon. Seems there's something special about your noble lineage, isn't there?" Suryung switched to selective silence, ignoring Ritual's revelation of her identity. "Where are we? What are you going to do to me? Don't worry, soon I'll free you from this worldly pain. I'll extract your brain, even the darkest parts of your past." Ritual made no secret of his plan to turn Suryung into a device, meaning to erase her mind and make her a simple, useful machine that obeyed his orders. Suryung of course refused, but her limp limbs left her no way to fight back. The reason was that after knocking her out, Ritual had blocked all her meridians and even carefully paralyzed her central nervous system. Suryung's body no longer obeyed her. She could only lie still and let him do as he pleased. On his lab table were 4 lock clamps for 2 legs and 2 arms. They were now open. Suryung was tense, angry, and terrified, but she still couldn't control her body. "I told you it's useless to resist," Ritual said lazily. But the sight that followed left him speechless. By some miraculous means, Suryung stood up. Frail in appearance, but with a defiant gaze, blood streaming from her orifices. "Don't daydream, you bastard. You can kill members of the Sichuan Tang clan, but never think you can subdue them." As she spoke, Suryung's 5 fingers coldly plunged into Ritual's chest. It wasn't just an ordinary physical strike, it carried poison. The poison coursing through Suryung's fingers is called heart-piercing blood toxin. Those born of our line are implanted with a toxin that can kill from within the heart as a final gift, and they can use it before they die. Ritual, horrified, began to flail and grab at Suryung's arm. But this time her effort was useless. Her heart had been ignited, internal energy burst forth, and the poison's potency grew so intense it could melt anything, even metal. "You ugly monster, let's go to hell together," Suryung smiled grotesquely. But at that moment, a steel guard suddenly appeared from nowhere and sliced across her arm. Suryung went blank. Blood spurted out like a fountain. At the same time, the alarm at Ritual's base sounded. Warning of an intruder. Those intruders were none other than Robert and Lee Mokjin. Waiting for them was a murderous army of steel guards, in unexpectedly large numbers. This escort force was far larger than the army last time. But Robert was still brimming with confidence in his armor. He said he'd take care of holding back these robots, while Lee Mokjin's task was to fetch the captain. Since Robert had cleared nearly 10,000 robots by himself last time, Lee Mokjin trusted him. As soon as Robert assigned the duties, Lee Mokjin gave a slight bounce, shot straight into the sky, then landed directly in the center of Ritual's base. The collision sent a shocking explosion rippling out. Smoke and fire quickly filled the scene. Robert gaped in surprise, though he had loudly declared he'd handle it. He had expected Lee Mokjin to hang back and help clean up the robot troops a bit. But no sooner had he finished speaking than Lee had already rushed off. Robert was left alone, facing the vast legion. So he began to push his armor's capabilities to the limit, though it was an old combat suit. Because it had been regularly maintained, it still performed at peak. Rockets and shells rained down on the robot army. Meanwhile, in the main base, Ritual was watching and analyzing the fight closely. More precisely, it was the intelligence beside him doing the analysis. It quickly recognized that Robert's skills were all technologies meant for special forces. However, they were all old models and are now decommissioned. "So that guy isn't an active soldier. Seems I worried for nothing," Ritual said flatly. "Discard him and the other one too." The other one here was Lee Mokjin, the man Ritual hadn't bothered to take seriously from the start because he looked a bit dumb. Yet the AI beside him reported that Lee Mokjin was attacking the base with funeral speed velocity. First he shot past Sector 8, then Sector 7, then Sector 6 and 5, each pass taking less than a second. In no time he had passed Sector 2 of Count Ritual's base. Finally, because of the speed, the robot couldn't process data on Mokjin's intrusion position anymore. "What on earth is that thing?" Ritual finally gaped in astonishment. It took about 2 seconds for his smart robot to lock onto the intruder's position. But before it could even report, it was hit by a massive explosion. The robot's body burst into hundreds of pieces instantly, to the bewildered look on its master's face. When the flash of the blast faded, Count Ritual saw his base shattered. And he saw Lee Mokjin, simply dressed, wearing flip-flops, calmly standing before him. His alertness spiked, and with each step Lee Mokjin took closer. That vigilance turned into a suffocating tension. What is this kid? Ritual thought, but dared not speak aloud. Lee Mokjin stepped a few more paces, stood before him, an immense threat radiating. Yet he seemed not to bother looking at Ritual at all, and simply walked past him straight to the lab where Suryung lay. Her condition was pitiful, her right hand severed, breathing uncertain, her limbs badly bound. "Who the hell are you?" Ritual finally couldn't hold back and shouted. But Lee Mokjin didn't bother to answer him. He just stared at Suryung's ravaged body, wondering how the arm of a child just entering adolescence could end up like that. He muttered, then looked toward the glass cages where the people of Mount Hua had been glaringly turned into iron corpses by ritual. And at those other things as well, it seems you have not a shred of humanity left. You're truly not human. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Mokjin turned his head, throwing Ritual a cold look. His eyes were like a blade, making his opponent tremble without feeling cold. I ask you, who are you? What on earth are you? Ritual shouted again, as if using the loudest volume could dispel his fear. As before, Lee Mokjin didn't answer. Instead, he acted. Lee Mokjin raised his hand, and Suryung's sword, which had fallen and rolled behind Ritual, began to stir. Only then did Lee Mokjin coldly utter a few priceless words. I do not speak with those who are not human. No sooner had he finished than the sword flew cleanly past Ritual's ear and landed neatly in Lee Mokjin's hand. He panicked. Panicked is hardly a word fitting Count Ritual's haughty bearing, because he realized the martial art Lee Mokjin had just used was Void Grasp, a technique far from simple. Ritual even scanned his body carefully once more, and was certain Lee Mokjin wore no equipment. Yet he could perform Void Grasp so skillfully it surpassed even the transformation realm. That pure ancient martial art was being used effortlessly by a mysterious young man. The appearance of someone like Lee Mokjin in this situation truly filled Ritual with fear. Moreover, the heavy wound Suryung had inflicted to his chest earlier had further weakened him. In this state, even giving his all, he'd struggle to win. Ritual himself realized this. While he was breaking out in gooseflesh all over, Lee Mokjin grabbed Suryung's sword and pointed it at his throat. You are not only not human, you are unworthy of being called a martial artist. Otherwise, before the fight, you wouldn't waste time thinking such airy nonsense. Shut up! Ritual, furious, lunged forward. He hadn't unleashed his full power, but also dared not underestimate Lee Mokjin. Yet he couldn't read the path of his sword. In an instant, Ritual's right arm was severed by him. The wound's location matched exactly the cut Suryung had suffered, and Lee Mokjin did it precisely to avenge her. However, things did not end there. I've already repaid this girl's debt. Next, you will pay for angering me. Prepare yourself, for the price you will pay will not be cheap. The power Lee Mokjin radiated was enough to press down on Ritual's entire base. Ritual inwardly cursed his dreadful luck. Not only had he run into the Sichuan Tang clan's young lady today, but he'd also encountered an inexplicable monster like Lee Mokjin. With the wound Suryung had inflicted earlier, Ritual's ability to channel inner energy was down to less than 40%. With that in mind, he made a desperate decision to activate his inner energy system at maximum output. Ritual's inner energy management system quickly issued a danger alarm. Because his current actions had exceeded operational limits and the temperature could no longer be controlled. Lee Mokjin watched his move. He wasn't afraid, just thought the technique looked bizarre. But at that moment, Suryung, who was lying there barely breathing, suddenly spoke up. Although her voice was broken, Lee Mokjin could still make out the two clearest words. Self-destruct. Immediately afterward, Ritual's body emitted a blinding light. Or to be precise, he began to explode. At the same time, Robert was wrestling with 7 steel guards outside. Wrestling is the right word, because the armor's energy had been depleted, and he was surrounded by those robots. Robert was already very tired, but the opponents were emotionless machines. How could they give him any time to rest? So Robert ripped off the now useless armor, revealing the fit body of a true veteran. Then he drew his close combat weapon. Even without mechanical assistance, he could probably take out all those steel guards. But before the two sides could fight, Robert's actions came to a halt because of the appearance of a beam of light, so bright it nearly blinded people. Then came an explosion comparable to a J-bomb. The blast was so large that Kim Sungbum, standing on his spaceship quite far away, could still see it. His subordinates quickly reported an electronic field explosion from Genta Moon of planet Mount Hua. The situation was extremely serious, because such a massive explosion could only be caused by the military. Erase all audio and video evidence as if nothing had happened, Kim Sungbum suddenly ordered. His subordinate was both surprised and puzzled, but had no choice but to obey. Of course, Kim Sungbum was not the only one who witnessed the blast. Cho Dian did as well. But the person most panicked in mind was certainly Robert, because after the explosion, all the steel guards had been knocked to the ground, completely unable to fight. Only 2 words remained in his head. Captain. Worried sick about Suryung, Robert shot forward. And then he saw Suryung, but she was now cradled in Lee Mokjin's arms. The first thing that struck his eyes was his stunned face, then his own captain's right arm, which had been cut off. After that shocking incident, planet Mount Hua returned to normal. The people who had been taken for Ritual's experiments also returned to their daily lives. Fortunately, they remembered nothing, as if that horror had never happened. Cho Dian's master was very puzzled by this. He explained to him that this could very well be due to the commercialization of the entropy reversal process. Entropy is essentially a time restructuring technology, in plain terms resetting time, but due to the risk of creating multiverses, even testing it had been banned. However, Richel was able to perfect that technology and use it in his final moments. Moreover, he created forbidden technologies never before known, forced teleportation, and many other things. Although Li Mokjin despised him as not human, Cho Dian had to admit Richel's talent was no joke. He was a genius greater than his reputation. I see, Cho Dian's master nodded while watering the plants. With that ability, the human government's military would surely back him. Those blue-blooded fools probably don't realize that playing with fire can burn themselves or even the whole world. One other thing troubled Cho Dian's master. Now that time had been reversed, was Richel still alive? In fact, Cho Dian wasn't certain, but it was highly likely that the mad genius still existed. If he's still alive, we must eliminate him completely. And also the one using our sect's martial art. Those were the warnings Cho Dian's master gave him. On the other hand, after returning planet Manhwa to its proper orbit, Li Mokjin also had the chance to sit down and properly enjoy tea with Master Yang Jiaxin. He had returned to normal, and his daughter told him everything that had happened. Although deeply grateful to Li Mokjin for saving his life, Yang Jiaxin had no intention of digging to find the mastermind behind all the recent trouble. He spoke in circles, but Li Mokjin immediately caught the meaning. It seems you plan to turn a blind eye as if this never happened, huh? Yang Jiaxin froze for 2 seconds, astonished that the young man before him could see straight through his black heart. Although Li Mokjin truly looked very young, his chillingly calm demeanor made Yang Jiaxin genuinely nervous. What matters most to me now is protecting the lives of nearly 10,000 Mount Hua disciples, even if I must set aside my pride. By the way, you don't seem worried while talking to me, do you? Yang Jiaxin asked, revealing his concern. Indeed, after taking the sect leader's seat, this was the first time he felt someone did not respect him. Of course, Yang Jiaxin was old, but the young-looking Li Mokjin was actually older in years, so when he came here, he had no intention of showing deference or modesty to anyone. Don't worry about that because I've chosen to live looking down on the world. Yang Jiaxin fell silent, for Li Mokjin's answer made him think the young man considered himself superior. Like many before who met Li Mokjin, Yang Jiaxin couldn't hide his curiosity and asked for his name, but he was no exception. If you intend to turn a blind eye, then leave it be. Opening your eyes will only invite more trouble, Li Mokjin replied, then rose decisively to leave. But after taking a few steps, he stopped and sighed at length. I want to ask a few things because I don't know much about the world in this era. Is there any technology that can reattach limbs that have been severed? Although saying this felt unlikely even to me, I truly hope Suryung's arm can be saved. In reality, modern medicine has advanced to the point where reattaching her hand is entirely possible. But after some consideration, Sunya said that Suryung's condition was not good at all. The main problem is that her vascular system now contains only poison, and that poison is generated by her own body. Most importantly, there is no antidote. Sunya had done everything she could to deal with the poison, but it was still spreading and seeping into her organs. Then we have to get to a major hospital right away. Why haven't we gone yet? Go now. Robert was so anxious he scooped Sunya up. I told you there's no antidote. Besides, to reach a major hospital, we'd have to go through Kana and Nebula. She won't hold out that long. So what should we do now? Robert let go in panic. Even with his glasses on, you could see the dazed look on his face. Sunya was calmer than anyone, maybe because she's a robot. She said all they could do now was prepare themselves to say goodbye. Earlier, Suryung had said that after she died, attach her to a shield and send her into space so she could explore the universe forever. And the only thing Sunya could do now was raise money to buy a high-quality shield. Sunya's silhouette grew smaller, leaving Robert still bewildered behind her. But after she was out of Robert's sight, she poured a glass of water, then splashed it hard onto her face. Doing that was the only way to hide the tears streaming down Sunya's cheeks. Suryung in that situation wasn't exactly comfortable either. And just as Sunya was in utter despair, a huge spaceship suddenly appeared before her. The important part was that the ship looked very familiar. It was Lady Westheaven Sword's ship. After Li Mokjin left Jaha City, Yang Jiaxin saw the ship belonging to Lady Westheaven Sword flying across the sky above him. Kim Yeonhwa, he muttered. Thanks to Master Yang for telling me her real name. Man Sanjin, captain of Mount Hua's order maintenance team, then went in to report. When Kim Yeonwa's ship drew near, he tried to contact them several times but received no response. Hearing this, Yang Jeoksun guessed Kim Yeonwa hadn't come to see him and chose to ignore it. Although the sect leader said so, his subordinate man Sanjin was furious. After all, this was their territory. Even if the other party was Lady Westheaven's sword, entering their domain without permission was outrageous. It showed she held Manhwa in contempt. Seeing Man Sanjin steamed up, Yang Jeoksun had to say a few comforting words. It wasn't that Yang Jeoksun was cowardly, but Manhwa was still restructuring and rebuilding after a long decline. At this time, they should avoid conflict with other factions, especially when the opponent was a monster like Lady Westheaven's sword. But Man Sanjin remained upset. The greatest strength our sect has now is patience. We must endure, at least until Manhwa is strong enough to fight back. After saying that, Yang Jeoksun left. Man Sanjin watched his retreating figure and noticed Yang Jeoksun's hands clenched into fists. Knowing the leader's mood wasn't pleasant, but that he still had to be patient, Man Sanjin also couldn't make a scene to demand justice for the sect. As Yang Jeoksun had said, Kim Yeonwa hadn't come to meet him. Her spaceship had come to pick up Lee Mokjin. She had originally come to consult Lee Mokjin on a matter, and by chance saw him in a situation where she could help. Kim Yeonwa said she could save Soryang. At this, Lee Mokjin couldn't hide his surprise. She means she can reattach her severed arm. This world really has changed a lot, hasn't it? Kim Yeonwa didn't seem to notice anything odd about Lee Mokjin's exclamation and continued. Reattaching that severed arm is easy, it's basic medical knowledge. The hardest part is extracting the heart-blood toxin that's spread throughout her body. Heart-blood toxin, Lee Mokjin said in surprise. Is that so? So this girl comes from the Sichuan Tang clan, no wonder she's all courage and no tact. You seem to have an impressive amount of knowledge, Kim Yeonwa remarked. Nowadays few people know about that family. The heart-blood toxin is a secret technique of the Sichuan Tang clan. Only nobles in the clan may permit its use. You're not a Tang family member and you know that too, Lee Mokjin asked. But that's not really important. Right now I just need Kim Yeonwa to hurry and save Soryang. However, she wasn't in a rush to act. Lee Mokjin understood the issue. Kim Yeonwa coming to save Soryang was a transaction. Sure enough, shortly after, Lady Westheaven's sword said she needed to meet someone and wanted Lee Mokjin to pave the way for that meeting. She didn't say who, but her tone was full of murderous intent. She seemed very angry. For some reason, Lee Mokjin suddenly had the hunch that the person Kim Yeonwa was referring to was Rachel, the bastard he genuinely wanted to kill not long ago. But if that person really was Lady Westheaven's sword's target, all Lee Mokjin could regretfully tell her was that he had already died. No, he's still alive, Kim Yeonwa confirmed. But the problem is he's hiding much deeper than usual. And Kim Yeonwa even knew exactly where Rachel was hiding. It was the Moon 108 Zor 4H in the Vista Alliance Galaxy Nebula. That was where Rachel's damaged robots had been dumped, and Kim Yeonwa was certain he was hiding there. Just as Kim Yeonwa predicted, Rachel had awakened in a nutrient pod amid a field of military salvage robots owned by the human government. As he woke up, a girl wearing a coat approached, and the remarkable thing was that this woman looked exactly like Kim Yeonwa. Congratulations on your resurrection, Your Grace. The woman draped a cloak over Rachel as she spoke. Who are you? He lifted his dazed eyes and asked the woman before him. I'm Rachel Arkhamond, a vessel of the Baron. Wait a little longer, your memories will recover. Turning to Lee Mokjin, Kim Yeonwa, though she knew where Menon was hiding, still needed his help. The biggest problem was that the human government ran that place and the planetary defense forces there were heavily guarded. The human government, is it like a state agency? Lee Mokjin mumbled back, for he remembered Cho Dian had mentioned this not long before. A state agency? People haven't mentioned that for thousands of years. You really know how to pique curiosity. The human government is indeed a state agency. They have a frosty relationship with the martial world. So the elite still like to maintain power that way, huh? Lee Mokjin suddenly let out a mocking smile. Kim Yeonwa frowned and observed. She also felt his manner of speaking made him seem as if he were from thousands of years ago. But that absurd idea was immediately dismissed by the very person it concerned. Even though Lee Mokjin actually came from 2,000 years ago, how could Kim Yeonwa possibly deduce that? They quickly got to the point. Kim Yeonwa could save Soryang, but the catch was that Lee Mokjin had to help her distract the planetary defense forces. Not long after Rachel's memory was restored, he immediately went to see Bernardo. the man who was commander-in-chief of the Planetary Defense Forces. After Richel's lab exploded, Bernardo had also received the report right away. Although Richel didn't want to admit his defeat, in the end he had to downplay things by saying he couldn't overcome Li Mokjin and therefore self-destructed to erase all evidence, prioritizing the project's secrecy. "Looks like your tongue's fine, huh? You can still talk smoothly," Bernardo said sarcastically. "I'm curious whether you'll be able to speak that smoothly in front of the project's investors. If they learn you blew up the lab, will getting one more person killed be enough to calm them down?" Despite failing to stop Li Mokjin, Richel remained confident that his Steel Guard project was only beginning. "From this experiment, we've gathered enough data. In that sense, the project can be considered a success." Having said that, Richel stood up and left. Before he left the room, Bernardo suddenly noticed the harness at his side. He mocked, asking if Richel could make him something like it. He'd been stuck in this godforsaken place for so long that he'd grown bored enough to ask, "If it can't be ready in time, lend me Rachel for a few days." "I'll consider it," Richel said as he flicked his sleeve and walked away. But inside, he was grinding his teeth and cursing Bernardo as an idiot. Of course, Bernardo didn't like him either. As Richel left the room, the man muttered that treating something that's not even human as human was truly brazen. Back to Kim Yeonhwa. After reaching an agreement with Li Mokjin, he saved Seryung just as promised. At that time, Seryung was trapped in an illusion after losing everything. Kim Yeonhwa used every flattering tactic she could think of. But stubborn Seryung refused to return because she wanted to stay and guard the teleport gate within her illusion. In the end, Kim Yeonhwa had no choice but to draw her sword and thrust it straight into her heart, using force to bring her back to consciousness. Seryung then woke up in a nutrient chamber. Her severed right arm had been reattached, perfect without a single flaw. After Seryung regained consciousness, the first thing she did was go to see Kim Yeonhwa. She was recharging her internal drive after expending all her energy to save Seryung. Lady Westheaven's sword looked utterly exhausted. It was clear she'd pushed herself to the limit. "How's your body? That reattached arm will be awkward for a while. Focus on recovery until the neural network stabilizes." Seryung was silent for about 2 seconds. Perhaps she had never imagined she could stand near Kim Yeonhwa, let alone be saved by her. Then Seryung earnestly said, "Thank you for saving my life, Lady Westheaven's sword. I promise to repay you." But Kim Yeonhwa gave a faint laugh. "You overestimate yourself. Debts are only shared among equals. Whatever ties you may have to the Sichuan Tang clan won't affect my decisions going forward. Moreover, your life isn't worth me spending all my inner energy to retrieve." Seryung was puzzled by Lady Westheaven's sword's sarcastic, disdainful words and grew more eager to ask why she had been saved. But Kim Yeonhwa coldly replied that she had no right to ask that question. Then again, Kim Yeonhwa was quite surprised to find that Seryung harbored that lethal poison in her heart. She had nearly failed to extract it herself. It is the cruelest poison in the world and is passed down only to the sect master of the Sichuan Tang clan. The rumor was indeed not wrong at all. Seryung stared at the cup in front of Kim Yeonhwa, in which a thorn beetle writhed. "It was the key to that terrible poison. Please return it to me. It's my soul," Seryung said, frowning with a very serious tone. By this time, Kim Yeonhwa's inner energy had been fully replenished. She removed the device from her body and said, "You activated the blood poison yourself and chose to give up your life. That means you abandon the poison. From now on, it is no longer yours." Kim Yeonhwa held the thorn beetle in her palm and suddenly brought it forward toward Seryung. "But I can give you what has become mine. In return, you must tell me everything about him, nothing left out." Clearly the him Kim Yeonhwa meant was Li Mokjin. And at this time, he had just returned to the planet Manhwa, because Sect Master Yang Jiaxin wanted to find him to repay a debt. Originally, Li Mokjin didn't want further dealings with this man, thinking him cowardly. But the Manhwa sect isn't used to owing favors, so Yang Jiaxin reluctantly replaced a repayment with a piece of advice. "I advise you not to get near Lady Westheaven's sword. She is the offspring of poison, living in the abyss and darkness. She makes the darkness swallow everything around her, even her own children." Seryung had just finished her conversation with Kim Yeonhwa. She stepped out of the room and immediately encountered the 8-foot war demon Elena. She looked pensive, no different from the last time. Seryung chose selective blindness and brushed past as if Elena were air. But suddenly she spoke up, "Don't be glad you're alive, you'll die at my hands yet." Seryung stopped. "Why? I don't recall we owe each other anything." Since my mother saved you, Alina glared in reply. Suryang was left speechless, then quickly walked off, just like mother and daughter, same temper. She muttered, ignored. Alina fumed and kept shouting from behind that she would certainly take Suryang's life. It was hard not to feel unpleasant inside. Suryang stopped once more, then slowly turned around. Anyway, why do you keep talking nonsense at me? What claim to fame do you even have? While the two girls traded barbs on the planet Manhwa, Sect Master Yang Jiaxin recounted his turbulent youth to Li Mokjin as an example. Back then there was a legend in the martial world that any man who encountered Lady Westheaven's sword could not escape her. That is also why Kim Yeonhwa has many children and none share the same father. Most importantly, in his youth Yang Jiaxin had also met Kim Yeonhwa. At that time she bluntly declared she wanted to bear his child. She said that if she could produce a child combining both of them, it would become the most perfect being in the world. Kim Yeonhwa is still very beautiful now, but in her youth she was breathtakingly gorgeous and radiated even more brightly than the J97 star. Back then Yang Jiaxin already had a fiancé, so in the end, though it was very difficult, he still refused. Even now, whenever he thinks of that time, Yang Jiaxin still regrets saying no to Kim Yeonhwa. Rumor has it that more than 100 men accepted Lady Westheaven's sword's request to father children. They all provided their genes to her, and were then abandoned. That is also the reason why she has the nickname Poisonous Spider. Because like a female spider, Kim Yeonhwa swallows her offspring after successful mating. So she must have a lot of children, right? Li Mokjin asked. There must be more than 100 of them, right? Since she received that many seeds. As soon as Yang Jiaxin finished speaking, Li Mokjin widened his eyes in horror. Doesn't it take 9 months and 10 days to produce a child? How old is Kim Yeonhwa to have 100 children? Understanding his astonishment, Yang Jiaxin quickly explained. Kim Yeonhwa does not give birth in the ordinary way. She cultivates genes in test tubes, so creating 100 children at once is not such a big deal for her. Oh, this world really has some strange changes, Li Mokjin commented. But why would she want so many children? Raising them isn't easy, he wondered. It's because she wants to produce the most perfect being, one that can fulfill the dream she never achieved, Yang Jiaxin answered, his tone full of sadness. However, even after giving birth to more than 100 children, Kim Yeonhwa still hasn't found a descendant who satisfies her. And Yang Jiaxin was certain that this time Li Mokjin had become the new object of Lady Westheaven's sword's interest. Which is why he went to the trouble of bringing him back to the planet Manhwa once more to warn him carefully. Unfortunately, Li Mokjin pushed back his chair and stood up. If only that woman matched my taste, how wonderful. Sometimes I'd like to have a child of my own. No sooner had he said that than Li Mokjin left, leaving Yang Jiaxin bewildered behind. It seemed the phrase that puzzled him most was "if only that woman matched my taste" that Li Mokjin had just said. Meanwhile, Suryang returned to her ship to Robert's excitement. He hugged her tightly, but Suryang was only focused on Li Mokjin nearby, eating a sausage. After escaping Robert's embrace, she rushed straight up to him. Hey, I just want to ask one thing. You're older than me, right? Surely you are. Before Li Mokjin could finish the question, Suryang answered it herself. Yes, you're not denying it means you're admitting it. You're older than me, though not by that much. I should call you uncle or maybe even grandfather. With that, she shoved the plate of sausages in front of Li Mokjin aside and shouted, Don't eat that anymore, it's bad for your health. Sunya, bring some healthy organic food instead of fast food up here. Something soft, please. Put it down. Li Mokjin's voice was icy, as if the king of hell had come to read the book of life and death. Put it down if you don't want to die. While Suryang's ship was in chaos like a locust swarm because of Lokin's plate of sausages. At the same time, Kim Yeonhwa was contacting Jang Ritak. She brought news that shook Jang Ritak, who was usually always calm, to his core. It was that a man named Li Mokjin had secluded himself to cultivate in a stone chamber underground about 2,000 years ago on Earth. And most importantly, he was not only connected to the heavenly demon sect, but also claimed to be the supreme heavenly demon. In another development, Rachel and his robot Rachel had just finished loading their research data onto a memory card. This memory card didn't look very normal because it had grown 8 legs like a spider. Then he took it to Bernardo and said this was the bio-augmentation he wanted. Bernardo looked at the memory card in Rachel's hand with immediate disdain. Are you kidding me? Bio-augmentation is a project to transform living bodies into enhanced combat androids. They must blend into crowds unnoticed and be able to use extraordinary martial arts thanks to powerful internal energy. But that thing in your hand doesn't look human at all. You will soon see it resemble a human, though. Richel said calmly, then he casually reached forward and the memory card in his hand, as if alive, sprang up like a real spider. It flew straight toward one of Bernardo's subordinate officers standing nearby, and crawled right into his nostril. The officer clutched his face in pain, and his body quickly began to chain, as if bitten by a vampire zombie. Only then did Bernardo sit up in astonishment. The officer writhed more and more, veins stood out on his face, his eyes bulged, and his appearance became increasingly terrifying. Richel moved to Bernardo's desk, casually took a sip of the tea on the table, and began to explain. The thing that looked like the memory card he released was actually a parasitic intelligent robot. It was designed like an insect to easily infiltrate a human body, paralyze the central nervous system, and take control of the host's brain. In other words, it can turn its host into a living android. It can also release internal energy up to 8.5 units and turn its host into an ultimate master. Inside that memory card were integrated data of the most effective martial arts styles in the world. Finally, when the parasitic process is complete, the host of the parasitic robot becomes an extremely perfect living weapon. This process is called bioaugmentation. But why did his appearance become like that? Bernardo stared at his subordinate and asked without blinking. By now, the officer had transformed into a burly person unlike before, but his face was grotesquely deformed and terrifying. Richel explained that it was because the sample's genes differed from the host's genes. In this case, the immune system was altered, causing such deformity. No sooner had Richel finished speaking than the parasitic robot he had developed tore through the officer's flesh and leaped out the moment it left the body. The officer immediately collapsed. To Bernardo's astonishment, Richel retrieved the parasitic robot. With an expressionless face, he told the man to quickly prepare the unveiling tomorrow. Since his prototype was finished, he wanted to show it to investors quickly so they'd stop nagging him. "Are you insane?" Bernardo snapped to his feet, losing his composure. "It's been over 10 years. We've poured 500 million credits into this, and the result is an unfinished monster like this." Despite the questioning, Richel remained calm. He said his parasitic robot wasn't functioning properly because it hadn't met its true master yet. Only when it found the right owner would it operate correctly. "Go find your master," he murmured, then suddenly flung the parasitic robot in his hand toward Bernardo. Bernardo was so terrified he forgot how to breathe. For a moment, he even thought Richel intended to implant it into him. But the parasitic robot merely brushed past his cheek, passed through the glass, and flew out. "Make the announcement. Tomorrow we'll unveil the finished prototype," Richel repeated. To him, that parasitic robot was nothing short of a perfect product. When his bioaugmentation left the wrecked moon 108 Zor 4H, the S-Devil ship had already arrived nearby. In front of them was the boundary line. If they went further, they'd violate the security border. Both Sonia and Robert were waiting for Sir Young's orders. Robert looked very tense. After all, that was a military landing zone managed by the human government. If they weren't careful, they'd become publicly wanted criminals. Then there'd be nothing left to eat, neither rice nor sausages. "Where is Lady West Heavensword?" Sir Young asked. Sonia hurriedly searched and found a signal from Lady West Heavensword's ship detected 4,770 km away. "What a ridiculously safe zone," Sir Young muttered. Then she ordered Sonia to prepare for her landing. The other two would stay on the ship. If things went south, they were to pretend they didn't know her. Anyway, one person becoming a wanted criminal is better than all three. Captain Robert called after them. But Sir Young walked straight over to Lee Mokjin. "We've arrived, but only the two of us are allowed to proceed from here," she announced. "Why are you coming too? Stay behind, I'll go alone." Lee Mokjin said that, but Sir Young was stubborn. She claimed she needed to control the landing module to set him down on the military pad ahead, even though it could be remote controlled. The real reason was that Sir Young didn't want to be indebted to Lee Mokjin for saving her. Stay, Lee Mokjin kept to his original stance. She still had more debts to repay. Lee Mokjin's words sounded casual, but seemed to see straight into Sir Young's thoughts. "Think about that debt again. Living forever in the past only makes you fall behind. The more you chase it, the further you drift from life." Meanwhile, under the military landing pad on the moon 108 Zor 4H, Bernardo was following Richel's instructions to report the matter about that experimental bioaugmentation robot, and his superiors decided to hold a presentation tomorrow. Even so, Bernardo still seemed reluctant. But what if the presentation fails? Haven't we already failed? Allowing the use of planet Manhwa as a testing ground was a mandatory condition that had to be carried out in complete secrecy. The committee is already investigating this. If it comes out that we used Manhwa as a test site, the situation will be very serious. What should we do? That was the message the superiors wanted Bernardo to get. He slumped into his chair wearily, cursing his luck for getting entangled with a troublesome monster like Rachel. He was still unsure how to handle tomorrow's matter, when suddenly an intrusion alarm sounded. Lee Mokjin had by then landed on the planet's surface, still wearing his sports outfit and some sandals. He seemed completely unfazed despite facing a totally unfamiliar world. Meanwhile, Count Richel's parasitic robot happened to head to Mount Hua, and by coincidence landed right at Jaha Palace. Yang Huarin found it perched on a flower pot and was puzzled. She had never seen such an insect before. And as Yang Huarin bent down to take a closer look, the robot sprang up with a jump. Inside the robot hangar, Richel looked as if he'd seen something shocking. His face went completely blank. In front of him was a projection screen, showing Lee Mokjin with his hands in his pockets, walking slowly toward Richel's robot hangar. Looking closely at Lee Mokjin on the screen, he seemed to recognize who he was and thought in a panic, that name. The scene switched to Bernardo's room, where he still sat calmly sipping tea, even though the base had an intruder. At that moment, he was also watching Lee Mokjin's every move outside on the screen. A mechanical voice spoke after scanning Lee Mokjin. He is a pure natural, not equipped with drive internal energy, and no weapons were detected. He appears to be an unregistered border wanderer in the database. Hearing the analysis that Lee Mokjin posed no threat and was just an ordinary person, Bernardo sneered, saying he's probably a beggar who wandered here from some rural nook. Unlucky, sure, but intrusion into a military border is unforgivable. Eliminate him. He had just given the order when outside. A robot emerged from the ground holding a long sword. Without hesitation, the robot sprinted toward Lee Mokjin. Cutting back inside, Richel burst into Bernardo's room in a panic and shouted, "This is not someone you can handle easily." Bernardo was a little surprised to hear that from Richel's mouth. Seeing Bernardo still unaware of the danger at hand, Richel slammed his hands on the table and cried out in alarm, "Switch to alert level 1 immediately and mobilize all defensive weapons at once." Bernardo thought Richel was overreacting and kept cool, saying it's just a pure natural, why make such a fuss? As he spoke, he looked at the laptop screen before him. It showed the robot sprinting toward Lee Mokjin, while Lee remained unbothered with his hands in his pockets, still walking forward. Before the robot could reach Lee Mokjin, it disintegrated into dust when it hit an invisible barrier in front of him. Bernardo's face froze in astonishment as he witnessed this on his laptop. Richel had also seen the scene and was equally stunned. He guessed it was a protective force field. He couldn't stay calm any longer. He immediately pressed a green button beneath Bernardo's desk and, flustered, cried out for analysis of the martial art that the man had just used. If necessary, connect to the central government's data center to investigate it. Bernardo, seeing Richel's bossy move, gritted his teeth in anger and barked, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm the one in charge here. Planning a coup." Richel didn't back down, leaning his cold face close to Bernardo's and clearing his throat. "Now's not the time to argue about that. If this project fails, you won't be safe either." He stomped back and ordered that the intruder be stopped at all costs. "If you want the remaining power structure to survive, at least do your part as a gatekeeper." Bernardo couldn't believe he'd be ordered around by Richel like a subordinate. His face went pale. He stammered in indignation at the arrogant man. While he was still fuming, a mechanical voice suddenly announced to Bernardo that the intruder was approaching the second defensive line. Droid platoons equipped with lasers and related devices were preparing to sortie. He hesitated as he stared at Lee Mokjin, then ordered the Buddha as is not to be activated. Destroy him in a single strike. Outside, Lee Mokjin continued to walk very leisurely. He had already reached Bernardo's base entrance. Cut to the basement. Richel was walking inside, placing a hand to his ear to transmit orders for someone to bring that person here quickly. The project needs to be accelerated immediately. And so the scene shifted to a lush green field where a girl with blonde hair appeared. In the distance were the familiar, classic-style houses of Mount Hua. The woman was Rachel, a humanoid robot of Richel's. She had arrived on Mount Hua in a nearby ship. She waited for a while when suddenly Yang Huarin appeared. She walked like someone in a trance. It seemed Yang Huarin had been controlled by the bio-augmentation last time. Seeing the target, Rachel called back to inform Richel, "I've arrived, I'll take her now." On this side, Yang Huarin's face showed no change, except for her very vacant eyes. Cut back to Planet Nebula at the robot hangar. After Bernardo ordered the Buddha as his activation, a whirlwind began forming outside. At first it was very small, but it was gradually growing larger. Despite seeing the tiny whirlwind with surprisingly strong winds, Lee Mokjin's face didn't change at all. At this moment the whirlwind became very large, constantly sucking in sand as if forging something. Lee Mokjin also realized something was being formed inside the vortex. He involuntarily let out a puzzled chuckle. The whirlwind had now transformed into a huge tornado. Something large could be glimpsed within. Though sensing danger, he seemed to recognize the massive thing ahead, calmly continued forward and said he's no longer surprised. Inside that great tornado stood a Buddha-like statue composed of other statues, slowly glancing down at Lee Mokjin with a cold expression. He looked up at the statue and asked, "What are you?" Without a word, the Buddha statue slammed its enormous hand down toward Lee Mokjin. He was slightly surprised by the situation before him. Then the statue struck a very powerful blow at Lee Mokjin while he still hadn't reacted. The aftershock from that palm strike was terrifying. The surrounding earth and rocks cracked as if enduring an earthquake. The camera pulled back. The statue's strike was so powerful it created a low-pressure zone that shook the entire planet nebula like a plate shift. Even so, inside Bernardo's base it remained very secure. He was closely observing the battle's developments. Seeing things seemingly settled, he sneered, "What is this?" Recalling Richel's stunned face when Lee Mokjin appeared, Bernardo clicked his tongue at how a small matter had been blown up. He ordered the bodies to be retrieved and identities confirmed. A mechanical voice announced that a biometric signal had been detected. Signal normal. Hearing this, Bernardo was slightly startled. A moment later he exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? How can someone crushed under the hand of the Buddha as is not be reduced to a mangled corpse but still be alive? And yet the signal is normal." Cut to the outside, the scene was silent as the giant hand of the Buddha statue remained pressed to the ground. But before long something pierced a hole through the back of the statue's hand and shot straight up. That thing soared into the sky and, at great speed, shattered the massive vortex above the Buddha statue. Sitting inside the base and witnessing the whole scene, Bernardo sat dumbfounded as if struck mute. Back outside, the thing that had shot upward was none other than Lee Mokjin. He hovered in the air, looking down as the vortex he had just smashed now began to recover. Bernardo could no longer stay calm. Instead, he frantically ordered to kill him. Immediately, upon his order, something blood-red at the vortex's center began wildly spiraling with a razor-sharp apex. That thing shot upward with a very powerful gust. Watching the red air coil like a giant serpent, Lee Mokjin remained calm as if he understood something from it. He said, "The chi of the Buddha as is formed from stillness. How can it be filled with such brutal violence?" A dark internal energy tinged with gold had also gathered in his palm. The red air shot up and instantly dispersed, revealing the Buddha statue's giant hand striking toward Lee Mokjin. Looking down with a cold, merciless expression, he said it was merely an impostor wearing the form. The statue's giant hand was about to grab Lee Mokjin. He stood calmly and waited as the internal energy in his hand transformed into the form of a great sword. As the statue prepared to clap its hand shut, Lee Mokjin swept past it, piercing a massive hole. The Buddha statue's arm was almost shattered in an instant, but not stopping there. Lee Mokjin continued to dive down at high speed. He aimed straight for the statue's urna. Almost unstoppable, he pierced through the Buddha statue's head at such speed it was invisible to the naked eye. Inside the base, Bernardo stood as if struck dumb. When he saw the Buddha statue's head pierced by Lee Mokjin, the Buddha statue was now gradually dissolving. Lee Mokjin stood below, glanced back at the dissolving statue and snorted in contempt. Even if it's fake, piercing the Buddha's head is like sending it to the Pure Land. What a mistake. With all this noise, they certainly won't be satisfied, right? As he said, many things were running toward him from far behind. What was rushing toward him in large numbers were robots activated into combat mode. Those robots seemed to have been released by Richel to block Lee Mokjin. As he watched through the holographic screen, a mechanical voice suddenly announced that the martial art had been identified. It was the demonic master law sword technique based on the heavenly demon mind skill at maximum level. Hearing the machine's analysis of the martial art Lee Mokjin had just performed, Richel was filled with utter terror. Thinking the heavenly demon sect can't just stand by and watch any longer, Richel shouted frantically, "Quickly connect to Colonel Bernardo." Only a beeping from the machine sounded. Nothing changed. Rachel, puzzled, shouted, "What are you doing? Connect the comms, this is an emergency." Suddenly someone behind him spoke coldly, "You won't be able to reach him for a while." Rachel widened his eyes in surprise at that voice. The one appearing behind him must be Lady Westheaven's sword, so the voice sounded vaguely familiar. Lady Westheaven's sword's expression was very cold and fierce. Rachel turned around in astonishment and called, "Kim Yeonhwa." She said coldly, calling my name so casually. "Do we have a rather deep relationship then?" Rachel stammered, "Don't you remember me?" Lady Westheaven's sword just looked at him with an indifferent face, saying nothing. Seeing she still didn't recognize him, Rachel hurriedly explained that his appearance had changed. During experiments, he lost half his face and his height and build were different now. 25 years ago, that night she came to my laboratory in the Galactic Citadel. And so his memory recall began. At that time he was still very young, his face extremely naive. He was sitting in the lab when suddenly someone entered through the door, making him look up in bewilderment. The one who entered then was Lady Westheaven's sword. Since he didn't know who she was, he asked, "Who are you?" Lady Westheaven's sword spoke. In a teasing tone, "You're actually much handsomer than the rumors said. A brilliant scientist in history and also strikingly good-looking. Today I'm truly lucky." Placing her hand on Rachel's cheek, she gently said, "I want to bear your child. If our talents combine, that child would become the world's most perfect being. Please give me your child," recalling her gentle words. And her beautiful face then, he couldn't believe she now didn't recognize him. If I were young now, he'd place his hand on his chest and say, "It hurts here." Now he's old and can only gape at her heartlessness. He recounted much of the past, hoping she'd recognize him, but she seemed uninterested and remained silent. He pressed, "Come on, do you really not remember me?" She answered coldly, "I don't keep unnecessary memories." As she spoke, she reached into her sleeve for her familiar red sword. Rachel was stunned. "Unnecessary," she said coldly, "as if you forced me to recall those memories unpleasantly." After saying that, both fell silent, saying nothing more to each other. Right now, in front of Bernardo, he was stunned. A flood of alerts arrived. 73% of border defense power lost, unable to hold. Emergency request for headquarters support. He stood there dazed, wondering, what is this? He still couldn't comprehend the terrible events unfolding. At his base, suddenly an enormously terrifying force struck the base directly, shattering all the windows in his office. He stood motionless, unable to react to the situation unfolding before his eyes. Suddenly, from that bundle of smoke, Lee Mokjin strolled out with an easy air, hands in his pockets. Bernardo glanced at him and terrified asked, "Why you? Who are you exactly?" Still with his back turned, Lee Mokjin answered coldly, "Recorded exactly as reported. If you have any questions, come and ask me." He turned to look at him and continued, and then he fixed him with an expressionless glare and asked where that malformed monster was. Cut to Rachel, he stammered, asking, "Failure." In her eyes, "Am I merely an unmemorable failure?" Suddenly he seemed to go mad, his voice growing louder. "No, that's wrong. I'm not a failure. I succeeded. I know your desire well, that crazed longing to become the absolute perfect and most powerful. And if you cannot become it, you go mad trying to create it at any cost." Lady Westheaven's sword remained silent, saying nothing. Rachel pressed on, "I'm not the failure. You are the failure. Abandoning me was your failure. I've completed it. I gave up my life, poured out my heart, sacrificed everything. What did it get me? And yet you can't even remember me." Suddenly he froze, eyes wide. At that moment, Lady Westheaven's sword had already driven her blade into his chest. She kept a very cold expression and said nothing. Rachel couldn't believe the woman he once loved could stab him in the sternum. He began coughing incessantly. Cough, cough. Only then did Lady Westheaven's sword speak coldly. "I remember now, it's you. But the more I remember, the more annoyed I become. You've always been so talkative." Meanwhile, elsewhere a huge iron door was slowly opening. The one who stepped forward was none other than Lee Mokjin. He still wore his nonchalant look, hands in his pockets. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly looked ahead. At a pillar, Rachel was slumped over, snoring his last. Obviously, he had died from Lady Westheaven's sword's earlier thrust. His death looked oddly vacant. He looked at the wound on the man's chest and said the details were tidy. The heart cut executed without the slightest hesitation, even if that bond was worthless. Yet the act was brutal, utterly devoid of compassion. Thinking Rachel was dead, the man still sputtered weakly and barked, "Don't open your mouth recklessly." Boastful. He kept saying she could still prop him up, it's just she didn't recognize my worth. Soon she will realize, will witness, and will remember me forever, with all the worth I deserve. He looked at him coldly and said, "Whatever it is, forget it. You died long ago. Oblivion is death's most precious gift. Accept it, and the road to the afterlife will be gentler. Rachel retorted, no, that's wrong. Glancing around, he continued, I'm not dead. The perfection of my body will forever prove that worth for me. Hearing footsteps at the entrance, Lee Mokjin turned to look. At the door stood the android girl Rachel, and beside her Yang Hua Rin. Rachel stepped forward, while Yang Hua Rin followed like a soulless robot. The girl's expression was somber. Seeing Yang Hua Rin appear, Lee Mokjin was startled, thinking about that child. Hajin's face remained expressionless, completely controlled by the life force entity inside her body. Lee Mokjin hurriedly stepped forward and called to the kid, why are you? As he approached her, a blinding light suddenly appeared right in front of him. Then an explosion started to spread from somewhere. Rachel over here had completely collapsed, and Rachel, being a robot, showed almost no fear of the impending blast. Cut to Bernardo in the room. Warning alarms blared relentlessly. Danger, danger. Defense walls at 91% loss, propulsion systems 86% loss, irrecoverable. Bernardo stared bewildered at the systems as machines continued announcing that evacuation routes had been prepared. Please proceed to evacuation. Hearing this, Bernardo shouted, what are you saying? Why evacuate? I never ordered that. Are you idiots who can't even guard a scrap facility? We must retake the base at all costs. At all costs. A voice spoke to Bernardo. The order to prepare evacuation routes came from me, Major Bernardo. Bernardo felt a strange familiarity with that voice, thinking he'd heard it before. Scene shifts to some flying ship where someone in uniform looks down at the planet Nebula. The mysterious speaker said, this is a small favor I grant you, because of old ties. The mysterious figure was a red-haired woman with a cold face. She looked down and continued, if you insist on a glorious military end, then by all means stay right there. After all, it would look rather majestic that way. Her flying ship was so huge it must be half the size of a small planet, and it was hovering above Suryoung's group's ship. Inside, Robert, Sunya, and Suryoung stood by the window watching the massive craft above. Suryoung's face showed shock. She stammered, what is that? When did it appear? Sunya answered coldly, a moment ago it warped in. Suryoung, incredulous, asked again, warped, that giant thing. Robert spotted an important detail on the huge ship and said, that's not the issue. Captain, look at that emblem. She followed his gaze and looked down at the spiral emblem. Below the massive ship, it resembled a galaxy with satellites orbiting around it. She recognized the emblem and frowned, the government of humanity. Cut back to Lee Mokjin. He was flipping through the air to dodge the surrounding flames and landed in an unburned spot. He looked up and stared ahead in disbelief. In the distance before him, Yang Hua Rin's entire body kept glowing incessantly. The girl floated in midair, bathed in light and surrounded by flames. He blurted out in confusion, what on earth? Suddenly someone behind him said, have you seen? That's me. He turned to that person and asked, what have you done? It turned out Rachel was still alive, just as he claimed he'd created it. It's my split form, the true value of me. Such a power at that level is only the beginning. That other thing is an empty planted body. It can contain anything, whatever you want, until the power reaches its limit. Rachel watched him weakening and worriedly told the Baron, you must stay calm, first treat the wound. He replied that it was already over. You know that too, don't you? Because you are also my split form. She stammered, calling out Baron. Suddenly he drove his hand into his own chest, his voice weakening. Now I will grant you the will of freedom, live as you please. Rachel, anxious, shouted for the Baron. Rachel pulled out a tiny heart with a tangle of mechanical wires attached and held it up in front of Rachel. Looking at her, he instructed the child as well. I entrust it to you. Power, enjoy it to your fill, live trampling this world. Power that no one dares meet with your gaze, savor it. As he said this, his hand began to fall limp. The small purple-blue fruit in his hand rolled down to the ground and then rolled to Rachel's feet. Only then did he finally kick the bucket. Rachel looked at him without emotion. Even without its host, the purple-blue orb continued to beat steadily. She began to bend down to pick up the blue heart from the ground. Lee Mokjin's voice rang out, I don't care what you plan to do. A madman's life once surpasses everything. Whatever happens, I'll ignore it and return that child to its original state. This is your warning, I won't say it twice. That's not a crazy life, but a lonely, cruel life. Rachel, as if fully replacing Rachel, replied, don't worry, my life is over anyway. You granted me free will, I'll live my own way. She said this as she picked up the heart from the ground. She turned to look at Yang Hua Rin on the other side and said, next, the life I've always wanted. Yang Hua Rin's expression trembled slightly, for Rachel was standing directly before her. Without hesitation, she reached behind, embraced Yang Hua Rin and said gently, now I will grant you freedom too. But I have only one command. If one day you meet me, hold me like this. Cut to outside, the West Heaven Sword Lady ship was still nearby. Inside the ship, looking through the glass, she ordered departure immediately. Get out of here as fast as possible. Cut back below, Rachel began to disintegrate after embracing Yang Hua Rin. It had to be this way. She broke apart into fragments and dissolved into the air. Yang Hua Rin, though her body still emitted a golden aura, began to show a hint of feeling return to her face. In an instant, the aura vanished and the girl collapsed to the ground. Lee Mokjin still couldn't make sense of what had just happened. Everything fell silent. In Bernardo's office, alarms wailed continuously while a voice reported, "A heavy cruiser Leviathan has been detected near the atmosphere boundary and lunar orbit. It belongs to the Human Government Investigation Bureau." Hearing that, he wondered aloud, the Government Investigation Bureau and a heavy cruiser Leviathan. Could it be orbital bombardment? Cut to Suryoung's group's ship above. It's the Leviathan of the human government. All three stood near the ship's window looking up. Robert cried in horror, "This is a disaster, completely insane. A ship that huge must be from the regular military. We're done for." The bigger that terrifying ship appeared, the more hopeless Robert felt. Suryoung stayed calm, studying it for a long moment before asking, "But why isn't it moving? What if it can't see us?" Before anyone answered, she assured herself it was obvious, like an elephant not noticing an ant beneath its foot. "We're too small." Sunya seemed to know something and pursed her lips. Then she glanced to the side and explained, "Elephants have sharp eyes, they've seen us already." No sooner had she said that than a woman appeared behind the three, capable of instantaneous teleportation. The woman in uniform was the same person who had been on the massive Leviathan and had spoken with Bernardo earlier. It seemed all three members of the group recognized the woman's arrival. Seeing they had noticed her, the woman offered a low, slight smile. She still said nothing. The 8 eyes stared at each other for a while before Robert finally asked, "Hey, you are." The woman looked straight at Suryoung and asked, "Are you Suryoung, the last descendant of the Sichuan Tang clan?" Suryoung was shocked that a stranger knew her background so well. Seeing Suryoung tense up at being called out, the woman reassured her, "Don't be afraid, I'll pretend I didn't see you. I'll even remove it from the report I received. It's a hassle." The Sichuan Tang clan matter falls under the Martial Arts Exchange Department. Officials hate doing each other's work, and I'm just an ordinary officer. So let's pretend we didn't see each other. After saying this casually, the woman pressed her ear as if activating a comm. She connected to someone and ordered a report to the council. The investigation results on No. 9 Alpha Droid's lunar operation. Due to an unspecified error, the quantum power plant overheated, causing the control center to go dead and the droids to attack violently. Restoration or remote control is impossible. Request plan change. Based on the field assessment, propose a ground combat operational plan. Suryoung bent down and asked Sunya, "What just happened? Is it chaos down there? Did the robots all go crazy?" Sunya replied nonchalantly, "Not really. Your people were shut down. On Nebula, Lee Mokjin actually dealt with the robots, turned the place into a proper robot graveyard." Hearing this, Suryoung folded her arms, frowned, and asked suspiciously, "Then why?" Mid-question, a voice came through the ship's comms with the ground combat operation plan. "We authorize local orbital bombardment under emergency flight corridors. All subsequent actions are delegated to the on-site commander." Robert heard the announcement in horror, thinking to himself, orbital bombardment. The woman, upon hearing this, said calmly, "Thank you." She closed her eyes with an innocent look, exhaled, and continued, "Lucky, this was handled without difficulty." "You heard that right, fire." The people aboard the human government ship who received her signal immediately fired a green laser. The beam headed straight for the planet Nebula. From this distance, it was unclear whether the beam had reached the surface yet. Where the laser struck turned out to be exactly where many robot corpses lay. You'd expect a massive explosion, but the green laser's warhead was actually a tiny drill bit, surprisingly underwhelming in a way that made you smirk. In moments, that drill tip began spinning rapidly. Before long, the drill bit had burrowed deep into the ground. Back inside Suryoung's ship, the military woman had just disconnected the call. At the other end, she looked completely unfazed and said briskly, "Write 3 lines in the report and it's done. You know how officials hate long reports." Seeing the group standing there dazed, the woman snapped, "What are you doing? Run. In this tiny ship you need to cover about half a light year in 5 minutes to be safe. Don't meet again, I hate hassles." As she said it, her figure began to fade. Then she vanished completely from the group's ship. The 3 of them still stood there frozen. Suryoung, dazed, asked, "What did she mean by that?" Robert, who seemed to have understood, spun around in panic and blurted out, "She means orbital bombardment. She's gone mad." Still not grasping it, Suryung asked again, orbital bombardment, what does that mean? Unbelievable that his captain was so clueless. Robert worriedly explained, it's a weapon that can destroy a moon or an entire planet. I heard rumors, but I never believed it existed. Now Suryung realized how critical the situation was, but she still asked skeptically, really, how can you destroy a planet? A holographic screen appeared before Sunya showing system images. She replied, one shot pierces straight through a moon's core. If it detonates there, the moon would disappear. Sensing disaster if the team didn't leave, Sunya warned, 3 minutes left, get out of here fast. But Suryung only gave a perfunctory aha and showed no urgency. Robert stared at her in bewilderment. Then he anxiously shouted, Captain. Once again, Suryung just hummed noncommittally, as if waiting for Lee Mokjin to return, understandable since he'd saved her so many times. Cut to inside the Leviathan. The woman stood by a window watching Nebula. A voice reported over the comm, we've reached the core, activate. Hearing that, she smiled faintly in satisfaction. The voice announced detonation. From above, there was still no visible sign on planet Nebula. Even at the spot where the drill bit had burrowed, nothing seemed to happen. But as the camera widened, surrounding rocks and dust began to float up into the air. In less than a heartbeat, all the ground was upheaved, and numerous huge cracks appeared. The robot scrapyard facility couldn't hold together for long. From high above, planet Nebula split apart like an egg being smashed. A subordinate aboard the Leviathan announced estimated time to explosion, 2 minutes 7 seconds. Upon hearing this, she ordered preparations for the shockwave. The other side reported activating shields to 100%. Feeling that total shelter was too boring and craving a mad idea, she told them to reduce it to 80%. That would be more fun. Amid the chaos, a small ship launched at high speed to flee Nebula. The little ship zipped right beside the Leviathan's flank. Inside, the woman noticed the tiny escaping ship. She said with delight, what an entertaining escape. I knew he was sharp, the pilot is old Bernardo. His face now looked very flustered. The woman glanced again at Suryung's ship, still motionless, and wondered suspiciously, why aren't they running? If they just stand there, they'll get crushed. No sooner had she spoken than Suryung's group's ship began to depart. But something seemed off, causing the woman to gasp in surprise. It turned out she was startled because Suryung's ship was flying at full power toward planet Nebula. Suryung was piloting the ship, her face set and determined as she floored it, while Robert behind her looked utterly worried. He shouted, Captain, we're going to kill ourselves. We can't save him. Suryung firmly reassured him, we won't die. I'm very resilient, at least 80 years old material. My fate's super long too. Sunya approached with a blank expression and said innocently, I don't have a lifeline. According to the system, I'll live long and healthy with no issues until I'm 5,000 years old. But this feels wrong. Thanks to her past experience weaving through street crowds, Suryung continuously weaved and dodged to avoid the shockwave explosions erupting below. Thus Suryung's ship, piloted by her, plunged straight downward. Inside, Sunya sat at her console and checked the system. She reported the core detonation had begun and atmospheric temperature was spiking, already at 300 degrees. Hearing that, Robert panicked, looked at Suryung and shouted, we're done for, we're about to become grilled meat. Then Sunya, seeing something on her system, said she had detected a life signal. But the air temperature is 700 degrees. In front of the three of them now, there is only a blinding yellow light. At last we can see Lee Mokjin. Although the outside temperature is 700 degrees according to Sunya's report, thanks to a protective shield around him, he can still survive. And in his arms is the little girl Yang Hua Rin. It looked like the shield was wrapping him, yet his arm was already charred black. Flames kept burning his skin, but he refused to let go of Yang Hua Rin. His face was expressionless, even though many places on his face had been burned until the flesh peeled away. It was unclear whom he was looking at. His eyes stared upward, and suddenly, puzzled, he asked, what's going on? The heat and chaos were like the sounds of hell. There was something directly in front of him, huge, with 2 horns. Gradually, it revealed itself before Lee Mokjin. It resembled a demon from the underworld, casting a cold glance down at him. Seeing it, he wondered inwardly, am I finally dead? Suddenly the monster opened its mouth, a vertical maw full of razor teeth, truly grotesque. Lee Mokjin saw it waiting with its mouth open, bowing his head in a low voice he lamented, what a pity. If you'd come yesterday, I would have happily walked into your mouth. But not today. His eyes hardened with renewed determination. I promise to protect this child. So step back. I swear once this child is safe, I'll come for you. A look of murderous resolve flashed in his eyes as he resolved to protect Yang Hua Rin. but suddenly a loud voice called, "What are you doing? Get inside now." Hearing that call, he snapped back to himself and saw Suryoung's ship before him with the hatch open, waiting. So the giant demon scene he had seen must have been a hallucination his exhausted body conjured as his limits were reached and his mind faltered. Inside the Leviathan hold, the woman in military uniform stood by the balcony watching below. A voice over the comm reported the surrounding temperature is about 15 degrees. It will explode in 10 seconds. Signs of life were interrupted in the base. She heard an announcement saying there was life, yet she showed no surprise, her face blank and words hollow. Once the core is fully detonated, surrounding temperatures will reach 6,000 degrees. Even gods would struggle to survive that. She muttered to herself, well, that would be convenient. No more reports to write. Below, Nebula resembled a miniature sun, continuously emitting heat. Down there, amid flying rubble, Suryoung's ship could be seen launching away from the planet. Uncertain of the current situation, the hatch of the ship remained wide open despite the extreme heat outside. Inside, Suryoung stood near the glass, puzzlingly looking up at Sunya through the holographic screen and urging, "What are you doing? Open the pressure hatch." The outermost bay showed Lee Mokjin sitting cross-legged, still clutching little Yang Hua Rin as the flames kept burning his flesh. Suddenly alarms in Sunya's control bay beeped. 93% lost. Sunya panicked into the comm, "I can't open it. The outside temperature has reached 2,000 degrees. If we open now, the shield will tear, then there won't even be intact remains to bury." Suryoung shrugged, saying we're already basically done for, and the timer in Sunya's engine room showed not a single second left. Cut back to the Leviathan. The woman still watched thoughtfully as a subordinate reported over the comm that it would explode in 1 second. In an instant, the planet Nebula utterly shattered into fragments. That scene played out before Suryoung, freezing her face in shock. As for Robert, he also witnessed the explosion with his own eyes. No one on the ship could say another word to each other in that moment. Suddenly, the scene was pitch dark, suspended in the galaxy, with countless stars glittering overhead. It's unclear what the situation is now, but Lee Mokjin stood intact. Strangely, the flames on him had vanished completely. A figure in monk's robes and flip-flops stepped forward. Suddenly, Lee Mokjin's eyes opened as the mysterious person approached him. The person was a monk wearing a hooded cap and robes, hands clasped together. Seeing the monk, Lee Mokjin spoke as if they'd known each other a long time. "We've known each other a while now, haven't we? I didn't expect to meet you again." The monk replied calmly, "We arranged to meet again even if it took 2,000 years. After saying that, the two of them just stared at each other in silence. Suddenly, the scene shifted into a half-dream, half-reality vision. A gloomy valley appeared, deep inside a nearby ravine, despite the earlier darkness. The depths were lit by a single candle and a voice spoke. "What do you want to ask? Ask away." The voice belonged to the same monk from before, now sitting cross-legged opposite someone. Perhaps the man was Lee Mokjin from when he was on Earth. With a low voice, Lee Mokjin asked, "Why are you so sure I have a question for you?" The monk answered composedly, "If not, why would you have called me out here? To the ends of the horizon." Suddenly the space fell silent. The view widened, Lee Mokjin's hair was disheveled, and beside him lay an unsheathed sword as he bowed his head in deep thought. Seeing him say nothing, the monk guessed he must be tired. "You've walked past death and corpse. To this day your feet still carry the chill of the dead." Suddenly Mokjin seemed to forget everything. He nonchalantly asked, "Do you know me?" Yet the monk showed no surprise and calmly replied, "No, I don't." He narrowed his eyes at Lee Mokjin with a solemn look. "Though I don't know you, I can still see that." Before you could even walk, the monk's pupils trembled suddenly. Gradually, a vivid picture formed within him, an image of a little boy, likely Lee Mokjin as a child. Before Lee Mokjin's eyes lay an apple and a knife. Many people appeared around him, but all were hazy. As a child, he loved bright colors, and Mokduin was no exception. He crawled step by step toward the apple. As his tiny hand reached out to touch the apple ahead, the apple suddenly crushed and splintered into pieces. Someone had deliberately stomped on the apple. He naively looked up at the person and saw someone in a hood, very mysterious. But the important detail was a name stitched on that person's chest, Demon. With the red apple gone, the child had no choice but to grab the knife. The mysterious figure, seeing his plan succeed, smiled in satisfaction. "You were awakened to the right to choose in life, well, more like forced into it," with a wink. Not long after, he became a young and talented swordsman. By the time he grew up, he was no longer himself, spending his days just stabbing and slashing. His life had to be nourished by death rather than by food. On a battlefield strewn with corpses, a lone figure still charged forward, sword in hand, heedless of everything. Hard to tell at first, but the one rushing forward with both hands gripping the sword was a boy. By now you could recognize that boy as Lee Mokjin. Though blood poured from his head, he stubbornly gripped his sword and surged ahead. The scene shifted again to Lee Mokjin as an adult. Having endured countless battles until sick of them, his expressions had faded over time. Still, that did nothing to quell his hunger. On a moonlit night, blood splattered up from below in torrents. That image was clearly reflected in the monk's pupils. He had lost his reason for existing. Lee Mokjin looked up casually and said, "I am very strong." The monk replied, "I know. As for strength, there's nothing left for you to surpass." Lee Mokjin shrugged again. "Even now, if I wanted, I could kill hundreds or thousands who dared raise their heads against me." The monk answered, "I know. No matter how many you kill, that hunger only grows. Fresh blood and flesh were never meant for you." Hearing this, Lee Mokjin fell silent and said nothing more. The monk continued, "Then let me answer your question. Even if you wanted to stop this meaningless life, no one in this era can stop it for you. Only your choice can bring about such an end." After a pause, Lee Mokjin asked, "If you say I should choose death as the answer, you're wrong. This life of mine, ironically, was never what I desired." This line is a bit grandiose, spoken in the third person as if a higher being would willingly choose death. Lee Mokjin continued, "If this life no longer belongs to me, how could death strip my life away?" Hearing that, the monk remained silent and said nothing further. Lee Mokjin planted his sword in the ground and slowly stood. Seeing the monk not respond, he asked in a low voice, "So I don't have a satisfactory answer, do I?" Suddenly the monk said, "Then let me take you to rest." Hearing this, Lee Mokjin was a bit startled and glared at the monk. The monk explained his remark, "Since you cannot choose life or death, it's best I bring you to a place that belongs to neither. It might be a sleep from which you never awaken, but if fortune smiles, when you wake it could be something new you've been waiting for. This could be the answer you've always." Before the monk finished, Lee Mokjin's body suddenly burst into flames. And then the image snapped back to the present. The fire was still consuming his body. The monk remained and said his presence was very different from 2,000 years ago. The filthy darkness behind him flared into light, vitality kindled in his eyes. It seemed he had found another choice in life. At this moment, looking at Lee Mokjin's charred body like a dried corpse, how could he still argue against the monk's words? On the contrary, it seemed to fade. The heavenly demon sect had broken free from the shackles of darkness to live under the sun. Even the meaning of my existence has vanished in this timeline. My life has completely lost its own meaning. That's why, though he is the great heavenly demon, his demeanor is so calm. The monk asked curiously, "Then why do you still live and persist?" Suddenly, the ship's machinery alarm blared, temperature exceeding 4,000 degrees, the shield is melting. Danger, danger, 98% already gone, the shield won't hold for another minute. In that final moment, the mysterious monk quietly asked, "Isn't this a marvelous opportunity? If you embrace this heat, enough to melt metal, you will simply dissolve away. You will vanish into nothing as if you never existed. So why do you cling to this tasteless life?" As Lee Mokjin's body began to be corroded by the extreme heat, Yang Hua Rin's skin remained perfectly intact, without a scratch. The heat from the explosion continued to rise. The monk still stood before Lee Mokjin and, puzzled, asked why he stubbornly held on like that. Though about to be engulfed by flames, Lee Mokjin spoke resolutely, "Because of a promise. I promise to protect this child." Hearing this, the monk scoffed at its futility. Death erases everything, even promises. Have you never crossed the universe? Don't you realize that when facing the cosmos you are smaller than a speck of dust? What meaning does a promise have to a speck of dust? Besides, the child you stubbornly cling to, you don't even know her name. The monk continued advising Lee Mokjin to let go of everything. No matter how she struggles, you cannot protect the girl. You know that. Lee Mokjin replied coldly, "I know that we will eventually die. But you know what? Shouldn't we try until the very last moment?" At this point, Lee Mokjin's gaze was unwavering and his arm had completely turned to dust. Even as his body began to disintegrate, Lee Mokjin kept speaking with determination. "Even if I must burn until nothing remains, not even a speck, shouldn't we try? What's the big deal about living or dying? If death renders life meaningless, that only proves the life was lived the wrong way." He looked up and sighed, "Now I understand. Death truly can never end life, as long as life leaves behind memorable memories. Even if tiny and more ordinary than dust on the ground, life surpasses death." After saying this, Lee Mokjin's body, down to the very skeleton, completely vanished. The monk, astonished by his lofty ideal about the boundary between life and death, opened his eyes wide. He clasped his hands and bowed once before the tomb. The monk said, "The boundary between life and death reaches the eternal realm." At this point, the heat climbed ever higher, the dazzling light about to swallow everything. In that instant, the space outside grew silent, for there was no blinding light like the one in the ship's hold where Lee Mokjin was being incinerated. Outside, countless specks of light suddenly appeared as sparks flew through the smoky air, rising along with the dust. Suddenly, a blinding golden light flashed in the dark galaxy. Gradually, that light grew larger, lighting a dark region of the galaxy. The Leviathan ship afforded the clearest view of the phenomenon. Inside, the human army's female soldier was astonished at the sight. For now, the earlier black smoke had begun to coil into streaks, like clouds swirling around that dazzling light. Before long, that light became like a bottomless hole yet kept shining, pulling all the black clouds into it and creating a surreal scene. And then we finally learned where the light came from, not from far away but from the very hold of the Suryung group where Lee Mokjin had been. The light was steadily sucking everything outside into it. Back inside the Leviathan, the woman stared in shock at the colossal light. She stammered, "What?" The source of light kept spinning everything up and drew the black clouds inward with increasing force. Smoke from every direction was sucked up and absorbed by that light. Very quickly, the galaxy returned to its familiar scene. Darkness dotted with twinkling stars. The light in the hold had vanished, and now the space was utterly silent. But then, unexpectedly, the light began to flare up again inside the ship. An explosion erupted from the hold, propelling the entire golden light out into the galaxy. The light's terminus was an atmosphere that produced an enormous blast radius, capable of engulfing everything, even very large ships. The Leviathan here was tiny by comparison. Witnessing such horrific, unbelievable phenomena firsthand left the woman's face frozen. Back inside Suryung's ship, she too saw something dazzling and astonishing that left her staring. She was at the small window, looking into her own hold. What she saw was a blinding light hovering in the middle of the hold. As the light dimmed, it revealed Lee Mokjin's bare back. A new detail: his familiar black hair had turned white and grown very long. Earlier, his body had completely been reduced to a skeleton, even to dust particles. Yet now, by some miraculous means, driven by the determination to save Yang Hua Rin, he was reborn. He looked contemplative. Toward Yang Hua Rin, his heart remained whole despite surviving death. Lee Mokjin was the same as ever. Though his hair had changed, his expression remained blank. Suryung's ship was completely dead. The engines wouldn't restart. A few hours later, the Leviathan flew over and hovered above Suryung's group's ship. Inside Sunya Group's compartment, the diagnostics reported catastrophic damage. 63% of the hull lost, the right engine offline and irreparable, all other electronics destroyed. She turned and called loudly to the captain, "Repair costs will be huge, aren't we out of money?" Suryung seemed unconcerned by the girl's words. She just stared at the dining table. Robert's eyes followed her gaze. They both pondered for a moment, then Robert said, "Yes." Suddenly, the woman in uniform appeared before the two of them. She had barely appeared when she barked, "What the hell did you do?" Suryung replied casually, "I know." Noticing her eyes kept looking backward. The woman narrowed her eyes and glared back. Then, bewildered, she saw Lee Mokjin greedily attacking two enormous piles of sausages. Lee Mokjin kept stuffing a mountain of sausages into his mouth. As if he were a child who couldn't stop eating, he paid no mind to anyone watching. The woman inwardly wondered, "Who on earth are you?" Then her analysis eye activated and scanned Lee Mokjin. The system reported no matches in the database, identity unverifiable, internal power transmitter not installed. Angrily, she strode over, slammed her hand on the table in front of Lee Mokjin and shouted, "Is that you? Who are you? What are you doing?" But then her eyes widened and she froze in stunned disbelief. Lee Mokjin said nothing, but her face showed as if she'd seen something terrifying in him and dared not provoke him further. He stopped eating the sausages and silently stared at her. She must have been intimidated by Lee Mokjin's cold glare and halted her greeting. She fearfully thought about those eyes. Only then did Lee Mokjin speak, casually asking who she was. She stammered, "Oh, I'm Athena Sun, 24 years old. My official position is administrative staff at the Human Government Inspection Bureau, but actually I'm a covert agent in the Special Safety Planning Division." She panicked, thinking, why did I just blurt all that out to him? Although Athena Sun knew she was speaking uncontrollably, she couldn't stop herself, as if something urged her that if she didn't speak he'd squeeze her like a bug. "I've dated 4 men, broke up with 3, dumped once, never kissed. I say I don't like physical contact, but actually I do. At night in my room I turn off all communications and sneak around. Now don't get any weird ideas, folks, she means sneaking phone time, heh." Lee Mokjin asked coldly if she had caused the explosion. Athena Sun replied mechanically like a robot, "I executed the orbital strike order, but I only followed the orders I was given. The directive was to cover up Project Iron Gangshi before it became a problem. Athena-sun mentally cursed herself to be quiet. Please, why did I reveal classified info? Calm down. Even after chastising herself inwardly, nothing changed. Athena-sun continued like a puppet. The reason is that even within the human government, factions restrain each other. They feared that if this incident escalated, it could become a pretext for civil war among factions and could shake the entire government. Lee Mokshin cut in coldly. I don't care and I don't want to hear it. Fine, because children were injured in that explosion. You must take responsibility and restore everything to its original state. Can you do that? After saying this, Lee Mokshin's face was icy, his gaze sharp as if ready to crush prey. Athena-sun flinched and cried out, yes. A short while later, many little bug-like machines swarmed outside the ship, welding the damaged joints back together. These mechanical bugs were repairing both the interior and exterior. Inside, in the recovery bay, Yang Hua Rin lay on a nearby machine. Sunya monitored the diagnostic system, assessing her injuries. After some review, the girl reported no physical injuries. Brain waves and neural networks all seemed normal. She's only unconscious and should wake up soon. Hearing this, Lee Mokshin exhaled in relief and muttered, thank goodness. Back in Athena-sun's cabin, she could speak normally again. She angrily shouted at the man from before, who are you? What are you doing here? Hearing Athena-sun ask about Lee Mokshin, Suryung merely shrugged and said, ask him directly. I honestly don't know. So, you're a covert agent of the security special agents? I've never heard of that post, but it sounds impressively prestigious. Young and already such achievements. Athena-sun was a bit startled by Suryung's remark. Still, dreamy Suryung kept teasing, how can you say you don't like physical contact but secretly enjoy it? So weird. Is that the thing you mentioned earlier, your secret nighttime activities after you cut contacts? Athena-sun frowned angrily and snapped, shut up. Listen carefully, if a single word I said today leaks out. Suryung coldly turned to her and casually asked, and? Athena-sun stammered, I'll definitely. Suryung suddenly widened her eyes. And Athena-sun also jumped, sensing something behind her. It turned out Lee Mokshin was standing right behind her. The eerily familiar presence left Athena-sun frozen speechless. As it was, Athena-sun's face looked completely dazed. She returned to her ship Neviton without saying another word. Lee Mokshin and Suryung stood at the viewport watching the Leviathan take off and depart. The two of them fell into a solemn silence, simply observing the outside. Above them, Athena-sun was also looking down at Suryung's small ship. She anxiously wondered, what on earth happened? That name, who is he? Back on Suryung's ship, the two remained on the deck looking out when someone spoke up that everything was intact. Even internal components had been replaced with the latest model parts. Everything was back to normal. The one reporting was Robert. Hearing that, Suryung glanced at Lee Mokshin's posture and naively said, well, it doesn't seem like everything's completely back to normal. Lee Mokshin knew she was referring to him, but he remained silent. Suryung then asked if he liked it, referring to that look. Lee Mokshin casually asked her what she thought of it. Suryung answered bluntly, I don't really like it. It's like wannabe thug behavior trying too hard to look cool. Lee Mokshin also said coldly, I don't like it either. Just then, a lot of Lee Mokshin's white hair began to fall to the floor. At that moment, he wasn't served by just one attendant, but by 3 crew members carefully tending to his hair. Suryung meticulously cut, Robert concentrated on dyeing it black, and little Sunya held up a portable mirror. Scene cuts to Heavenly Demon Sect, District 32. Inside, old Jong Ridak stood motionless in deep thought. He recalled Lady West Heaven Sword's earlier words. He had asked her to repeat what she had said. She emphasized, I asked who he is. About 2,000 years ago, someone voluntarily sealed himself in a stone chamber beneath the Mount Tai system on Earth. His name was Lee Mokshin, and he was certainly connected to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Jong Ridak protested that he shouldn't ask that. What did she say next? She replied that he claimed to be the supreme heavenly demon. Remembering those words from Lady West Heaven Sword, Jong Ritak made a very sinister expression. After musing for a moment, he reached out and pressed a green button on the control panel. He connected to someone and said, Commander and Red of District 32, I request permission to share information with headquarters. A mechanical voice replied that permission had been granted. Provide the information you seek. He replied coldly, please verify whether any of the 4 individuals voluntarily sealed in stone chambers beneath the Mount Tai system on Earth around 2,000 years ago exist. Upon hearing this, the system seemed unable to find the information and remained silent. Sensing his query might be vague and causing the system's failure to identify a name, he continued, age unknown, namely Mokshin. He proclaimed himself the supreme heavenly demon. After he said that, suddenly the entire room turned red. It's unclear whether he'd found information, but his face looked utterly shocked. The scene shifts once more to the planet Mount Hua. It was evening, but the view was beautiful. Countless lanterns made the whole planet lively despite the night. On the familiar upper floor, Lee Mokjin and Yang Hua-rin's father stood together in the corridor enjoying the view and talking. Yang Jiaxin, deeply grateful, said, "I feel utterly ashamed. I didn't even know my daughter endured something so horrific." Lee Mokjin asked coldly whether the child was all right. Yang Jiaxin replied, "We ran a full check just in case and luckily found no injuries. The luckiest part is that she seems not to remember what happened to her." Inside, Yang Hua-rin was pouring tea and appeared to have completely steadied. She carefully poured 2 cups of hot tea, neither too full nor too empty. After pouring the second cup, Yang Hua-rin reached for a few peach blossoms. Her father's voice continued from outside, saying she was currently in the Mount Hua kitchen preparing the specialty, plum blossom tea. She always personally greets distinguished guests. Just as Yang Hua-rin was about to drop the blossom into the cup, the peach blossom suddenly disintegrated into tiny fragments. She stared in astonishment, eyes wide, and exclaimed. Lifting the bowl of petals in her hands, she wondered why it had happened. At that moment, all the petals in the bowl simultaneously dissolved into fragments that floated into the air, creating a very beautiful scene. She looked up in bewilderment as the peach petals began to glow continuously. Back outside, Yang Jiaxin and Lee Mokjin continued their conversation. Yang Jiaxin said Mount Hua would pretend to be unaware of the incident. The benevolence shown by our benefactor is something we will cherish and keep in our hearts. However, I will also keep the shame with it and look at it every day. Hearing Yang Jiaxin go a bit overboard, Lee Mokjin said there is nothing to be ashamed of. Bowing to protect an infant is not shameful. It is the duty of parents. Besides, as parents of tens of thousands of children, shame is a luxury. By this, Lee Mokjin meant his disciples. Hearing Lee Mokjin's profound words, Yang Jiaxin fell silent and said nothing more. He quietly turned to look at Lee Mokjin. He always appears indifferent to the world yet gentle to some. It's unclear which. He truly is different. Although I sense he is an ancient man. Does he really possess such overwhelming greatness that it feels impossible to resist? Feeling there was nothing left to say, Lee Mokjin turned away and said, "At dawn we will depart, forget each other." Yang Jiaxin turned to look at him with a pensive expression. Watching his back depart without a hint of hesitation or any demand for reward for saving his daughter. Yang Jiaxin bowed respectfully to his retreating back. It's unclear how long Yang Jiaxin remained bowed. By then the sunlight had begun to shine down. Cut to Suryang. She stood before a mirror, quietly reflecting on herself. She sat like that for a long, pensive while without taking any other action. Then she reached out and touched the arm that had once been severed. Just then her door was opened by someone. The person who entered was none other than Lee Mokjin. After opening the door he asked, "May I come in?" Suryang, pouting, turned away and scolded, "Shouldn't you ask before opening the door?" Lee Mokjin turned and fumbled the door, then clumsily explained, "It opened by itself. How was he supposed to close it looking like that?" Suryang sighed helplessly. "Fine, I'll go out." Then the two of them went outside together and sat on the roof of their ship to share youthful confidences. Suryang, holding a bottle of water, asked curiously, "Why did you come to my room?" Lee Mokjin asked coldly what had happened to the Sichuan Tang clan. Suryang was very surprised by his question. Still, she pulled herself together and replied nonchalantly, "It simply collapsed. Ruins and rubble. Apart from me, everyone else is dead. But your question is a bit heavy, so I'll stop there." Saying that, she set the bottle down. She was about to leave when suddenly Lee Mokjin asked if she was planning revenge. That question hit Suryang straight in the heart and made her startle again. Lee Mokjin, still staring at the moon with an indifferent air, continued, "It's a pointless effort. However, if you want, I'll assist you." Suryang crossed her arms and replied seriously, "Isn't that contradictory? Why help something pointless?" Lee Mokjin answered calmly, though it stung, "Because your life has value." His words left her astonished. After that, she said nothing more. Silence fell between them. Suryang's ship hovered in midair. Lee Mokjin looked up at the sky with indifference and asked if she needed to finish her revenge before starting a new life. Although he offered help, Suryang seemed unwilling to let him interfere. She replied that it's a nice offer but hard to accept. She knew he was strong, but they weren't close enough to share an enemy. She would handle it herself. Lee Mokjin countered, telling her, "We are close. Close ones look after each other. In this new world where I was reborn, you are the only people I know. If that's not enough, I'll pull in connections from the past. Even if worthless, I owe a debt to the Tang family. In the past, the only name I wanted to keep was Tang Chunwu. Back then, I didn't accept it, but he was the only one who insisted on calling me a friend. He was the young head of the Sichuan Tang clan. I owe him a life-saving debt." Suryang asked, 2,000 years ago, he'd be like my great-great, grandfather, over 100 generations have passed. That's a debt too ancient for me to inherit. Forget it, its value vanished long ago. Lee Mokjin explained that revenge does not choose weapons. Revenge uses whatever it takes to achieve its goal, even if the blade pierces one's own heart. If I can't stop you from doing something foolish, then first I'll become that blade for you. After saying this, Lee Mokjin looked very pensive. Seryung did not respond, she only fell silent and took a sip. Seeing her soften, Lee Mokjin stood and told her to think carefully. He had not walked far when Seryung spoke up. There is one condition I need. Lee Mokjin turned back to look at her, contemplative. After hesitating for a moment, Seryung continued, please help me get money. Scene shifts to somewhere in the vast galaxy. The image before them is the Andromeda Nebula. And the planet that looks quite like Earth is the planet Tortuga. On this planet there are many houses that look old and run down, the place dusted white by snow. Overall it resembles slums. Seryung's voice rose as she introduced it as the black market. They sell martial arts people and all kinds of strange goods. Beside her now stood Lee Mokjin. He looked around bewildered and asked, but why is it so deserted? Seryung answered that it's their nature. Wanderers on this planet rarely move about during the day because they might accidentally lock eyes with someone. Lee Mokjin asked again, and if they do? Seryung replied, of course that leads to conflict. Once gazes meet, they never look away. Showing weakness here means you won't survive. So they only come out at night. Even if they accidentally meet eyes, they can pretend not to see each other. Lee Mokjin suddenly turned to her and asked, then why are we here during the day? Seryung replied nonchalantly, because we need to meet someone who can move about in daylight. At that moment, two figures landed behind them at high speed simultaneously. It seemed Lee Mokjin had noticed someone appear behind them. They were about to show up here. Then two burly men in red uniforms, like members of some organization, appeared behind them. Also present was a little purple-haired girl standing on the shoulder of the man wearing red glasses. The girl wore a mask and looked quite shocked as she called out, Tang Seryung, I can't believe it, but it's really you. You came here by yourself. Have you finally lost your taste for living? They acted like old acquaintances. Seryung waved cheerfully and said, hey, you still haven't grown any taller, huh? Look at you, I told you, your growth plate's closed. The purple-haired girl, bruised pride apparent, immediately drew a red sword from her sleeve and said with wide, scary eyes, are you crazy? You really are desperate enough to want to die. Seryung showed no fear at the purple-haired girl's threats. She waved and turned to Lee Mokjin beside her, saying, come on, don't be mad. It's been 7 years. You're not only stopped growing, your manners haven't improved either. Start with a proper greeting. Then she looked at Lee Mokjin again and introduced the purple-haired girl as Beek Sahi. Although she looks small and young, she's my age. She used to be gentle, but her temperament soured when her growth plates closed. We were very close. Beek Sahi scowled and asked loudly in annoyance, close, who said that? Lee Mokjin asked awkwardly, but she doesn't seem very close to you, does she? Seryung, annoyed at a silly joke, said, I borrowed a martial arts manual called the Phantom Sword Demon from her clan, their heirloom treasure. Isn't it normal for close friends to lend things to each other? Lee Mokjin asked curiously, so after you borrowed it, what did you do? Her answer would make anyone want to tear her to pieces. She replied calmly, I sold it. What did you think? Why else would I have the nicknames Fire Demon and the Ship? After saying that, Seryung stared blankly as if it were no big deal. Lee Mokjin was likewise left speechless. But the owner here looked far from pleased. A strong dark blue aura began to emanate from her. She hissed, you sold it. Are you insane? Seryung reassured her, relax, I came to return it. I'll give you something worth 10 times the value of the Blood Demon Sword Manual, okay? Beek Sahi wasn't pacified. Instead, her aura surged stronger as she shouted, don't spout that nonsense. The Phantom Sword Demon Manual is a supreme ancient martial treasure. How could you possibly have something more valuable than that? If you do, bring it out right now. Without hesitation, Seryung frowned, grabbed Lee Mokjin and shoved him forward, saying, it's right here. Even Lee Mokjin was surprised by her move. He asked me. Beek Sahi, baffled, blurted out, what the where am I? Seryung glared at him and asked, weren't you going to help me get money? Lee Mokjin still didn't quite grasp what Seryung meant. He could only look at her with an adorably innocent expression. And on the other side, Beek Sahi was left speechless as well, saying nothing, just staring intently at Lee Mokjin. The two sides just stood there dumbfounded like that for a long while without anyone saying another word. After a scene cut, the three, Seryung, Lee Mokjin, and the biggest surprise, Beek Sahi, were seen escorting the two of them into some dim, labyrinthine palace. Beek Sahi narrowed his eyes, face serious, and spoke, it's not because I trust you, it's to make sure I can kill you. I need my father's permission to kill you. Beek Sahi stated his position very clearly, but Seryung ignored him, turned to Lee Mokjin and explained, she's just talking nonsense. Actually, she likes me a lot. Lee Mokjin looked around curiously and asked, but where exactly is this place? Seryung replied, this is the headquarters of the Tri-Emperor, one of the 4 forces that rule Tortuga. Her father is the leader. Lee Mokjin blinked in surprise and asked, putting that aside, I came here to help you, so what do I need to do? Seryung replied nonchalantly, simple, you just need to be sold at a high price. After a moment, everyone noticed light pouring down from a skylight above. Directly beneath the skylight was the figure of a man sitting dignifiedly on a stone chair. Seeing the 3 below, the man above spoke down, incredulous, I can't believe it, and you hope not to see me again. Seryung, no matter how much I care for you, I cannot go against the Tri-Emperor's laws. You betrayed the organization and stole our treasure. Your price is death. The man's face looked rather stern, with a red stone set between his brows. Hearing his father speak, Beek Sahi excitedly turned to Seryung and shouted, see, I told you she'd die, didn't I? Seryung calmly explained, I didn't steal it, I only borrowed it, and I'm here to return it, Your Excellency. The man above retorted sternly, even if you return the phantom sword, that's not enough, the debt still accrues interest. Quickly, Seryung used the old trick of pushing Lee Mokjin forward and reassured, don't worry, the interest is steep. Beek Sahi brandished his red sword, eyes hard, and shouted, stop pretending, just obediently offer your neck, I'll finish you quickly and it won't hurt. Suddenly Beek Sahi's father stopped him, wait, hear her out first. Beek Sahi, seeing his father's hesitation, looked displeased and called out to him plaintively. She pointed at Seryung and explained, if you let that girl slip away again and forgive her, I'll be truly disappointed this time. Her father replied in a grave tone that no matter how deep their relationship, it could not override the law. If she cannot repay the debt, her death is unavoidable. Seeing Beek Sahi getting all worked up, Seryung sighed, smiled faintly, and told her she was worrying too much. Seryung then glanced craftily at Lee Mokjin and asked, do you know of an ancient swordsman called the Phantom Sword Demon? You operated in the same era as him, right? Lee Mokjin replied coldly, I don't know. If he was a martial artist from my time, he must have been third-rate at best. Hearing him say that so casually, Seryung excitedly slapped his shoulder and exclaimed, perfect. Then show us a bit. Lee Mokjin looked at her blankly and asked, show what? Seryung answered the swordsman, anything will do. But then she paused, fearing Lee Mokjin might get too violent and blow the whole estate away. So she had to say it again. Actually, show your weakest move, it should match the value, right? Beek Sahi, hearing that, was puzzled and her head filled with suspicion. Back to Lee Mokjin, he sighed when he heard her. Seeing he still wouldn't act, she anxiously asked what he was waiting for. Show the weakest, least impressive technique you've practiced. Then Lee Mokjin casually swung his fist forward. He held that pose for a long moment, and Seryung, staring at him, looked like a complete stone statue, utterly foolish. Beek Sahi, who'd been suspicious already, became completely baffled by the scene. Up above, Beek Sahi's father only glanced down, and even he was left speechless at Lee Mokjin's puzzling action. Seryung stared dumbly at Lee Mokjin's fist for a while, then stammered, what is that? Is that even a technique? Lee Mokjin glared ahead with cold eyes and calmly explained, the one-strike fist, Vo Song. This was the first technique I mastered at the age of 1. Hearing that, she panicked and blurted, oh, that's way too weak, can you show something a bit stronger? Lee Mokjin patiently explained again, it's not weak, it's simple and direct, easy to exploit when defending, but its offensive power is considerable. Seryung crossed her arms and looked at him skeptically, urging, then please demonstrate it properly. Lee Mokjin blinked at her with a goofy look and hesitated, saying the space here is a bit tight. Seryung looked up at Beek Sahi's father and asked for his permission. Is that okay, sir? Beek Sahi below could no longer stand still. She shouted, what are you planning to do? Her father calmly replied, do whatever you want. No sooner had he finished speaking than his face changed. His eyes widened as a blinding light flashed behind him. When he composed himself and looked up, he saw a very large hole directly above his head. That thick wall had been pierced by the shockwave of Lee Mokjin's punch as if it were nothing, without even touching it. At this point, he looked a bit like that guy who teases everyone, kind of dumb but outrageously powerful. Only now did Beek Sahi and Seryung freeze solid in front of Lee Mokjin's fly-swatting, rocket-like move. Lee Mokjin clicked his tongue, displeased with himself, and said he had tried to be as gentle as possible. But since he hadn't trained in a while, he slipped up. He learned the move at 1, so how long has it been since he used it? The 3 of them stood stunned by what they considered Lee Mokjin's weakest technique until a huge stone fell from above. Only then did they realize the entire ornate statue had been turned to dust by his strike. A moment later, on the planet Tortuga, the father's deep voice rang out, an ancient martial artist from 2,000 years ago. How is that possible? Who could live more than 2,000 years? Suryung replied, I don't know either, but it's true. I found him imprisoned in an underground palace beneath Mount Tai. His gaze turned cold, a thought flashed through his mind, an isolated cultivation technique. Suryung continued, but anyway, that's not important. You see, his martial arts are formidable and varied, all ancient styles. Father, can we call him a mobile library of martial arts? The point is he's close to me. If I ask nicely, he might teach a few useful ancient techniques. If we turn them into secret manuals and sell them, we'd make a fortune, even more than that phantom sword manual. Hearing this, he fell into thought, and so is his daughter. Cut to outside, night has fallen, but the electric lights blaze and the streets are busy. A cloaked figure walks the road in silence. While walking, he suddenly stops when he hears Lee Mokjin's voice. When does this shop open? He turns his head and sees someone nearby wearing a mask. He asks in a deep voice, are you talking to me? Lee Mokjin shrugs, who else would it be? Dragging out whoever's hiding in the walls or underground to ask would be a hassle. The black-clad man narrows his eyes. You looking to pick a fight? Lee Mokjin smirks. Relax, kid, no need to fear me. Just imagine you're chatting with your long-dead grandparents and answer comfortably. The black-clad man instantly flies into rage and draws his sword. Who are you calling kid? Who are my grandparents? You trying to start something? He finishes, swinging his blade as a sharp green light shoots forward. Lee Mokjin still stares at him wide-eyed, but the black-clad man freezes, because his sword is already sitting neatly on Lee Mokjin's table for some reason. He picks it up and smiles faintly. Don't worry, I'll give it back. Just answer my question. When does this shop open? The black-clad man, furious, channels energy into his arm and bellows, you're dead meat to me. Boom. His palm strike is blocked by an invisible barrier around Lee Mokjin. Lee Mokjin remains calmly seated. The black-clad man opens his eyes wide. From the sensation in his arm, he immediately realizes his arm bones have shattered from the recoil. Moments later, his agonized scream echoes through the street. Shortly after, the little girl comes out, then freezes at the scene before her. The black-clad man, who had been serving Lee Mokjin food, has one arm bandaged and bows respectfully. I tried my best, but this is my first time cooking. Lee Mokjin nods with his chopsticks. You worked hard. When I set your bones, I also cleared a few meridians. Just be careful when you move. With that, he bows his head and starts eating. At that moment, the little girl steps forward and softly says, sorry. Spot the girl's face is showered with food. She is stunned. Lee Mokjin tosses down his chopsticks and shouts, Sput, Sput, what kind of food is this? Boiled sewage would taste better. The girl remains frozen, not understanding what just happened. Lee Mokjin suddenly realizes and looks up. Oh, sorry, why are you here? The girl stammers, my father told me to bring you home. Lee Mokjin raises an eyebrow, calling the Almighty so casually is disrespectful. If your father wants to meet me, he should come in person. The girl hesitates. Oh, I misspoke. My father politely invited and will escort you if you agree. That's what he said. Lee Mokjin nods. Is that so? All right, I'll accept the invitation to be shown the way. The girl continues. By the way, I've heard you know every kind of martial art in the world, including ancient styles. Is that true? Lee Mokjin stepped outside and replied, sort of like that, if something doesn't exist, I just create it. The girl asked, so is there any martial art that can rekindle growth in strength? Lee Mokjin answered tersely, there isn't. Then the two of them left. After a while, they reached the corridor. She asked again, could you make one for me, that martial art that rekindles growth? Lee Mokjin replied, impossible. Our bodies carry history. Bodies are gifts from our parents. Broadly speaking, they hold humanity's heritage. Martial arts are training to live out one's fate gloriously. You can't swim against that current. Hearing this, the girl fell silent. He continued, there are a few similar things, though only temporary. A technique called body reversal transformation can alter appearance and physique. And there's a basic skill called bone regeneration that can replace bone structure. At that, the girl's eyes immediately lit up. She spread her arms to stop him, saying eagerly, why yes, that's it, that will do, please teach me. But he responded coldly, why should I teach you? Hearing that, the girl froze at a loss for words. After a brief silence, seeing his face, she bowed her head sadly. Yeah. She sulked and turned away. I'll guide you. Lee Mokjin said, oh, by the way, do you know how to make a food made from long meat that's slightly curved at both ends? Her voice was still droopy. Long meat. You mean a sausage? Yeah, probably that. Can you make it? Hearing that, she immediately replied, sure, of course I can. A little later, Suryung and another person arrived. Both were stunned. In front of them, Lee Mokjin sat eating while the girl stood short behind him, massaging his shoulders. Moreover, she looked extremely cheerful, and Lee Mokjin was eating 2 sausages, one in each hand. Seeing them, the girl said, Father, greet him, this is my master. Lee Mokjin hastily replied, I'm not your master. Teaching you a basic technique doesn't make me your master, does it? Hearing their exchange, Soryang and her companion continued to stand there dumbfounded. After a while they all sat together, watching Lee Mokjin calmly eat. He thought to himself, has he really cultivated in isolation for 2,000 years? Recalling the earlier scene, I saw it with my own eyes, so I can't deny it. In any case, I must admit his martial arts are far more powerful than that phantom sword. He spoke to Soryang. I heard you're willing to pass on the martial arts you found earlier to us, is that right? Yes, nothing special, he replied as he turned back to his quasi-disciple. No, it's unnecessary, you don't have to do that. The girl cheerfully answered, I do it because I want to master. He said, I've told you I'm not your master. The old man continued, good, if you convert the martial arts into a detailed manual of methods and techniques, I'll forget about Soryang stealing the phantom sword technique. At this, Soryang also said, no, that's not fair. Even if we're interested, we'd still take a huge loss. You have to add conditions, right? Hearing that, he frowned slightly and asked back, add conditions? Add what exactly? How about a chi enhancement drive? The old ones are fine as long as they work well. I've heard you've traded chi enhancement drives with the military. You must have plenty. Give us a decent one. A high-grade core will do. Hearing this, his eyes widened. She asked for a high-grade core chi drive. Has she lost her mind? He stood up abruptly. What? Absolutely not. Base energy cores are treasures among treasures. It took us 100 years to get lucky enough to find one. Even with ancient martial arts of unfathomable power, that's simply out of the question. As he said this, he suddenly fell silent. And it turned out Soryang had spread out her hand with a sharp look in her eyes. 5 sets ancient martial arts. She then turned to Lee Mokjin and asked, those kinds of martial arts just now, 5 sets won't mean much to you, right? Such beginner-level techniques are nothing more than. He interrupted, even if it's 5 sets. Soryang raised her hand to cut him off, make it 10 sets. By this point, he no longer objected. He narrowed his eyes and continued in a low voice, the methods of application, how to execute moves and stances, all must be carefully recorded, to the point that anyone can easily grasp them at a glance. Only then is it worth a valuable item. Soryang turned to Lee Mokjin and asked, okay, it's simple, bring paper and pen here. Cut to a little later. The two of them, Soryang and the others, stared down in disbelief, only to see on the table a scribble like a first grader's drawing with words that looked like chicken scratches. The content read, Tai Kai First Root Fist Essential Method. Inhale, hold your breath, then concentrate force into the danshin. Focus power on the ball of the right foot. Step forward and swing the fist toward the target. Note, right knee angle must not exceed a right angle. He stared dumbfounded and asked, what is this? Soryang was also stunned, not knowing how to respond. This. The room fell silent. She thought to herself that she seemed to feel a sense of failure. Cut to not long after. The scribbled drawings were handed to another old man for verification. Meanwhile, Soryang could only stand nearby in silence, while that girl was still frying sausages for Lee Mokjin. Nearby, our Lee Mokjin calmly sat eating sausages. Soryang sat beside him and said, not even worth the price of paper, it's all meaningless. They even criticized it as not being martial arts at all, but just ordinary warm-up exercises. She continued, maybe raise the level a bit, reach the realm of secret ultimate techniques. Can you do that? Lee Mokjin, eating as he spoke, replied, when martial arts reach their extreme, they all converge into one. Forms may differ, but you can't use that to judge rank. Even secret ultimate techniques differ only in training methods. Ultimately, when you reach the final destination, they're all the same. The martial arts I teach are easy to grasp, yet produce comparable results. That's why they are far superior arts. But for goods, branding matters a lot, so just one secret ultimate technique will do. Goods from Shaolin or Wood are fine, but if it's from the Heavenly Demon sect, even better. No, he answered bluntly, leaving Soryang unsurprisingly shocked. Martial arts that already have their own ownership, even if I know them, I can't teach them. That would go against the code of the martial world. I also know about keeping copyrights, but ancient martial arts don't really fall under copyright law. No, don't say more. You stand up, tell the girl to change into martial attire and come back here. First, I'll transmit the reverse body transformation technique to you. Hearing that, the girl handed him the 2 sausages. After that, Lee Mokjin left as well. Soryang watched them go and thought to herself, this is really done for. Not long after, Lee Mokjin's manuals were carefully compiled. Holding and inspecting them, the man said nothing. Soryang spoke up, after all, they're ancient martial arts, right? Hearing that, he remained silent. Seeing this, Soryang thought she surely couldn't convince him, right? She continued, I'm not trying to force its value. After all, there was some misunderstanding between us. Suddenly he spoke. It was a martial art he'd never heard or seen before. That strength might never be witnessed a second time in a lifetime. Soryang thought to herself, why did the atmosphere suddenly become like this? He looked at her with cold eyes. Can he really be moved? Can he be persuaded to help the Tripole Association? She raised her hand and answered, of course, you saw it. We're so close we can't live without each other. Without me, he wouldn't even bother to eat. Hearing that, he remained silent. Of course, it must come with a core-level energy nucleus as well. The old man replied in a low voice, all right, that can be provided. Hearing that, Seryung couldn't help but be startled. Cut to a little later, they had moved to another place. He asked, how did you know we have a core-level energy nucleus in our possession? She answered, I only heard rumors. Honestly, at first I didn't believe it, but the gossip overlapped so many times I thought I'd check it out. He said gloomily, just as I feared, you can hide a few things, but how do you hide everything? Seryung was surprised too, thinking, you actually possess it, my goodness. He continued, the core-level energy nucleus is one of the 3 great treasures of the martial world, yet it's only been rumored. No one has ever seen its actual form. Do you know why? Probably because making it is terrifyingly difficult. You're half right, not only does it require superb technique, but the material costs demand a huge fortune, so great that even great sects must risk their fate to shoulder it. The other half is. Seryung finished his sentence. The other half is that there's no room for secrecy. Its creation must be approved by the Central Plains Alliance, and the entire manufacturing process must be fully public, like nuclear weapons of a previous era. Exactly, because it holds such terrifying, destructive power. If made in secret, the maker would be deemed the common enemy of the martial world. She asked, but how did you people obtain it? Not made, it found its way to us. As he said this, he opened a door. Inside the room was a very deep pit. He walked inside, stood beside it, and said, it's down there. Seryung, seeing this, was stunned. Inside the room, there was almost nothing except that pit. Deep down, a flickering light could be seen. Tracing the light, a figure gradually emerged, a helmeted head. And not only that, but a warrior in full iron armor was sitting there. The light came from him, and he clutched a sword in his hands, his style much like the medieval European knights. Recalling the past, there had suddenly been a streak of light racing across the sky. In the winter a year earlier, an escape module capsule had unexpectedly made an emergency landing in Tortuga. Where it landed, it created a crater, and it fell right into a residential area. People quickly rushed over to see. In the middle of the crater, a blue flame was burning. And then that monster appeared. He looked up at the people around him. While they had no idea what they were facing. That day, everyone who crossed his path died. He had fallen right in the neutral zone. And not only the 4 guilds, but all forces in Tortuga suffered heavy losses. After hundreds more deaths, we finally realized that he was a superpowered being, far beyond our ability to deal with. And the reason for his overwhelming strength was that he possessed a special internal skill supported by a core-level energy nucleus. Seryung pondered the core-level energy nucleus. After a moment, she looked down and wondered, why was it there? No one knew and no one wanted to know. A year ago, he came here on his own and occupied that spot. Certainly, he was like a ticking time bomb. His spontaneous detonation was bad enough, but the allure of the core-level energy nucleus he had was an even greater danger. Cut to another place, someone sat beside a large fire. A voice rang out, really? The core-level energy nucleus is really there. Once the rumor spreads, every power in the world will rush in. Another voice, Elena, spoke up. The signs have already begun to show. Back with the 2 and Seryung, you say you want the core-level energy nucleus. Then take it and make that monster friend of yours act. Cut to a moment later, something caught Seryung's attention. A girl was approaching her. The girl was very beautiful and had a seductive figure. As they passed each other, Seryung spoke, Beek Sahi, are you still mad? Why didn't you say hello at all? After a brief silence, she turned back and surprised asked, how did you know it was me? Seryung replied nonchalantly that she thought, looking at that face and the one covered eye, who wouldn't recognize her. But she coolly said, of course I recognized you. Even if you changed so much it would shock people, those close to us would still know. Right? Beek Sahi retorted, if we weren't close, you certainly wouldn't recognize me, right? That's true, but it seems you've changed quite a bit. Hearing that, the girl lit up with a sparkling look and said, you're right, I admit it. You're back already. Still a rookie, so that's to be expected. I heard at peak it can last up to a week. A little while later, the girl returned to her original form. Seryung said, congratulations, but where's that old man, your master? Cut to a moment later, the 2 of them walked to the edge of the pit. It's easy, just go to the person down in that hole and tell them to hand over the core controller. Lee Mokjin remained watching attentively. If they refuse, just give them a light hit and force it out of them. You then asked, from what I hear, isn't that an item containing condensed internal energy, like Millennium Rehmania or 10,000-year snow ginseng? Seryung answered, I don't know exactly what it is, but probably something like that anyway. He cut in again, but this aura isn't good, it emits a cold, chilling chi. like the inner core of a frost dragon. If you swallow it recklessly, your soul might get swallowed whole. He turned away and said, "Give it up if you only want it to boost your internal energy. I'll share my power with you." Hearing that, Seryung couldn't help but be surprised. Not long after they returned to the ship, Lee Mokjin asked, "Why refuse when I offered to transmit my internal energy to you? Didn't you want internal energy to train your strength and get revenge? I was willing to share, so why refuse?" Seryung, seeming angry, turned aside and replied, "No, I want to take revenge with my own strength." "You mean her own strength? Given the current situation, that sounds a bit unreasonable." At that moment, the robot girl brought a tray full of sausages and said, "Stop arguing. If you try to logically dissect Big Brother's reasoning, my artificial brain will overload." Robert, playing a game, added, "I offered a loan and got refused, so I stole instead because it bothered my conscience less." Seryung snapped back, "Stealing was me using my own strength to take it. Borrowing is receiving without effort." Hearing that, Lee Mokjin was left speechless and let out a small laugh. The girl offering sausages advised him, "Just eat the sausages. Strangely, once you stop trying to understand, you'll eventually get it." Seryung remained sulking and turned away without a word. He ate a sausage and said, "Fine, if you really want it, I'll do that." Cut to Sahi's father's place. Someone reported that the Yim Thien faction had apparently lured the demon chief Alina to their side. That means they've realized everything has been exposed. They want to settle things before more flies swarm in. The other forces will start acting too. They'll call in all their contacts to gather top experts. Cut to the street. Someone with a hood was moving through. "If so, when the big fire erupts, step back and watch. That's the best strategy. Remove the boundary around the forbidden zone where that monster hides. Also, starting today, all martial artists of the Triad faction will go into seclusion." That announcement surprised the bespectacled young man. Back to the hooded man, he approached a spot where a group had gathered. A guy present with metal plates attached was about to lift a teacup to drink, when suddenly someone else grabbed it from him. It turned out to be the hooded man. The young man with the iron jaw was momentarily taken aback. Seeing this, the other person sipped his tea and said, "Offering a cup to the nearly enlightened monk is a great honor that vermin like you could never have. What are you staring at so wide-eyed? Look down, unless you want to go to hell, Amitabh Buddha." Hearing that, the man flew into a rage and immediately punched, shouting, "Die." But nothing happened. To his astonishment, his hand was stopped mid-strike, and at the same time, a plume of white smoke burst forth. It grew stronger. Seeing this, the iron-jawed youth widened his eyes and realized, "This is the Prajna calamity. Could you be an Asura Buddha?" No sooner had he spoken than the white mist transformed into a great flame, burning him to nothingness. The mysterious man clasped his hands. "Tusk, I warned you you'd go to hell, Amateus Buddha." Those nearby witnesses couldn't help but be terrified and fell silent. The mysterious man's red eyes revealed themselves, and his gaze made them all hang their heads. Indeed, when one meets a living Buddha in this life, that's the proper attitude. This lowly one respectfully requests a precious teaching from the Bodhisattvas, Amitabha Buddha. "Whoever among you is willing to guide me to the Black Water sect ruled by Tho in the north, please raise your hand." But in response, the whole group only trembled in fearful silence. Seeing this, he lost his compassionate tone and angrily bellowed, "You miserable beasts, do you all want to go to hell?" Immediately after, all three of them raised their hands. Cut to the room with the pit. At that moment, another mysterious person suddenly appeared, and he quickly leaped down and approached the knight below. In the stranger's hand appeared a weapon, a red spear. When he got close enough, he immediately scanned the knight's information. Internal power max 8.9 armor, Tiliangzi. He pondered. Indeed, it was the power of a core heart. Meanwhile, the knight still showed no reaction. The mysterious man quickly thrust his spear and shouted, "Give it here." The spear pierced straight into the knight, and immediately a shaft of golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the area. It was clearly visible even from where Lee Mokjin was eating in the distance. Elsewhere, Alina was also watching. She fell silent in thought. At the same time, the monk also saw that pillar of light. The crowd nearby was drawn to that pillar of light. Elsewhere, all you could see was a back covered in countless dragon tattoos. A voice called from outside. Just now, the Triad Council had dismantled the entire guard around that creature. The outer ban order has also been issued. The fat man with the tattoos replied. At such a sensitive moment, Flame Heaven had dragged in the 8-chain demon Alina. In Black Water, they'd invited Asura Buddha, and yet the Triad faction chooses to let go. Hearing that made Bikmu Young, the Triad faction leader, start calculating all sorts of moves. Tortuga in the southern area, Vando Vo Fat Magu Young. The outsider continued, perhaps implying withdrawing from the scramble in the fierce old heart level drive battle. The fat man laughed and answered, "No way, hungry people don't turn their backs on a feast. They want the lion and the tiger to wear each other down, and when both are exhausted, they'll hunt them at once. Eat the bird and take the eggs too. The outsider asked, so what should we do? The fat man replied, we should release a bear into this mess. Aren't lion, tiger, and bear perfect rivals for each other? Wouldn't that just benefit the triad faction? A gleam lit the fat man's eyes. He chuckled softly. This world doesn't run on half measures. If someone creates chaos to seize an opportunity, we just give them an even bigger chaos. Then the opportunity will be ours. When morning comes, we'll begin. Scene changed to Cao Cao. That beam of light had now vanished, leaving only swirling dust. There was a large crater carved into the ground. Elena walked up to the edge of the crater. Her gaze went upward, and immediately after she jumped down. Above on a skyscraper stood a large lightning rod, and on it, the assassin from earlier had been impaled through the body by that rod and killed. Elena approached to check the information. The ID lit up: Huang Dachun, 29 years old, internal skill. Jayap Tai, specialty, Haiyan Thien Enhan Kai T letter 1 E9 D I letter 1 EC7 T sword technique. She pondered from the piercing spear school. At that moment, a voice next to her said, yes, that's the kid the piercing spear school loudly boasted about. The monk who had also come near him added, word has it he's a once in a thousand years talent, prioritized as the next sect master or something. Anyway, those famous orthodox sects are all talk. How dare they place a spoon on Buddha's dining tray, truly deserving of death? Namo Amitabha. How dare they place a spoon on Buddha's dining tray, truly deserving of death? Namo Amitabha. He replied, offerings and rituals are presented to Buddha to pray for the ancestors' blessing. Once the table is set, of course Buddha must come. Looking down into the large pit below, he sighed, sumptuous, exceeding my expectations. Live a life of diligent chanting and finally fortune arrives. Namo Amateus Buddha. Hearing that, Elena unleashed a burst of power and shouted, don't interfere unless you want to die. You common fool, daring to threaten a Buddha who has escaped samsara with life and death. You know nothing of liberation, do you? At this, Elena's power flared even more, and she prepared to attack. The other man raised his hand. Wait, first let's sort out the order. Elena asked back, order of what? The other replied, even though he's just a kid, he's not ordinary, and yet a single sword left him like this. If we engage first, whoever wins will still be wounded. Facing a terrifying opponent who is hard to deal with even at full strength, and with added injuries, the outcome would be no different from that kid's. Still, we can't rush in alone. Even if you seize the old heart-level drive from that monster, you'll be injured. Then the other will easily finish you off. No matter how foolish you are, you've heard of a fisherman reaping the benefit, right? Namo Amitabha Buddha. So first let's cooperate to take down that monster. Elena replied coolly, don't be ridiculous. I have no intention of teaming up with a lowlife like you. With that, she lunged forward and said, don't interfere unless you want to die. That man remained calm. Haha, how foolish. Can't you even do simple arithmetic? I have nothing to lose, but if you voluntarily become a side dish on the offering table, why would I stop you? Namo Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. Very quickly, Elena descended to the bottom of the pit. Her gaze quickly locked onto the target's position. It was at the end of a tunnel. Immediately after, she stepped forward. Quickly, her expression shifted. Not only was that knight there, but Li Mokjin had also arrived somehow and stood opposite. Even just looking from behind, she immediately recognized that he was the one. A memory returned of her talking with her mother. This time I must remember carefully. Her mother looked at her sternly. If you meet him, do not raise your head. If you disobey again, I will sever ties with you. Consider this a warning. Back in the present, Elena could only stand silently behind. Although she didn't need to look back, Li Mokjin recognized her and asked, judging by your breathing, it's steady. Looks like your wound has fully healed. Hearing that, she grew even more cautious. He turned and said, perfect timing. I just thought of a question and need someone to ask. Right after that, her chest suddenly stabbed with pain. Faced with Li Mokjin's still cold expression, she could only clutch her chest, wondering in surprise, why, what is this pain, this pressure? She stammered, blushing and unable to look at him, begging, please tell me. Why is this one's internal energy not concentrated in the danchan, but diffused throughout the body? Elena activated her ocular observation function, quickly assessing the entire night. The drive internal energy was overloaded, couldn't handle the capacity, and had melted down. The cause was likely the lack of a proper operating system to control an old heart-level drive. This is a case of energy inversion. No, not that. If it were energy inversion, at least there would be a desire dominated by evil thoughts. But in this one, I sense no desire at all. it's empty. Like a blank sheet of paper. As he said this, he reached his hand forward. Alina hurriedly warned, be careful. But his arm passed right over the knight's head without any effect. The light from the knight grew brighter and brighter, so intense that Alina had to shield her eyes with her hand and couldn't look directly. At the same time, Lee Mokjin remained calm, his gaze shifting from blue to red. After a moment, that power mellowed. Alina couldn't help but be surprised. Good grief, the old heart level drives power rivals a nuclear blast, yet he used his bare body to suppress all that energy. He had taken off his helmet and held it in his hand. Looking at the knight who was still seated, she could see he was a young man and even wore glasses. Speak up, who are you? But the knight kept his vacant stare, showing no sign of responding. Cut to Sahi's location. She stood before a mirror, then raised 2 fingers to chant a spell. A violet energy swiftly enveloped her body. The room lit up brilliantly, and she transformed into a beautiful woman with a full figure. She turned around and said somewhat cheerfully, "What, huh? This is my true form, how I look when I'm fully grown. Do you like it?" But where she looked, there was no one, only a photograph on the table. In that photo, she and a little boy were playing together. Sahi stepped forward, picked up the picture, and murmured, "Where are you?" In that photo, the little boy was the knight when he was small. Tears fell drop by drop onto the photograph. She wept sorrowful, it's been too long. Back with Lee Mokjin. After a while, without the knight answering, only that vacant gaze remained. He asked, "They say the eyes are the window to the soul. Why are yours so empty?" Alina stepped closer and said she detected no brain waves. The drive overload seems to have melted his brain. He's no longer truly alive, only basic instincts remain. If the instincts survive, then the memories that govern those instincts must still exist. That means his life hasn't fully gone out. He turned and asked, "So how do we remove that evil thing that has taken over the boy?" Alina answered, "It's lodged deep in his heart. It must be torn out." "How wouldn't that kill him? Isn't there another way?" "How wouldn't that kill him? Isn't there another way?" He reached up to the knight's head and said, "Kid, there's no way to save you now. However, if you have any last words, I'll listen." As he spoke, Lee Mokjin's deathly colored power flared up. The knight now began to respond to the power. Focus. It may be dark and veiled, but dig deeper. The knight's eyes started to open wide, veins of blood spreading. The more precious the memory, the deeper it's buried. Keep going until you find it. Focus, it may be dark and veiled, but dig deeper. The knight's eyes began to open wide as bloodshot veins spread. The more precious the memory, the deeper it's buried. Keep going until you find it. At that moment, large red veins also bulged on Lee Mokjin's face. Alina thought in surprise that he was absorbing the impure energy into his body. The blood vessels thickened increasingly. The knight had completely stopped emitting light by now. Lee Mokjin asked, "Found it yet?" Only in the knight's eyes. An image of a figure appeared, a memory of playing with Sahi. They were playing together in a meadow, chasing a little butterfly to catch it. But from childhood into his older years, the girl remained exactly the same in size. She never grew up. Seeing the butterfly perched high where she couldn't reach, he caught it for her. "I got it," he said, but she only gave him an unhappy look in return. Sahi turned and walked away saying, "Let it go." He asked in puzzlement, "Why?" She snapped back, "Who asked you to help? I can catch it myself." Hearing that, he could only fall silent. After a while, they returned together. He asked, "Why are you mad? If I did something wrong, tell me and I'll change." Sahi remained silent and gave no answer. He worriedly asked again, "Do your feet hurt? Want me to carry you?" Sahi finally turned back angrily and snapped, "Do you think I'm a child? Am I still a kid to you? Just because you're taller you think you're an adult, and because I'm short I'm a child. I'm 20 years old, I'm a woman, it's just that my growth plates are slow, I'm not a child." Stammering, he replied, "No, that's not it. I know you're an adult, I never thought you were a child." She scolded on, "From now on don't come looking for me. I won't see you until my growth plates finally kick in." Behind him he could only call out quietly, "Sahi." But the girl stubbornly left without another word. The knight's gaze, back in the present, while Lee Mokjin restrained the core heart power. It continued to focus on the knight's helmet in Lee Mokjin's hand. Recalling the past on the battlefield, another knight was gravely wounded, near death, leaning against a rock. Seeing him approach, that knight asked, "You're still alive?" You replied, "Yes, but the other knights are gone." Around them lay row upon row of knights' corpses. The wounded knight replied, "It's fine, the enemy has been wiped out too." Cough, cough. As he spoke, he coughed up blood. The young man called out anxiously, "Commander. Don't call me commander anymore. With the entire Stellar Knights Order wiped out, how could you stay on as a leader? But after such a fierce battle, why don't you have a scratch on you?" Facing that question, he remained silent. The commander continued, "Did you retreat?" He answered, "Yes." "I don't understand. 6 years since you were knighted, I've never seen you hesitate in battle. You fought on the front lines as if you had 10 lives. Why are you holding back this time?" He stayed silent in the face of those words. At that moment, the commander seemed to realize something. He looked at him and asked, "Does it have to do with this mission? Do you also desire the item in this box?" He replied, it's essential for a person. As he spoke, he dropped to one knee before the commander. Seeing this, the commander watched him in silence. After a moment, he said, you fool, a core-level drive far exceeds your control. Only a few transcendentists can use it. Even I don't dare touch it. He replied sadly, this item won't work for you, Commander. You are already tall enough. His words left the commander puzzled. What does height have to do with this? I heard core-level drives rearrange all genes, including the development of the nervous system. It's something I desperately need. Hearing that, the commander asked, so you have designs on it? He grabbed the hilt to brace himself, stood and said, then I must stop you. I am the 126th heir of the Stellar Knights. I am Andrei Skolt. I was tasked with guarding this item and will strike down anyone who interferes. He put on his helmet and leveled his sword at him. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. All he could do was plead with the commander. But the commander swung his sword up and shouted, be gone. Immediately a streak of light from the blade flashed. His gaze wavered as well. In the present, sensing something wrong, veins slowly began to appear on his face. Seeing this, Li Mokjin immediately realized he had been caught by a heart demon. Li Mokjin hurriedly summoned more strength and shouted to steady his spirit. The demon has rooted in his heart, you must drive it out. Elena nearby could only open her eyes wide and watch in worry. A light from beneath the pit flared up once more, but this time it was a beam of white light. The observing monk wondered to himself what had happened down there. The white beam streaked away like a meteor. And then like a shooting star it rose upward. It quickly chased after that white beam, which was Li Mokjin, chasing and shouting, stop right there. Below, the monk had seen it, but he made no move and merely watched. Inside Suryung's ship, 2 steaming bowls of noodles sat on the table. Robert shouted happily, when was the last time we ate out? I'm so moved. The little robot girl sipped bubble tea, savoring it. That's right, I sold 2 air purifiers to buy this. It's worth half a year of clean air. I wonder when humans will kick their luxury addiction. Suryung picked up her chopsticks and said, don't be harsh, it's a luxury we only enjoy once a year. Happy birthday, Robert. What do you mean harsh, Captain? Are you mooching off someone else's birthday? Suryung, a bit annoyed, said loudly, I'm not mooching. Robert is eating what he likes. I actually prefer something else. At that moment, the 2 beams of light also flew closer. They streaked by so fast the surroundings trembled. Inside the ship, the steaming bowls of noodles were tipped over because of it. The whole crew went silent at the thought that their once-a-year noodles had been ruined. Cut to outside the city. On the rocky plateau, the knight crashed into the ground. He gripped his sword, his body radiating energy with blue veins standing out all over him. Moments later, Li Mokjin caught up. Seeing him, the knight now seemed to regard him as an enemy. Li Mokjin shouted, it's not too late. You must fight the demon in your heart that wants to swallow your soul. Even if you die, die as a human. As soon as he finished, the knight lunged forward with his sword. He raised his sword high and brought it down with a powerful slash, instantly cleaving a large fissure in the ground. But Li Mokjin lightly dodged. Not stopping, the knight continued to thrust forward. The thrust hit like a cannon shot, yet still missed Li Mokjin. In his frenzy, he recalled memories, and it was that young knight who did it. Meanwhile, the commander had been impaled by a sword, but he still gasped out, stop, Warham. Even at death's door and with Warham's sword in him, he said he held no grudge. I understand there must be a greater reason you abandoned your knightly oath and sold your soul to demons. Because you are human like that, I treated you as a son. So I beg you to let go of that item, throw it away and leave. If you try to use it, that item will consume your soul. And if you keep it, the whole world will hunt you to snatch it away. Whatever you choose will only lead to your destruction. Warham replied sadly, I understand, but I must deliver it to that person, even if I have to sell my soul. As he spoke, he reached his hand into the box, and immediately a beam of light flared up. The pain made him scream. And that severing was his heart demon, the commander's death that he couldn't escape. He kept screaming and lunged forward. Seeing this, Li Mokjin thought to himself, so in the end it still won't work. The instant Warham swung, Li Mokjin no longer dodged. He punched Warham hard in the stomach and shouted, will you stop it already? The powerful punch unleashed a terrible burst of light. That could be clearly seen from Beek Sahi's residence. Immediately after came a horrific explosion. When it cleared, only smoke and dust remained. By then Alina had flown over. She landed and looked around at what had become a wasteland. In a long crack stretching across the ground, Warham had been thrown by the punch and was sitting before a boulder. Li Mokjin stood in front and asked Alina, you said it stuck to his heart. Alina replied, yes. Li Mokjin's gaze was a little sad. Then to remove it, I'll have to pull his heart out. Alina took out a tool and said, use a specialized drive extraction instrument. We can take it out without contamination. I can do it for you. Do you agree? This is an act that involves taking a life. His palm began to glow. I need to do that myself. Hearing that, Alina said nothing more. Li Mokjin stepped closer, slowly reaching his hand toward Warham's chest. for this too is karmic retribution. Kid, close your eyes and rest. I will take on your karma. I will go to hell in your place. Just then Suryoung's loud voice rang out, stop. Elena also turned around, and Suryoung quickly recognized the knight, murmuring, he's Warren. Lee Mokjin asked, you know this kid? Suryoung stammered and couldn't speak. As she was speaking, footsteps came from behind, and Baeksahi had arrived. Her face went stiff when she recognized that knight. For a moment the scene seemed to freeze, facing the one she had longed for day and night. Baeksahi slowly walked closer. At that, Suryoung stepped forward and said, he was Baeksahi's childhood friend. They were so inseparable I was jealous, but one day he suddenly disappeared. Strangely, after Warren disappeared, Baeksahi changed. She used to be cold and distant, but suddenly became innocent and laughed a lot. But to me, that smile seemed to be crying. At this time, Warren still wore a blank expression and showed no reaction. Baeksahi spoke haltingly, what did you do? Look at me, have we been apart so long that you don't even recognize me anymore? But all that came back were muffled sounds and Warren's vacant eyes. Baeksahi continued, look at me, you recognize me, right? You haven't forgotten me, have you? You know my name, right? Say it, say my name. Elena saw it was useless to plead. His brain had completely melted. How could he remember anything? Suddenly, Warren began to move, though he could only make muffled sounds. But his hand reached forward. Elena was surprised to see this. Baeksahi immediately said, you know me, you remember me. Then she reached for his hand. Seeing that, Suryoung ran forward to stop her. No, wait, Baeksahi. He's still dangerous. Radioactive energy is still leaking from him. If she touches him, she'll be contaminated. Still, the girl was resolute. He's Warren, he's my Warren. At that tone, Suryoung simply froze at a loss for words. Looking at the girl's face and eyes, Suryoung finally understood. She released the girl's hand and said, even so, don't do it. Baeksahi kept staring ahead, where he still held his hand out toward her as if expecting something. Unfazed, the girl reached out. Goodbye, go away, Warren. Elena then urged, we have to stop them. We can't because some relationships are all they have. Just then, as their hands nearly touched, a purple light suddenly burst forth, and Warren's arm clenched as if he didn't want to touch the girl. Baeksahi was astonished. Warren. Suddenly, Warren's voice struggled out word by word. Back away. The group was stunned. At that moment, a flag suddenly flew in and planted itself behind Baeksahi. Not just one. Soon, a series of flags were planted around where the two stood. Very quickly, a gigantic flower enveloped the area, separating them from Lee Mokjin's group. Suryoung was surprised. What's going on? Elena likewise blurted out in astonishment. At that, Lee Mokjin swung his hand and tore the flower apart, shouting, disappear. With a single flick, the barrier was ripped to pieces. But when it vanished, no one remained where Baeksahi had stood. The two, Suryoung and Elena, could do nothing in time. Because all that was left, there was a half-burned talisman. It was the formation process of Shaolin's original Arhat barrier. Is he the inheritor of Shaolin martial arts in this generation? Hearing that, Elena immediately remembered who had done it. It was that monk from before. He's the Asura Buddha. Cut to another place like a training ground, in an empty expanse of space. This is the Blackwater headquarters. The monk and two lotus flowers had teleported to this place. As soon as he appeared, he suddenly fell silent, as if something had caught his attention. Amitabha Buddha, he has come from hell to here. Why didn't the devotees wait a bit longer and go to hell on their own? Opposite him sat someone waiting, surrounded by countless corpses. The monk revealed a look from behind and said, and who must this poor monk collect a debt from? Amitabha. As he spoke, he examined the information on the person opposite him, and it seemed they had left one living person to pay the debt. And that person was large, probably well-pocketed, which would be good for this poor monk. The man then slowly stepped forward. His frame was nearly twice that of the monk Asura Buddha. Being that close still called for caution. Asura Buddha thought silently, Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor. He pressed his palms together and said, Senior, long time no see. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor asked, you know me? Only by reputation. No more, we've met once before, so it's fine if you don't remember. Amitabha. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor said irritably, answer clearly. At the same time, he snapped his fingers, which spit sparks. But it was like a cannon blast fired straight at Asura Buddha. When the blaze died down, he had managed to assume a defensive stance to block it, but the force shattered the ground beneath his feet. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor said, Diamond indestructible, so you're from Shaolin. Judging by your martial skill, you must be an inner disciple. Really, a 30-ish kid with techniques only elders are supposed to learn. I recall a child who served tea to Grandmaster Munchen at Shaolin 20 years ago. That child must be the one. Asura Buddha replied, you recognize him. I said we were only casual acquaintances. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor gave a slight smile. No, it's deeper than that. If you're Munchen's disciple, at least he gives me reason to spare you. That thing on your back looks like a drive core. leave it, and I'll favor Munchen by letting you live." Hearing that, Asura Buddha remained silent and stood motionless. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor asked, "Why are you still standing there? Aren't you going to run?" Suddenly his eyes narrowed, for Asura Buddha was now spreading his hands wide. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor asked, "What are you doing?" Asura Buddha answered, "Shouldn't you be the one to pay? The remaining amount is 85,000. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? How can you threaten a fellow believer like me? Have you enlightened yourself to life and death? I worry you've lived too long and you're senile. Amitabha." Before he finished, a huge fiery fist shot toward him. Asura Buddha immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Reverse." But then the fist smacked him and sent him flying backward. What followed was a massive explosion that lit up the entire hall. After that punch, the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor showed no reaction other than thinking. Old Munchen really did teach his dog poorly. He approached a lotus and said, "You asked for death yourself, don't blame me." But at that moment, Asura Buddha's weak voice rang out, "The money still hasn't been paid." Following the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor's gaze, one saw Asura Buddha staggering out from the explosion. He appeared to be badly wounded, coughing up blood that stained his collar and hood a deep red. Standing in the flames, the monk Asura remained stubborn. The amount owed was 85,000 reputation points. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor growled irritably, "Are you out of your mind?" Monk Asura continued, "By law, since the debtor who signed died, the contract is void. However, this poor monk specially recognizes you, senior, as the contract's successor, so." Before he finished, the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor lunged and punched him hard into the ground. He raised his fist, "Keep talking, let's see what you say next." Facing the threat, he still spoke up, "If you pay, this poor monk will talk until you get bored." At the same time, his hand began to emit power, blue flames slowly igniting. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor was a bit surprised, thinking, "Oh, the Prajna Year technique. This is a banned Shaolin art because it uses corrupt energy. You've broken your oath." Asura Buddha replied, "Martial arts are for killing, gilding a sword's tongue and worshipping it is ridiculous. Amitabha. As predicted, Prajna Year had no effect on you. Senior, you have a diamond indestructible body, but it still hurts a bit, right?" No sooner had he finished than he took a brutal punch to the face, denting the ground beneath him. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor snarled, punching and cursing, "Yeah, that hurts. What about your famous name now? Anything else to say?" Despite his head being smashed in like a slapstick comedy gag. With trembling arms, he still slowly raised his hand and continued to demand payment. Seeing this, the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor grew angrier and rushed in, raining blows. "Bastard, still stubborn, huh?" Boom, 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 boom. Hammer-like punches repeatedly slammed Asura Buddha's face, tearing the ground upward, his blood flowing more and more. Soon it reached the lotus petals. From there, a blue flame began to scorch the flower. At this point, the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor had paused, still holding his fist down, waiting to see if Asura Buddha would dare speak again. But it seemed he had been beaten to the point he could no longer utter a sound. The Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor stood, straightened his robes, and scolded, "Why do all the jerks I meet want to reach nirvana so badly?" At the same time, he noticed something odd, that the two lotus flowers were beginning to dissipate, and there was no one left inside them, only a half-burned talisman floating in the air. He grabbed it, muttering, "That son of a dared to use Kaimen Dunjia on me. Even dead, you still pull tricks. But useless." As he spoke, he put the half-burned talisman into his mouth and ate it. Immediately after, his body began to vanish from top to bottom, like the lotus flowers. Only Asura Buddha remained lying motionless as if dead. After a moment, a voice called out, "Is he dead?" It was the three people Li Mokchen had chased down. Suryung looked around and said, "So someone killed Monk Asura Buddha and imprisoned the others. If someone could do this to Monk Asura Buddha, then that person must be formidable." Elena now also recognized the source of Asura Buddha's injuries and thought to herself, "Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor." Suddenly Li Mokchen spoke up, "He's not dead." Suryung asked in surprise, "What, he's not dead yet?" He answered, "He's badly wounded but still alive. He has a special ability." He answered, "He's badly wounded but still alive. He has a special ability." Suddenly, the three of them wore puzzled expressions. It turned out Asura Buddha was still spreading his hand to demand payment. Although his head was a bloody mess, his hand still reached out toward the three of them. Cut to somewhere else, a blue butterfly was flying in the air. It then landed on a small branch. Immediately after, a hand reached out and gently caught it. It was warm, and beside him was the little girl Beek Sahi. Hearing his voice say he had caught it, Beek Sahi couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Then she raised both hands to receive it. Warren gently placed the butterfly on the girl's hand. Seeing the beautiful creature tied to so many memories, the girl stood frozen, speechless. Warren then asked Beek Sahi, "Why do you have that look? Don't you like butterflies? Didn't you once try to catch one?" Warren then asked Beak Sahi, why do you have that look? Don't you like butterflies? Didn't you once try to catch one? Warren smiled sadly, because it's not real. Oh, is that so? The two chatted without noticing behind them a Bagua gate of golden light had appeared not far away. Warren continued, you're right, my chest didn't burn, but at that moment it felt like a fireball hits, like my heart was burned away. So Beak Sahi, don't cry, okay? We should be happy to see each other again. But now tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. Beak Sahi choked up. If it's not real, it means I'll wake up and go through this again. Every night I see you in my dreams, and every morning I have to say goodbye. If I wake up again, I'll lose you once more. Hearing that, Warren fell silent. After a moment, he replied softly, I'm sorry. Beak Sahi moved closer and sat beside him. I never thought of you as a child. You're always more mature than me in how you think and how you act. Beak Sahi didn't look at him and said softly, but I'm small like a child and you don't like that, do you? On the contrary, Warren gently replied, it's not about small or big, you're still charming and adorable. After traveling the universe for a long time, I'm certain of one thing. There's only one Beak Sahi in the universe, and that's why I love you. Hearing that, the girl widened her eyes in surprise. I know you hate being short, but don't worry, you'll grow taller soon. I brought a fruit. Hearing that, the girl immediately turned back. Oh, I don't hate being short. But at that moment, the girl was surprised to see Warren begin to emit a glow of power like before. At the same time, he made muffled noises, his eyes lighting up emptily as they turned elsewhere. That was where the Golden Gate stood, the place where the figure of the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor had appeared. He opened his eyes to scan Warren's information. Maximum internal skill pH 8, 9-ring quantum drive activated. He spoke, oh, a 9-ring quantum internal drive, definitely a high core level drive. At that moment, Warren lunged to attack him. Seeing this, Beak Sahi couldn't help but call out anxiously, don't, Warren. Immediately after, a shockwave rang out, accompanied by blinding light from their clash. Back with Lee Mokjin, Usura Buddha's hand was still outstretched. His voice stammering disjointedly, pH 85, 00 reputation points. Suryoung heard this and asked puzzled, what are you talking about? Lee Mokjin immediately understood and replied, he's asking for payment, give it to him. After getting beaten like that, he deserves it. Suryoung exclaimed, pH 85 reputation points? Where would we get that much, short of selling Robert, Sunya, and our devil ship? And even adding this woman in still wouldn't get us the 10,000 reputation points required. Hearing that, Alina glared and snapped, why are you excluding yourself? Do you want to die? Lee Mokjin still looked at her calmly. Oh, is that so? He turned to Usura and said matter-of-factly, just put it on credit, I'll sign for him. But upon hearing that, Usura Buddha fell silent as if pondering something. He had no reputation, yet one could clearly sense Lee Mokjin's strength. Suryoung frowned, no way, this guy's nickname is Greedy Demon. He doesn't trust anyone when money's mentioned. As she finished speaking, suddenly a stream of blood shot straight up from Usura Buddha's head. It traced a hovering circle in the air. To Suryoung's astonishment, a blood-tinted Bagua ring formed in the sky and gradually enveloped the three of them. Back to Beak Sahi. The little girl with her small power stood stunned at the battle scene, only to see Warren now easily restrained in the palm of the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor. Lifted into the air, the old man spoke. You should have assessed your opponent before striking. Did you really think that little power could slice through everything? You don't even have the emotion to attack for your familiars. Still dare to dream? You're not the only one who owns a core-grade driver. As he spoke, the light of the driver core shone from his chest. He began to raise his hand to marshal his power. All right, now I'll take your driver. Faced with that, Warren's eyes remained vacant, showing no reaction, only vague intermittent moans. Suddenly from behind, Beak Sahi swung her sword and shouted, let him go. Along with that came a slash straight at the old man's head, the strike emitting a brief deathly light. But she was immediately knocked back. Her Earthblood and Azure Child sword shattered as well. Her whole body hit the ground like a stone being thrown. Still, she forced herself to look up and stammered, Warren, let him go. But at that moment, the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor's hand plunged deep into Warren's chest. Before her stunned eyes, the little girl was helpless, unable to do anything. Seeing Warren's chest being pierced deeper and deeper, she could only reach out in desperation, but her severe injuries left her with almost no strength. Moments later, he dropped Warren's body to the ground, a large wound across his chest. In his palm lay the boy's heart, wrapped around the core driver. Seeing that sight, he curled his lips into a slight smile. Suddenly, he sensed something. Slowly, he turned his head to look back, and saw the figures of the three, Lee Mokjin and the others, emerging from the gate. At once, Suryoung saw the scene and went blank, impossible. Warren, Sahi. How did the two of them end up like this? She angrily gathered her strength and shouted, "You bastards, stay away from him." Immediately after came a deathly beam fired straight at the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor. But faced with that attack, he only waved his hand dismissively. Instantly, a powerful flame fist smashed and dispelled Young's attack, and lunged straight at her. Her palm strike was easily broken apart by the fiery blow. With undiminished force, it continued barreling toward her. Seeing that, Young froze, unable to react in time. Just then, she felt a light hand rest on her back. Immediately, the flame fist was shattered as Young's power suddenly surged. The aftershock made Alina behind her raise a hand to shield herself, leaving only sparks and embers hanging in the air. Witnessing that, the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What?" Looking toward the two, Young and Lee Mokjin behind him. His pupils contracted. He thought to himself, the technique of internal skill transformation. Meanwhile, Lee Mokjin stood there with an emotionless expression. Alina called out from behind, "He's the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor. He is a peerless grandmaster, known along with my mother as one of the world's 5 supreme lords. Across the entire galaxy, fewer than 10 warriors can match him in battle." Before she finished speaking, Lee Mokjin calmly stepped forward, while Young still stood there dazed. On this side, the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor's expression turned solemn. He opened his eye to search for information on Lee Mokjin. Identity unknown, detecting no internal skill motive or driver core. He thought to himself that this meant the man relied entirely on his own strength and could even use internal skill transformation. Before he could ponder further, Lee Mokjin was already in front of him and asked, "Your body is hard as steel. It seems you have mastered Iron Cloth Sam. Moreover, the methods demand enduring extreme physical pain, so most avoid them, but you've done very well." At those words, the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor could only think to himself, where did this monster come from? He carefully spoke, "Who are you?" Lee Mokjin replied coldly, "I really want to beat you into a puddle of minced meat, but unfortunately, by martial code, I don't yet have a sufficient legitimate reason to do that. So I'll give you a chance. Put down what you're holding and leave while you still can." Hearing that, the old man couldn't help but snap angrily, "Are you insane?" But no sooner had he finished than his eyes widened and his pupils contracted. It turned out Lee Mokjin had delivered a straight punch to his gut, and he didn't even have time to react. Just one punch forced him to drop to his knees in agony. Lee Mokjin said coolly, "Don't force my hand. I am literally waiting for an excuse." The old Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor didn't answer, but his face tightened with rage, veins bulging as he spat, "You crazy bastard, how dare you." Immediately after, he rose to his feet as his whole body burst into blazing flames. Facing that, Lee Mokjin still remarked indifferently, "Kid, I've already warned you. You'd be better off stopping." But at that moment, the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor held up Warum's heart and asked, "Isn't this what you wanted?" With that, he immediately crushed it, blood and gore spilling from his hand. That action left Alina and Young dumbfounded, eyes wide open. And the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor then hurled a fist wreathed in blazing flames, shouting, "Take this, you nameless bastard." But immediately after, his punch was knocked off course by Lee Mokjin's blow, scattering his teeth. Before he could recover, the youngster kept throwing punches. A direct punch to the gut made his body curl in on itself. The pain so fierce he spat saliva, eyes bulging. Not stopping there, blows continued straight to his face, to the stomach, hooking the chin. The strikes thundering like explosions that reverberated through the space. Alina and the others stood there with mouths agape, watching Lee Mokjin pummel one of the world's strongest as if beating a mangy dog. After a while, he stopped with a poker face. In front of him, the old Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor still stood. But now his face was swollen like a rice cake, unrecognizable. His eyes were puffy and lifeless, pupils no longer visible. Soon after, the old man collapsed to the ground with a thud, motionless. Young and the others just stood there speechless, watching. After a moment beneath the dead tree, Sahi and Warum were now lying next to each other. The little girl remained silent, gently stroking Warum's head. He had completely lost his life. In her eyes there was only deep sorrow, yet her lips curved in a small smile as if to comfort Warum's spirit. Not far away, Young told Lee Mokjin, "We have to take her with us. If we leave her like this, she'll never move again and will just sit there until her last breath. So even if we have to use force, we must take her with us." Lee Mokjin remained silent. He watched the sad scene between the two of them intently. Sahi quietly lifted her small hand to touch Warum's face. After a moment, Lee Mokjin slowly stepped forward and said, "Sahi, move to the side." But the girl stayed silent. His next words made her pupils widen. "I'll let you say your goodbyes to him, so please step aside." Lee Mokjin began to use his power, channeling a stream of red energy into Warum's lifeless body. Then he asked Alina if she knew what he was doing. She answered in astonishment that it was the reversal origin ritual. What's that? It's a state of merging with nature itself, because nature is the origin of all things, including the cycle of life and death. But I thought that was just a legend, since such a state shouldn't be possible. So what on earth is this man? He channels his vital energy to replace the soulless blood. Borrow my life so you can glance at this world once more. Once again, Warum came back to life. Biksahi couldn't hold back her tears. He said he had one favor to ask of her if she agreed. She said of course, he could ask for anything, even 1,000 things. She would do them all. Just don't cry, you're more beautiful when you smile. And also, don't cover your eyes anymore because they're truly beautiful. Biksahi removed the eye patch. Alina asked if her eyes were injured. They weren't. She had only pretended so she wouldn't seem weak. Warum used both hands to cup her face. Just as I thought, you're truly beautiful. With a sweet kiss, this would be the last time. His final request was that she forget him. Afterward, they built a grave for him and buried him under the dead tree's roots. Later on Suryung's ship, she asked Sunya to take them away from there quickly. She didn't want to stay there any longer. Meanwhile, Lee Mokjin was staring into a mirror, remembering what Biksahi had earlier asked him about the anti-heaven body altering technique. She wanted him to take it away. He told her she could keep it, but he would never use it again. Being unable to use something and choosing not to use it are two different things. With that, they all continued their journey. Meanwhile, Sword Mother entered a ruined area where charred corpses lay everywhere. Before her stood the Emperor. She said, "It seems your nature hasn't changed, using your own disciples as offerings just to vent a little anger. These young men probably only wanted you to be happy." He replied, "They are not my disciples. I only taught them a few tricks to make them more useful. Scum like them are worthless." "Oh, well then let me say I'm quite impressed you're still alive after taking such a beating." "Yes, I'm pretty impressed. If you came here to provoke me, you're wasting your time. Anger only makes me stronger. You're misunderstanding me. I didn't come to mock, I came to warn. Stay away from that man because he belongs to me. If you decide to ignore this warning, you won't be as lucky as you are today." "What the hell did you just say?" Sword Mother shouted. "The world believes the iron cloth Sam technique you master is inviolable. But that technique is actually a martial art that consolidates all the body's vital points into one hidden spot. Do you think he struck you all over except the left forearm? Is that where your death point is? Perhaps he only wanted to beat you, not kill you." Meanwhile, Lee Mokjin was devouring a delicious sausage. Suryung didn't look at him, saying that since her energy unit was gone, it might be a good idea to accept that inner energy. "I'll allow you to transfer your inner energy to me, but only this once." Lee Mokjin answered that it was too late. His vital energy had been exhausted to restore that boy's soul. It would now take at least 3 years to recover his energy. However, he promised that then he would share it with her. And how does that help us now? We have a debt of 85,000 credits, and that money-obsessed mad monk will relentlessly pursue us forever. At that time, the monk with an accountant asked him, "Since 100,000 credits were advanced to the Blackwater faction, how much do you want this time?" You asked him to send it all to Shaolin. Again, you're going to send it all away, why don't you keep some? At least enough so you can survive. Send it all, the weaker and sicker they are, the more they should have good food. As for me, I intend to steal what I need. 2,000 years ago, in a secret chamber underground on a star system, a man named Lee Mokjin, a martial artist of our sect, went into seclusion and called himself the Heavenly Demon. The person there replied that he would investigate, but it was very likely a fabrication meant to unsettle the sect. This secret was buried for 2,000 years, and even the higher elders could not access it. So how can you think it's someone else's fabrication when it's something we have almost forgotten? If he really has reborn, if he really is the 6th heavenly demon, and Lee Mokjin is nearby, that would mean for the first time there are 3 heavenly demons in this universe. Right? Why Sachin, the 94th leader of the heavenly demon sect, said assigning this to someone else would be a headache. That's what he said. Back on the protagonist's ship, Suryung was confused. It's just that Sunya confessed they had gone bankrupt. They were nearly out of fuel and had only enough food for 4 more days, if they ate only 1 meal per day. Robert suggested using his wedding savings, but he yelled that he'd already spent it. She was the one who pushed him to invest in the market. That savings was 10 years of military pay. But there's an even bigger problem, Sunya said. Damn, Lee Mokjin just keeps eating sausages like nothing happened. And that's the last of them. They had no idea what would happen if he got hungry again. At the First Moon Tavern, Suryung negotiated with the tavern owner, offering him some of Lee Mokjin's martial manuals. She only had a few scraps left, so their value would be high. The owner said then they must be originals. Suryung said she'd give him a special discount just for him, of course, if he bought the whole set. The owner replied it's too valuable, she shouldn't be greedy like that. Seryung tried to persuade him, asking only for one serving of food including sausages and some fuel. They might even be expired sausages, no problem. The owner gave her no answer, so Seryung considered selling them to someone else. However, the owner said instead he'd give her a job. He would assign her a task where she only needed to pick up a customer and take them home. How dare you ask me, fire demon of the sect's daughter doing taxi work. But he said of course he'd give her anything she asked for in exchange for those scrolls. She accepted immediately. She should have started with that from the beginning. The meeting point will be at the Galactic Academy, Hogwarts. After that request on their the captain kept glancing at her with contempt, making Robert wonder what was wrong with her. Sonia said, please understand. She's on her way to face a nightmare from her past. Planet B17G06. The Galactic Academy, Hogwarts. Robert had never seen an academy like this before. What the heck is this place? Sonia told him this is a school where only 0.1% of the most prestigious families can send their children. Basically, it's a diamond mine. The entrance tuition alone is 10,000 credits. But why is it so deserted? Is it because tuition is so expensive? Seryung said it's because they're on break and anyone still here instead of going home must have a very miserable life. Is anyone here? Robert spotted the figure of a girl in the distance. The red-haired girl asked what brought them here. The academy is on break. And immediately Seryung's strike lunged forward at maximum speed. However, that attack aimed straight for a vital spot. She easily dodged it. Are you bandits? Then I'll deal with you. Seryung drew a light sword and attacked her. And now up close, the girl recognized her. You're Seryung. You're Zhuge Hui, right? No wonder my sword sheathed itself and attacked you. So you came here for revenge. Seryung replied, no, it's a misunderstanding. It was an instinctive strike. But you should be careful because my instincts can flare up at any time. Robert asked what their relationship was. Sonia, on guard, told him that the woman was the honored daughter of the Zhuge clan. They are enemies. We have to do something before things get worse, and Lee Mokjin just stood there watching. Sonia told him to act. The captain could be seriously hurt if he did nothing. However, Lee Mokjin paid more attention to someone who was also watching everything. A girl observing the fight from her window. If this is your instinct, you won't have any trouble because I really enjoy crushing cockroaches. The other replied. Before their swords clashed, someone stepped in to stop them. Having recognized him, it was Namgung Chin. Meanwhile, the tavern owner was saying, so it is true that the heavenly demon sect has crossed the sea. As you said, Seryung arrived here yesterday. And just as you wished, we led them to that place. By now they're probably at Hogwarts Academy. In a room of the academy. The guy in the knit cap said he was the one who ordered the taxi, but never expected Seryung to be the passenger. Seryung said she had no problem, her sword just moved on its own. Today I challenge you to do it again. Meanwhile, Robert and Sonia were waiting outside. Robert said that the knit cap guy was either very strong or putting on a bluff by suddenly appearing and stopping Seryung. Sonia told him that in fact he was quite strong, being the third son of the Namgung family. So he's Namgung Chin, nicknamed Blue Wind Storm. That means he's on another level. At age 20, he became famous for entering the finals of the Northern Galaxy Heroes tournament. Although he forfeited in the final against the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor, of course most people knew he didn't truly want to win. So that guy is the greatest among the martial world's prodigies. Sonia asked why he impressed Robert so much. It was revealed here that Robert has a fiancée, and his fiancée is a fan of Chin. Just then a girl appeared, out of nowhere, startling Robert. When did she get here? She only looked at the door, saying this isn't the place. Is she a ghost of the academy? Okay then. She's really quite strange. San analyzed her and found she had no inner energy. She's an ordinary person who looks exactly like a heavenly demon. However, the strange thing is this academy only accepts geniuses at the absolute top of the food chain. Lee Mokjin was watching from above on the academy roof. At that moment, the girl approached. Seryung demanded to get straight to the point. Who did she want them to take? When Lee Mokjin turned to look at her, she looked rather annoyed. You're the girl from the window, he said. Did you come looking for me, or why do you have that expression? Do we know each other? The girl said, no, we've never met. The girl said, so why does your face look so familiar? It's almost like seeing the father who abandoned me at birth. So that happened to you? The girl replied, of course not. I'm not someone who can be abandoned. And if that ever did happen, I'd hunt him down and kill him already. She let out an angry shout as she walked away. Before leaving, she turned back and asked Lee Mokjin, if he would marry her, I'm good at everything. I'd be a wonderful wife for you. Of course not. The girl left, warning him, I'll ask you again later. And this time you'd better not refuse me. You don't want to see what happens when I'm angry. You'll meet him when I introduce you, Namgung Chin. Seryung hurriedly asked if they should speed things up. There's no need to rush. You can take as much time as you like. If you want me to stay with you, pay 1,000 times the original fee. And even that wouldn't be enough. Goodbye. Namgungchen asked Ju Chui to calm down. We used to be friends, we haven't seen each other in 10 years. The girl didn't answer, she only thought not 10 years, it's been 13 years, 7 months, and 16 days since we last met. After that, Namgungchen led Seryung to a room, where a boy sat in a wheelchair. This is the student. The boy was also wearing a mask, and when he saw Seryung, he was a little frightened. Namgungchen told her that he was completely paralyzed, unable even to breathe on his own, and his eyesight was almost entirely gone. Really? Then why did they accept someone like that into the academy? Who is his family? Namgungchen said he didn't know. The only thing she knew was that he was extremely wealthy, having donated the academy's 10-year budget to gain admission. Normally he stays in the dorm during breaks, but his family suddenly asked him to return home. That's why they hired a taxi driver. Please treat him gently because he's very fragile. Any impact could shatter him. Do you like the woman from earlier? A voice rang out. It was the girl from before. But you know you don't have to hide it. It's written all over your face. He only answered in his mind, I have no light left in my eyes. Even so, the girl understood. You do have light, yes, but it's hidden very well. Tell me, what do you like about that woman? I like seeing her pain. It seems she'll scream beautifully when she completely collapses. So you've seen something? Tell me. I'm curious to know what you saw. Death and a demon. You know why Soha she looks like you. You don't have to tell me, I already knew that. As I said, you just need to take him to the station on the planet Atanalugan. Now I remember, Seryung, you like returning lost children, right? Seryung replied that she hated it. By the way, now I hate it even more. Namgungchen asked if she was serious. He remembered it differently. Maybe memories always get warped over time. He also told them that he would go along. Why should I stay at this school when there's not even a single student to supervise? Don't tell me Ju Chui is coming too. Namgungchen told her not to worry, she still has some students to look after. While this conversation was taking place, Ju Chui, who was bathing, said this was really annoying. Why did that bastard have to show up now? You should have pretended to be dead already. Suddenly someone stepped into where she was. When she asked who it was, why Soha appeared. Seryung irritably said, I don't care if you come with us, and I hope you'll board my ship so I can make you disappear mysteriously. Maybe I'll accidentally chop your head off. And to her surprise, she, along with that other girl, was also boarding her ship. Ju Chui told her that the girl also wanted to go home. Aren't you happy that, as I requested, he came too? Namgungchen asked. From the window, Lee Mokjin just watched them, especially the girl whose eyes met his. And so the ship took off. But both Ju Chui and Wai Soha wondered what this hangar place was. Zunya said this was the first-class lounge. The captain had asked them to stay here because it was closer and she could keep an eye on them. Ju Chui shouted, don't be ridiculous. That damned woman wanted them in a warehouse. But Wai Soha said she liked this place. If we clean it up, it'll look nice. Ju Chui asked where she was going. I'm just stepping out so you can quietly tidy up. Zunya warned her to be careful. You'd better not go out because there's a crazy woman with a sword wandering around out there. Aren't you afraid of that crazy sword-wielding ant? She always loses control, but now she is completely uncontrollable. If you meet her, just avoid her. Wai Soha vanished. It seemed this girl was even scarier. After that, Seryung sank into thought. She remembered when she went to school with Namgungchen and Ju Chui. Those moments were full of happiness. You haven't changed at all. Because I recognized you immediately when we met again. So does that mean you've completely forgotten me? You don't even remember what I looked like as a child. In that respect, the one who hasn't changed is you. You're still so self-centered. Namgungchen smiled and told her he'd changed because now he had someone he cared about. That's why I'm here to warn you. Forget the revenge and live your life. Because if you raise your sword against Ju Chui one more time, I won't let it slide. It's better if we stay friends who only vaguely remember each other. And what if I refuse? Don't test me. Namgungchen appeared behind her in an instant. You know, you got one thing right. I still have the same personality as when I was a child. I still can't stand others touching my stuff. But elsewhere, Lee Mokjin was devouring a sausage, and the boy in the wheelchair was watching him. Once again, he showed a terrified expression just from looking at him. The difference this time was that everything was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see a thing. Lee Mokjin tossed him a sausage and told him to eat. Instead of watching meaningless things, it's better to eat well while you're young. The boy thought to himself that if he had to eat to keep living, it was a waste of food since he was going to die anyway. So you think you can foresee the future? That's a naive thought. Yeah, but I see it whether you like it or not. So I can't react in any way. Then Sama Stein went to see Wai Soha, telling her that even using telepathy, that guy was acting completely normal. Stop worrying nonsense and enjoy the food. The more you worry, the more you lose. As if nothing, he nullified my telepathy. Waisoha asked if he thought that guy was a mutant like her, but he didn't know it was too dark to see anything. However, hearing him speak, I strangely felt calm, as if I wouldn't die anymore. Don't find comfort in that, you know you're going to die anyway. That death is waiting for you at Atana Lugan, the terminal planet. When they arrived on the planet, the four of them went down to the terminal station. Sunya explained it was built in the early days of the galaxy's development. Back then they had up to 100,000 flights a year. But it was shut down 700 years ago when the Northwest Galaxy project was cancelled. So they just abandoned it, but how is it still in such good condition? That's because the automation systems kept running. Well, we finished our job. Now I just need to disinfect every trace of this girl. Robert said no, they still had to wait for the contract payment to be transferred into the account. After reviewing the request, they tried contacting the tavern owner. But Sunya had tried many times and they had no connection out here. It seems the signal barrier has been activated. Namgungchen raised his hand as if greeting someone, and from within the smoke, a vehicle began closing in, and then it opened fire on them. Namgungchen asked why they were being attacked. Robert recognized the vehicle. It was an armored, rocket-launching car, a truly antiquated relic. Namgungchen shot himself into the air, used a barrier to stop the rounds, and easily destroyed it. The problem was there were a whole bunch of vehicles like that. Namgungchen and the others thought this was not good at all, while Lee Mokjin watched them from afar. Waisoha, expressionless, said they were very noisy, but don't worry, I'll keep you safe. The boy replied, you know nothing will happen because this isn't in my dream. However, why are they self-destructing? In front of the four of them, a figure appeared. A robotic arm, and then an entire body. That's a robot, it told them. This is the private property of the Sakamoto Stein Corporation. You have trespassed without an official flight permit. This is a warning. Zhu Chui summoned her sword. How dare an old generation robot attack humans? Namgungchen told her to wait and not waste her strength. There must be some misunderstanding. We were asked to bring this boy here. His name is Sama Stein, you can even verify it. Sama Stein, what do you say? The machine walked up to Sama Stein and knelt before him. You have finally arrived, and the 700 years of waiting have at last ended. Now inside, the captain came with Sunya to ask what had happened. Zhu Chui answered they didn't know either, but why are you still here? I want to be paid because the man who hired us still hasn't sent the deposit. You haven't changed at all, Zhu Chui said. Sunya wanted to connect to the network there, while the other two girls looked disgusted. Sir Young asked where the boy's head stabber was and what that robot was about. The photo of the commander was identical to the robot. It said, please give me orders now, I just want to rest. Sama Stein asked what he was talking about. Orders for what? Your man asked you to order it to die. Those words alone are enough. After Sunya finally got connected, Suryoung requested to speak with that guy quickly. She wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, something was strange. Over the past 700 years, there were records of 87 landings by outside spacecraft, but no records of any departures. Sama Stein apologized to him, saying you cannot give that order to him. Then everyone will die. Robert asked Lee Mokjin if he felt the strange atmosphere. Feels like we're in a cheap horror movie. The only thing that matters to Lee Mokjin is where the food is. I want to eat. Sunya said that since this place shut down 700 years ago, 16 staff remained, and 2 new positions were never replaced. You mean they all grew old and died here? Well, most of them, yes. What do you mean by most? They all have death records except one. The operations chief, a man named Gunter Riznov. At least on paper, he's still alive. For 700 years, I've prolonged my life just to await orders. I myself cut away these rotten limbs, tore out rotted organs and melted ones that had lost function. Please give me orders, I can't endure it any longer. The records list prosthetic legs, artificial arms, stomach grafts, synthetic intestines, heart, liver, lungs, eyes, joints, and blood vessels. Basically, he's replaced his entire body, right? Yes, he altered everything necessary to survive. Why would someone go that far while alone in an isolated place? He may have left, that's none of our business. Suryoung, irritated, asked whether a story like that didn't move his heart at all. It's a cruel tale, really tragic. Calling this level of suffering sad is ridiculous. And Zhu Chui asked about the connection to that boy. Here we learn that, essentially, the Sama Stein family is the richest in the universe. They monopolize all kinds of genetic technologies and even drive the development of space AI. Most of their information is hidden except the founder's name, known as Sakamoto Stein. Sama Stein himself said that to my family, I practically do not exist. They don't even acknowledge me as human. So how can I represent my family? I simply have no authority. You know, sir, you and I are alike, the abandoned ones. And even if what we want is death, we cannot do it ourselves. Right? Waisoha has also disappeared. Sir, if it pleases you, I can offer you this broken, non-functional body. If you need it, I'll give it to you because I don't need it. Then I, humble Gunter Riznov, will accept your will as an order to continue living. Jude asks Sunya to check all cameras in the base. She has to find where Wai Soha, a girl with no martial skills, went. Why don't you search instead of staring at me? Do you know me? Were you just having an empty conversation with me even though I'm merely an android? Sunya said she was the one having the empty conversation. Damn it, Suryung, how did you raise this android? Suryung said that Sunya is the co-pilot, doctor, manager, and official cook of the ship, and she received top-tier education. Angry, Zhu Chui went off to look for her himself. Suryung just gave a light pat saying, well done. That utterly drove her mad. At that moment, Lee Mokshin was approaching, and Wai Soha appeared before him with a smile. We'd really make a perfect pair. Actually, I was on my way to you. Oh really, do you have a sausage? Of course not. He ignored it, but she said his walk was very different, looking like the heavenly demon emperor's stride, a technique only the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect could learn. If you keep walking like that, someone will mistake you for a heavenly demon. His breath sometimes carried the cold of jade frost. Also, people might think you mastered the bitch and gawk demon technique, a method only female heavenly demons can learn. And reaching the demon god realm of full concealment at such a young age is worrisome. Others could judge you even more harshly than I do. So be careful. Hey, be honest, who exactly are you really? Lee Mokjin asked. Meanwhile, Doi was searching for Wai Soha all around the base. But instead, she found human remains scattered everywhere, and an android appeared right behind her. Did you do all this? She asked. He said, now I have an order to live. I want you to give me your life so I can keep prolonging it. He attacked her immediately. And that technique, if I'm not mistaken, was the move Suryung used when she first met Lee Mokjin. And yes, it definitely was. Either she was very weak, or the android was too strong since it didn't even faze her. You seem full of life, hand it over. And she called him a damned lump of metal, and sliced his entire structure in two. However, she noticed that the android had different conduits for internal energy. So you killed them all to steal their internal energy units. I only borrowed their lives like I will with you. She attacked him again, and Sama Stein began to see the battle reflected in his eyes, begging anyone to help her. Your message reached Wai Soha, who thought it was truly troublesome. I'll continue our conversation another time. Lee Mokjin also heard the message calling that girl a good girl, since helping friends is a noble act. So what now? Why did you call me? Sama Stein said his master was in danger. You called me all the way here just because of that woman. Sama Stein begged him for help, saying she had been badly injured. It's already too late. Zhu Chui got to where Namgungchen and Suryung were, but in the end collapsed. Namgungchen began examining her body and pressure points. But Sunya quickly realized her entire body had internal injuries. And the biggest problem was that her internal energy unit had been forcibly extracted. The android went into a room to put on a new uniform. Zhu Chui was in excruciating pain, and there was little they could do. Namgungchen asked Sunya what it was. She told him Zhu Chui was short-circuited. Because the unit was forcibly removed, her neural network, both electronic and organic, was damaged. If they didn't reconnect the drive quickly, her entire neural network, including her brain, would be destroyed. Basically, she'd soon die. Namgungchen told them to do something. Meanwhile, he would go fetch her core, leaving her in Sunya and Suryung's care. But what can we do? Suryung asked if there was any way. Sunya answered yes, but the person who could help her has left. What do you mean? If we connect another internal energy unit, we can temporarily stabilize the neural network. But that boy left without considering that. Now she has less than 5 minutes to reconnect her drive. Otherwise, she'll suffer brain death. Seeing her in that agonized state, Suryung didn't hesitate to ask Sunya to perform the connection. She would share her own drive. But Sunya asked why she would use her peripheral unit, one that hadn't been used in years. Just connect it. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't use it. That one is low capacity, while that girl has an alpha prime unit. What the heck, how annoying. Suryung didn't hesitate to rip out her alpha unit, asking if that would be enough, an action that even surprised Sunya. Isn't that girl your enemy? Yes, but that girl must live until I can kill her, that's all. Meanwhile, Wai Soha suddenly appeared where Gunter Riznov was standing. She said there was no need to be tense. She'd only come to stop him because her only friend asked, and we both promised to help each other with one thing, so I had no other choice. If you want to stop me, you must kill me. Can you do it? Easy. But you've been dead for a long time. Gunter Riznov told her to consider herself lucky for having no innate energy source. In an instant, he was in front of her. How could you do that without even an internal energy unit? If you prove you're still alive, I'll kill you. Parents, marriage, children, so boring. You're definitely dead, she saw through him. But Gunter Riznov told her not to insult his body. Life is based on goals and purpose. I still live for something. Wai Soha called him ridiculous. You seem to have a more luxurious life than you look. What would a girl like you possibly know? I was born as one of a pair of twins, but my twin sibling is 9 years older than me. Strange, right? What do you think? Those people only needed one child, yet two were born. And the ones who forced these children into the world chose only one of them. The one not chosen, they froze her alive right after she was born. They kept the girl as a spare part just to be safe. If she had stayed frozen forever, that would have been a truly happy ending. In the 9th year, the child thawed herself and woke up. From that day, the girl was given a condition to survive. Instead of merely living, she had to live a life without goals or purpose. To you, does that girl live or die? Why are you telling me this story? Because you're already dead, and the dead are the best at keeping secrets. At least you can comfort yourself by thinking you'll have a meaningful death. Before they could do all, Namgungchen arrived and shouted that that guy was very dangerous. You'd better get out of here. However, he did nothing to him, but he found Zhuge Hui's drive. Gunter Riznov was stunned. That guy has a core grade unit. Namgungchen said he didn't have time for talk and that he'd finish this quickly, and told Waisoha to leave. But she attacked him from behind. How annoying, she told Gunter Riznov, saying she didn't do it to help him. I've always wanted to beat this idiot up. He's an arrogant bastard, lucky to be born into a prestigious family and get a top-tier unit for free. Every time I see him act arrogantly and power-hungry, thinking he's special, I feel disgusted. Gunter Riznov stepped closer, saying he'd take his unit and that if she intervened, he'd kill her. Be my guest, you can take it. But I'll give you 1 minute. If you can't install it within a minute, you'll die. That's when Sama Stein told him to stop. She had promised to deal with this Gunter Riznov, so why is she doing all this? What a bother. I said I'd stop him, but I didn't say when. Anyway, after this minute he'll be dead. Sama Stein told her to do it now. You don't want your masters to get hurt. Then do it, just do it. If you want to stop him that badly, do it. Besides, he's just like us. Hey, hurry up, your minute is almost up. Sama Stein, as the 166th heir of the Stein family, ordered you to stop. You say you lack authority to order. I'll ask you one last time. Do you have the right to represent the Stein family? Are you hesitating? Then it's a no. I reject you. What's this instant teleportation? You're using psychokinesis. Then I'll kill you too. At that moment, Lee Mokshin appeared. Waisoha had just confirmed it. He was real. So kill him. And in doing so, you will step over his corpse to become the true master of the heavenly demon sect. Miss. Lee Mokshin said he felt despair, pity, and anger. So you're human despite how you look. But how did you get trapped inside this chunk of metal? Gunter Riznov saw that he carried no innate energy core, told him to stand down, and said he'd kill him if he interfered. However, Lee Mokshin touched him. You're human, but why can't I see the self inside you? Where did it go? Sama Stein thought this was dangerous. The android raised its hand. Although you are full of purpose, you no longer have any desire for reward. At some point, you even lost the will to live and all hope. And finally, you exceeded the limit. You went so far that the boundary itself has blurred. It's too late. Lee Mokshin told him to leave. He didn't even want to look at him. Hearing that, Gunter Riznov simply walked away. But Sama Stein wanted to stop him, even though Waisoha was the one to act. The minute she had given him was up, and she had cut his head off. Then she turned back to face Lee Mokshin. She sensed traces of the heavenly demon mind technique at the supreme level. Or am I mistaken? He answered that she wasn't mistaken. Waisoha would give him one more chance, so he had to think carefully. Because if it were true, she would have to kill him. And that's because, by the laws of the heavenly demon sect, only one person is allowed. Are you the heavenly demon? He replied that the title was like a cheap metal badge exchanged for the loss of one's soul. If that's what you're pinning to your chest, tear it off, it's worthless. Waisoha replied that becoming the heavenly demon wasn't just a title, it was destiny. Because no matter how you struggle, you'll never escape. Using destiny as an excuse is the lazy person's justification. Destiny is simply a hard riddle to solve. While they were talking, that Gunter Riznov began to emit a massive surge of energy. Waisoha wondered if he was really dead. He picked up his head and held it up. Waisoha became alert, as another stream of energy also radiated from within it. But before she could continue, she launched an attack. Sama Stein shouted that it was impossible. Even so, Gunter Riznov reassembled himself and an alarm sounded. It was an energy overload. The reading showed 8,000 gigatons. Sama Stein said the internal power amplifiers had become imbalanced and were colliding with each other. At this rate, everything will explode. Waisoha said she could just destroy it completely, but that wouldn't help because it would only explode faster. So what am I supposed to do now? The overload level has surpassed 10,000 gigatons. Suryung asked if it was bad, but suddenly it stopped. So it's not that bad? Sunya replied, no, because it's so huge, the electromagnetic field has shut down all the electronic devices. In other words, it's going to explode soon. Suryung told her to order everyone to evacuate immediately. We can't get out anymore. Meanwhile, Robert wondered what on earth was going on. What will happen if it explodes? Sunya told him that with the last detected reading alone, no one would survive. That android stepped into a huge room and began cleaning. Seryung wondered why it had started tidying up right then. Sunya explained that its brain functions had completely shut down. It was only moving based on pre-programmed memory values, cleaning every nook and cranny, maintaining all the equipment, and repairing the building. It had been doing these tasks for hundreds of years, although of course it would stop in 3 minutes. Seryung said happily that if it held on just 3 more minutes, the explosion wouldn't happen. Anyway, it would explode in 3 minutes, and we'd all stop along with it. Seryung anxiously asked Lee Mokjin if there was any way to stop it. Because if someone with overwhelming power could remove it before the blast, they'd be safe. No, Sunya said, that would only make the explosion happen faster. We're doomed then. Trembling, Seryung looked, but Lee Mokjin told her not to worry. Immediately, Seryung threw herself into his arms. I knew you had a way to stop it. I knew you could do it. He replied that that's not what he meant, but anyway, let go. Seryung obeyed him. The thing was, Lee Mokjin had seen a ghostly energy flowing inside it. But this would not be easy. Why, Soha told Samestein, so this is what you saw. We're all going to die together, right? He answered, no, the death I saw wasn't even that generous. What do you mean, once you're dead, it's over? But your family really is strange. They even use places like this as tombs for abandoned heirs. At that, Samestein had an idea. It made sense. Lee Mokjin told them to prepare. There would be a lot of damage, so everyone had to look out for themselves. Samestein told him to stop and let him do something. Seryung wondered how that guy could communicate telepathically. The man standing in front said he'd take care of it, but Seryung didn't trust him. That bastard in the wheelchair can't do anything. She asked Lee Mokjin to stop him and handle it. But he didn't move, he just observed. He's not the type to bluff, so let's wait and see. Samestein used all his strength to get as close as possible. He also tried to stand up. But isn't he paralyzed? Why, Soha replied, yes, he's paralyzed, so how can he stop him? I am the 166th heir of the Stein family. In the name of the direct line of Grand Duke Anatol Stein, I demand the right to operate the terminal as the representative. A mysterious rhombus appeared before him. Sunya said it was a hyperspace transmission. The communication fee alone was over 10,000 credits per second. That's insanely wealthy. The rhombus asked if he was referring to Atana Lugin. Samestein was about to vanish, but he answered that he was right. You know you'll be responsible for running it until someone else arrives. Do you agree? Authorization granted. Soldier Gunter Riznov, do I give you an order or not? Your mission is over. Operational control of the terminal has now been transferred. The android turned back to Samestein. You told him he had done enough, and from now on, you will take over. So now he can rest. Gunter Riznov powered down, but not before reviewing the memories of his human life. How cruel. So the Stein family called this boy here to isolate him forever. But why go to such lengths? Namgungchen explained that prestigious families value their reputation above all, and the deeper the defect, the harder they try to hide it. But she should know that well. Still, this is excessive. Why, Soha asked Samestein if he really intended to stay there. He said yes, after all, nothing changes. From birth I have been alone. That man said destiny is a riddle. If that's true, with a little effort perhaps you could escape this fate. Why, Soha suggested he come with her. You just need to forget your family. Samestein replied that it wasn't necessary. You're suffering perhaps even more than I am. And don't get me wrong, actually I'm happy now. The hardest part of my life was my family's indifference. But for the first time, they've shown concern and given me the right to decide my own fate. And so you consider it a privilege to be allowed to choose your own grave. Anyway, it's a grave I chose myself, but I plan to work hard to change this terminal and make it the best in the universe. Will you do that alone? Of course, even if it takes 1,000 years. After that, Samestein contacted the Namgung family for an escort ship. Namgungchen said they would probably take her back to her family, since her family was pushing the engagement. After all, you'd better forget all this. These relationships will be nothing but the past. Zhu Chui handed Seryung the device she had lent her. She snatched it angrily, asking if she'd properly sterilized it. She didn't want to touch something covered in that filthy blood. She asked why she helped her and refused to hear the excuse that she did it to keep her alive, only to be killed later. That's the only reason. I don't know what answer you expected from me. So wash your neck and wait. That way my sword will be less stained. Zhu Chui said she didn't know. When she learned her own family had wiped out the Sichuan Tang clan, she wept for months and hated being part of that family. If you say you didn't know, then tell me, what would you have done if you had known? Crying, she answered that she was only 13 then. It doesn't matter, you knew whether you were 20 or 30, the result would have been the same. I've thought about it thousands of times and realized I probably couldn't have done anything. That's our problem. We live lives trapped by the destiny of our families. We'll meet again, but hopefully as late as possible. That way we can live at least one more day. The ship arrived to pick the two of them up. While Suryoung wondered what Wai Soha was doing there, why was she on the ship? Wai Soha replied that she had nowhere else to go. And there were still things I had to do, she said, glancing back at Lee Mokjin. Somewhere in the galaxy, there was a thrift shop where someone was selling an old external hard drive. But the shop owner replied that it was just scrap. I can't believe these things even exist, although of course you came to the right place. This is a junkyard. The guy asked Daku to appraise that old piece. Daku, after analyzing a sample, discovered it was a Samsung from the year 3002. So it's over 100 years old, we just need to weigh it and set a price. Daku answered that it's worth 100 million credits and even more. But that's because it's analyzing Sunya, whose manufacturer is unknown. But she was made of Santanium superalloy with a self-developed operating system installed. The shop owner couldn't believe it. Sunya extended a finger for it to analyze. Just the index finger alone was worth 12 million. Sunya tapped it gently and the two of them went, what the hell. Meanwhile on the main ship, Wai Soha and Robert had a small piece of sausage to eat, while Lee Mokjin had almost the whole thing. Yet both of them wondered what it actually was. Robert said they were out of food, but the captain would bring more soon. Robert said they were out of food, but the captain would bring more soon. Robert replied that he was dividing it based on age and body size. Besides, you don't exactly like sausage that much, do you? Lee Mokjin handed him his sausage. Robert couldn't believe it. He gave this up for him, but he'd never shared his sausage with anyone. But he answered that of course he wouldn't share it. He wanted him to grill it more because it was still half alive. Robert grumpily told him to just eat it. In the end, it all goes in the belly anyway. But the aura of both celestial devils made Robert rethink his answer. Meanwhile, Sunya was being appraised. But this time, the shop owner was examining her closely. It was a multi-dimensionally compatible superconducting eyepiece worth 83 million. The more he looked at her, the more absurd it seemed. He asked Suryoung where she had acquired her. She is Sunya, the assistant helmsman and the official operations manager of my ship. The shop owner said that wasn't his point. He meant how could she have obtained something like that? Suryoung began to recall a rainy afternoon. Sunya was beside a trash bin, a dumpster. What are you doing here? Aren't you cold? Is your battery dead? Want me to carry you? Sunya looked at her and took it as a fateful meeting. Anyway, now we're a package deal. You mean she's your property? Suryoung asked if she was really that expensive. So one finger must be worth 10 million. He told her yes, and in fact her entire body exceeds measurable limits. It's practically unquantifiable. I'm not entirely sure, but she's probably the most expensive thing in this universe, because something like this shouldn't even exist in the first place. At that, Suryoung's eyes lit up like dollar signs. She told him not to call her an object, that she's Sunya. And if a finger is worth 10 million, her fingernails must be pricey too. Or how about you give me a few million for those nails? Sunya asked what if she didn't have a single hair. She doesn't. Then cut a few strands for 10,000 credits, how about that? Sunya told her to stop, but the shop owner said there was no need for that. Why don't you just leave her here? What the heck? Are you using the toad swelling technique or something? The captain ran away from there, and with one leap she was quite far away. She immediately told Robert to teleport them back to the S-Devil. But that guy also made a gigantic jump, using the toad technique, and was now puffing his cheeks out. She shouted at Robert to hurry up, but he could hardly compute the coordinates. She had used the martial arts of the Sichuan Tang clan. However, Robert was preparing to teleport. Nothing happened, and that was because the target had vanished. For some reason, only the shop owner was there, and Sunya too, but the captain was missing. She was in those giant hands. Sunya screamed at him to let her go, quite annoyed, demanding he release her. Are you begging me? He asked. Sunya answered yes. All right, however, he tossed her very far away from there. And the shop owner warned her not to forget that he had agreed to her request. I could have sold her to slavers for 10,000 credits. Honestly, I felt it was a waste, but what can you do? Meanwhile, on the ship, Robert shouted that they had to go down because the captain was in danger and he couldn't even detect her life signs. Lee Mokjin told Wai Soha to eat quickly and then go. Wai Soha asked if he was talking to her. At least she should earn money for food, don't you think so? Do I have to pay for this misery? And don't forget this. Once again, inside the thrift shop, Sunya was dazzled with a chain and filmed by the parrot. It asked her if she wanted to be listed on the online market. But he replied, put her in the luxury auction section and tag her as an ultra high-end item. How much should I set the starting price? We can't price her under 100 million. How about 1.5 billion? That would be a real waste. If you add the armor installation costs and rarity value plus 11 years of self-improvement, 13.4 billion would be a reasonable price. The shop owner asked if this was a scam. With that sum, he could buy up to 1,000 undeveloped planets. Sunya replied that she was even being modest for the sake of her pride. If it's too expensive, no one will be able to buy it. I know. Record her again. Sell every inch by parts. Suddenly someone else entered the shop. Wai Soha walked in with a serious expression and immediately went to Sunya, asking why she was alone. Where did the woman they call the captain go? The parrot began to make a fuss. The issue is this girl weighs 46 kilos and is natural product material. And according to black market slave trade records, she's in the top 0.2% with a value of 13,000 credits. So she's a good product. Young lady, did you come here to be sold? Good choice. I'll pay a high price for you. But with just one punch, she sent him flying out of the shop. Why was that pockmarked fellow pressing his face so close to mine? Anyway, answer my question. What are you doing here alone with this giant chain? Meanwhile, on the plane not far away, the captain was lying on the ground in front of some guy. When she woke, she wondered if this was a dream. Damn, look, he has kingly hair. The captain said that if this is a dream, it doesn't seem so bad. The man carried her in his arms and took her somewhere. Afterwards, Sunya told Wai Soha that this was strange. The captain should be around here. I calculated the launch velocity into the gravity. Didn't I? She definitely fell here near these traces, but there are no signs of movement. So someone took her away. Sunya told her to pay attention. There are no footprints of anyone having stepped on the ground. Also, Sunya threatened the girl, saying that if they didn't find the captain, she wouldn't be fed. That's really troublesome. Wai Soha pointed out that she was nearby because the girl could sense a very strong energy source. At least the other person is a top-tier expert. If there are no traces of him, then he's using a levitation technique. This is even more troublesome than before. In a hot spring, Suryoung woke up naked and thought, as she had guessed, that it was a dream, but at least it was a pleasant one. However, someone else told her to sleep a bit more. Her internal injuries hadn't fully healed. This was the same guy as before. The captain asked who he was. That question doesn't matter. We have no ties, so just recover, please. She realized she wasn't wearing anything, and once again, he said that doesn't matter. If I hadn't intervened, you'd be dead by now. Therefore, you are now my property. And once you've recovered and become a product in good condition, I plan to sell you for a bargain. The captain thought this guy was crazy, a perverted bastard. The man mentioned that a buyer had appeared. I hope you don't sell her too cheaply, because I can sense him. Meanwhile, the shop owner was terrified because in front of him, two strangers wore uniforms with a logo. The emblem of the human government had appeared. Someone said they'd posted something unbelievable on the black market. Where is it? We'll buy it. It was that red-haired woman from before who said they'd pay a very high price for it. Judging by that uniform, she must be a high-ranking officer, and 2 elite mech units are escorting her. She introduced herself as Athena, and I'll be brief. We received a report about a false posting. She showed him the post he had created about Sunya's parts. That price is absurd. However, that ultra-dense neural mesh and multi-dimensional Santanium superalloy you're claiming, you're lying, right? You're just trying to attract customers. However, that ultra-dense neural mesh and multi-dimensional Santanium superalloy you're claiming, you're lying, right? You're just trying to attract customers. The shop owner admitted it was a mistake. But why does his voice sound so weak? That damned voice is the voice of thieves trying to hide stolen goods. Are you trying to tell me this is real? Athena looked him straight in the eye. So it is a genuine posting. Where did it come from and who brought it here? Back with Suryoung and the mysterious man. The captain tried to analyze him. However, when she looked at him, it returned an error. Is the scanner broken? No, it's just that your scanner can't analyze me. So what are you then? He replied that you can call him whatever you like. However, humans in your position usually call someone like me the master. I've never understood that. Humans throw simple punches and wear crude devices attached to their bodies. Why do humans so easily give up their dignity like that? The captain noticed her clothes were there, so she immediately splashed water at him to blind his view because he was shameless. But he answered that he was merely testing the alignment of her movements. She was almost fully recovered, but still missing a little to be sold at full value. I ask you to return to the healing fluid chamber and undress once more. Despite the captain's quick movements, the man had vanished as if nothing had happened. And now she began to feel uneasy because he was delaying her recovery. If you keep this up, I'll use force on you. However, something caught her attention, and it wasn't Suryoung's sword, but the person coming in. Immediately, she drew her sword. Wai Soha said he's pretty strong. What exactly is he after all? But right after the girl, Sunya also arrived, and when he saw her, this guy recognized her. She is E1. Sunya asked, you're A1 right? Meanwhile, the parrot showed them the footage of Sunya. Athena never expected that thing to be an android. What the heck is going on? She is the girl from that ship. And where did that man go? Sunya immediately ran to him, calling his name Adam, and hugged him tightly. Adam hugged her back. Wai Soha asked, so what the heck is going to happen now? Audit Administrator Level 1 Athena requested to share the information with headquarters. And after analyzing the data transmitted from the android, this is Alpha Satellite 999,836. the main data center of the human government. A giant eye received all this information from Sunya. Athena requested they handle this as an emergency case. However, the eye replied that this was misinformation, because it's a product that cannot be manufactured with current human capabilities, and there's no trace of any effort to produce anything similar. It asked her to cancel the mission immediately and return to headquarters. Athena requested a reanalysis, but the eye answered that this was an absolute analysis for this slave. As you well know, its information and analytical capabilities are infinite, so it doesn't make mistakes. And there's no trace of the android whose data you shared. Therefore, it does not exist. If you do not cancel the mission right now, insubordination will lead to demotion. Slave, are you answering me directly? The slave mentioned that something is happening. It will have to delete all data related to these children, absolutely leaving no trace of them. Athena reanalyzed this data. She was certain there were no errors. So what the heck is going on? One of the escorts said preparations for their return were ready. She only needed to send them her coordinates. Athena refused, saying they would delay their return. Not yet, we must thoroughly search this entire planet, no matter how many days it takes. Request denied. Orders from superiors and returning take higher priority. Athena shouted at them, what nonsense are you talking about? Their direct superior now is me. Request denied, please return. Athena asked if they were crazy. Were they breaking military orders? However, they had their guns trained on her. If you don't activate the teleport, we'll open fire. Athena shouted for them to lower their weapons, but they didn't hesitate to shoot her. Mission accomplished, we're returning. What they didn't expect was that Athena had hidden in a pile of rubble. Even so, she was injured. I'll definitely find out the answer to this.